on the video. If this is your first time here, welcome. If you're returning, what's up, soul family? In any event, welcome one and welcome all. If you're seeing this live, happy Sunday to you. If you're seeing it in the replay, it's still it's a timeless message, so either way will be okay. And we're going to start out here today with a general collective reading. If you wish to have a personal mini reading, the Buy Me a Coffee link is in the About page. The mini readings are $11 per question. And once I see that the payment has been submitted, then we can proceed with that. But in the meantime, let's get on in here and get a collective reading. Earlier I had come in and I was just talking away, and I didn't realize I had listed the live as unlisted, so nobody was coming into it. So let's see what we got going on over here. Ooh, befriend your fear monster. So obviously we're being asked to kind of, what do they say? Courage is not being fearless. Courage is having the gumption to do it anyway, like do it scared or do it anyway. Yeah. Close your eyes to open your heart. And sometimes that may be part of this befriending the fear monster. They got one card in this deck, this 3-2-1 jump. Sometimes we just have to get in there and make a choice to do it anyway. So definitely something for us to pay attention to, especially if we know we're being called for some kind of a transformation. Your words create worlds. Are you being called to speak up or step up in some way in the public arena, speaking your truth, speaking a truth? Maybe you're receiving some kind of information or something you're working on or have discovered or being taught. Just sharing what you know. You don't have to know everything there is to know to be a teacher. All you got to know is a little bit more than the people you're teaching. That's all. But if you're receiving that information, you may be being called to get out there, kind of put yourself out there a little bit, especially with this message of befriending the fear monster, closing your eyes to open your heart, and then it's saying your words create worlds. We are powerful manifestors, way more powerful than we realize. We are constantly creating or manifesting something. It's just that a lot of times we're creating by sloppy default because we're not aware of that. And if we're focused on the wrong things, we're continuously manifesting the same thing over and over and over again. Hey, Bazim Ali, 1545, how are you? Welcome, welcome. Come on in, come on in. We're having a collective general reading here. If you wish to have personal questions, they are $11 per question on a mini reading. And let me see here. I'm trying to, bear with me a second. Okay. I may have to go in another way as a mod for myself and do that, but we'll see how that goes. But in any event, let's get on in here and grab some more cards and see what we got going on. So yeah, a lot of times, well, ain't no a lot of times, like I said, we're constantly creating or manifesting things, whether we like to or whether we realize it or not. But a lot of times we're just manifesting more of the same because that's where our sloppy focus is, especially if we're focused on the fact that something that we want isn't here yet. And we keep focusing on that, we keep manifesting more of not here yet. Hey, Ankit Katyan, how are you? Let's see. Break the cycle. You are the light. You can stop intergenerational behaviors. This is, yeah, I had mentioned on the first, I had a reading earlier that I kind of had to stop because I didn't realize I had made it unlisted, but it was talking about basically, I mentioned the fact of being like breaking generational curses, or actually when we come in contact with our karmics. Oh, I'm doing very well. Thank you, Ankit. When we come in contact with what we call karmic soulmates or what have you, sometimes You want to know about your spiritual journey? Okay, well, personal questions are $11 per question. The Buy Me a Coffee link is on my About page. Once I see that your payment is posted, I'll be happy to look into that for you on a personal reading. Right now, this is a general reading for the collective. So can I do what for you? Anki, you didn't ask a question. You just said, hello, you're fine. What about me? So what can I do for you? I'm doing a general collective reading for the collective. If you wish to have a personal reading, many readings are $11 per question. My Buy Me a Coffee link is on the About page. And you tap that button and it goes right there. And once I see that your payment is in, then I'll be more than happy to pull a reading for you. Joe Rogan says a lot of stuff, Stephen, but honestly, I wouldn't be surprised. They've been hovering over our planet for hundreds of years. Let them come on. If there's a spaceship hit, there's so many spaceships already landed on this planet, it's not even funny. It's time they had stopped with the lies and we had full disclosure. Honestly, I welcome it. Patience is here. It says, don't worry, be happy. Everything good is coming to you at the perfect time. They've been watching us. If you read the Emerald Tablets of Thoth, even the ones that first came here 445,000 years ago, they're still here. They're not walking amongst us, but they're in the halls of Amenti, in their Aguanti state, watching over us, lending to our energy. They come to us telepathically. They are here to help hold the energy of this planet and see to our spiritual ascension. Thoth said that straight up. We're actually going through, I've actually just finished the compendium of the Emerald Tablets yesterday on the channel. But yeah, if once you've read the tablets a few times, you'll realize we've never been alone. That's the government lying to us and gaslighting us. But no. If gaslighting actually came here a little while ago, but yeah, let's see what else we got here. We better change. If we don't change, look around the world that you're in right now. If nothing changes, humanity will destroy itself in less than 100 years from now. So we don't have no choice but to change. Thoth is my homie too. Hey, bro 100, glad to have you back. Let's see, being single. You need to feel comfortable being single before you attract the right person. So if there's anybody out here that's trying to call in a soulmate, a divine counterpart, a twin flame, or whatever, trying to manifest love in some kind of way, do understand you got to be real comfortable in your own skin first before you can call in something else. Because other than that, what I said before about manifesting things, if we are so still stuck on what the ex did and how horrible they were, and women ain't ish and men ain't ish, and I wish this and all that stuff that people say out there in the relationship sphere, if that's the way we're focused, guess what we're going to continue to manifest? Partners that ain't ish, because that's what we believe is out there. So we really have to be comfortable with being single, being on our own, being comfortable with what the kind of love we want to attract, and be an energetic match to the kind of person that we want to have in our lives before we start focusing on the individual, and then that will be attracted to us. We are transmitting and receiving mechanisms. We operate primarily by vibration. So if our energy is focused on the toxic ex and what they wouldn't do, and being desperate and in that thirsty energy of what you want, even though you're not fixing your energy, even if you do get somebody in your life, it's just going to be another version of the same miserable thing you just got rid of and don't want. Exactly, Stephen. You have to be happy on your own and then pick and choose who you want in your life next. And truthfully, if you're happy on your own and work with your spirit team and let them really, really know what it is you want, you can manifest what you want without even looking. Let your ancestors and your spirit guides choose for you, because I promise you, they'll pick better than you ever could. They'll line up the circumstances, and it'll be the weirdest way that you ever could imagine of meeting somebody, but you'll come to understand the longer you talk to that person, you'll understand that one way or another, y'all was gonna meet. And when you do, it'll be easy peasy. everything you could ask for and some stuff you ain't even think to ask for. I wasn't planning on doing a love reading, but let's see what else come out of here. I'm actually trying to do a starseed reading. Those are the decks that I got. If love keep popping up, though, we might have to switch some cards. We'll see what's going on. Stephen, did Joe Rogan give us any idea when the spaceship is going to be landing? The estimated time of arrival? And do they have any indication of which star system is coming from? Temple of Light is here. You are worthy. See the truth of who you are, a being of pure light and love. Yeah. If you're attracted to this channel, I can just about guarantee you're a starseed, a light worker, a warrior of light, whatever you choose to call yourself. We're not going to be proselytizing in here. Yeshua is my main homie too, Tony, but you were in my spiritual Q&A the other night and we're a little bit on the rude side. And I'm telling you now, if you get started with that, you'll be made invisible, okay? Because that's not what we're doing here. I am doing a tarot reading. If that bothers you, scroll on, brother. That's all you got to do. Hey, Shamila Juwani, how are you? Amplified power is here. Your energy is being amplified. You hold the energy of the ascended masters. Bro 100 and Stephen, I'm pretty sure that applies to you all. Yep. What we got here? Sacred power. All you must do is ask, call upon the ascended masters for guidance. Wow. Now, because the ascended masters have come out here twice in a row, I am going to pull a little bit of from the ascended masters deck and see who we got on deck. Hey, Ruth, Majine, and Nunez, how are you? Shamila, I think I spoke to you already, but if I didn't, welcome, welcome. If you don't believe it's real, Gary, why are you wasting your real time being here? Scroll on, brother. That's all you got to do. You're not going to come in here and spread negativity in my house. You can get gone with that. Because a lot of folks that's really on their spiritual journey happen to know this shit is real, so to speak. How about that? Just because you don't believe and you don't get results, that's a speaking to where you are in your journey. That don't have nothing to do with where everybody else is in theirs. Do we get reincarnated to different planets? No. Unfortunately, once we get here in this dimension, we're trapped until we spiritually, mentally ascend according to Thoth. In the Emerald Tablet, he's telling us that whole thing that the religion has given us about going to heaven and this and that, it's a mental trap that we cannot ascend from this dimension until we do the spiritual work to expand our consciousness and be free of this dimension, and then we can go. The star seeds, I'm not doing any personal readings. If you want a personal reading, my Buy Me a Coffee link is available on my About page. April, up here, if you keep that up, you're going to be made invisible. You're not going to come in here and keep spamming my house. Goodbye up here, because you're immature. That is very childish, and now you're in timeout. So I don't know what to tell you, bro. Yeah, but as far as the whole reincarnation thing, even the Jews believed in reincarnation to a degree. When Yeshua was transfigured, they thought that Elijah and Moses had come to the transfiguration of Yeshua. So they believed in reincarnation as well. Both of those figures had been unalive, gone off the earthly plane for 1,000 years by that point. Let me see. You said that, okay, again, Velicam, if you genuinely understood what that actually means, I wouldn't even mind you saying it, but you're not going to come in here and proselytize Christianity to me, because that's not what Yeshua's message was. People keep calling about Jesus is Lord, and then they disobey him every day by continuing to bow and worship a dragon. In John chapter 8, Yeshua told the Jews straight up that the Elohim that they were worshiping is a liar, a manslayer, and that he is the devil. And people still continue to worship him to this day. Them same people unalived Yeshua and kept right on serving that dragon, that devil, in the name of, they put his name on that hypocrisy of a religion, and then want to preach it and cram it down everybody else's throats. Not here, partner, not here. Netanyahu, first off, Snyder, heaven is within you. That concept of heaven and hell is a part of the Christianity lie. It's part of the Judaism lie. It's part of the Islam lie. You ain't going nowhere till your consciousness ascends past this dimension. You will exit the physical avatar, but your consciousness will be right here until you recycle and come right back through, so that hopefully eventually you can learn the lessons of the mystic and ascend and check out of here permanently if you choose to. But until then, you ain't going to heaven, and neither is nobody else. Hey, Sarah Ann. And yep. Thank you, Katsu Zach. Or Cactus Zach, sorry. Most of Bonnie, Kendall, most of the people on this that are interacting with this information are old souls. Most of the people on this planet incarnated today are old souls. Some of us are even ancient souls. There are a very few new souls here, but most of them are in a situation. Think of it like playing a video game. If Earth School is Earth School, and for all indications we've been told that it is, it's kind of Earth School, but look at it like a video game. You know how you play a video game at first and you get out quick, and then you go ahead, you get some more lives, you start the game over, you play through your lives and you get out quick, but eventually you can play for a pretty long time on one life. And eventually, if you get really good at it, you'll get to where you get to the pit boss, and you'll defeat the boss, and then you go into a whole nother world, and then you defeat the boss, and it's leveling up in the game. And our reincarnation cycles are kind of like that. We are here as old souls because we've gotten a measure of spiritual attainment before, but we didn't quite get to the Christic level, because that's what Yeshua was telling us. He said, greater things than I have done will you do. He said he would not leave us as orphans. He would send Holy Spirit as a teacher and a helper to us. But the idea, when he was here as Yeshua, when he was here as Thoth, the main idea was for us to be able to ascend in consciousness so we can escape the trap of lies that have been put on us, mainly by Enlil and his crew and religion. Harsh Pawar, you on your way out of here. You're not doing that in my house. I'm not having it. Well, Gary Sharp, the way I speak directly because Yeshua spoke directly, and he is my main guy. Yeshua was a spiritual badass. He wasn't no milk toast the way they have y'all believe when they hung him up on the cross and all that stuff, have him looking all emaciated and crazy and all of that. He spoke what he knew. He was pressure from the age of 12. He was out there giving the priests pressure. So much so that they ran him out of town at the age of 12. And he went away for 18 years in spiritual study, all up in India studying with Babaji, all up in the Himalayas studying with the Tibetan monks. Then he came down through Africa, starting in Ethiopia, and worked his way through the initiation temples all the way up through Africa till he ended up at the Grand Pyramid in Giza and received his Sabu, or light body. They show it in European artwork as the halo. So he wasn't a mealy mouth. And as a servant of his, he said, if you believe me, follow me. Christians are not following Yeshua. They're just too ignorant to know that. And when people try to tell them, they don't want to hear it. But what Yeshua was teaching wasn't mealy mouth. So I can't be mealy mouth. No philosophy, Schneider. If you want to actually go to what we perceive or been told in Christianity is heaven, Study the Emerald Tablets, do what it says in there so you can expand your consciousness and be free of this life. You have to escape the chain, the ring, the veiled ring of death that is basically around your life energy. That's according to Thoth, who, in my opinion, Yeshua is the second incarnation of Thoth. We're told Hermes Trismegistus is the third incarnation. But Yeshua, it makes a lot of sense from what it says in the Bible in the Gospel of John versus what it says in the Emerald Tablets. If you lay them two books side by side, you can very easily see that it's highly likely that Yeshua is the second incarnation of Thoth. I am a spiritual mariske. I am a tarot reader. I am a spiritual teacher. Tarot is not all I do. In the evenings, I'm gonna be on here until about 6 o'clock. Then I'm gonna go, get off of here for an hour, charge my phone, and I'll be back on around 7 for a spiritual conversation. And truthfully, this is kind of becoming that kind of a conversation even now. Do I believe in the soul prison theory, that process involves our souls for energy in an infinite cycle unless you do things to ascend out of it? Absolutely. That's not just a theory. That's what it says in the Emerald Tablets of Thoth, RJP. I've got a reading of that. I got a playlist called the Emerald Tablets and the Compendium, where I've read through them and gone through Billy Carson's Compendium and the insights we've received going through the second time. I've been through this is about my fourth time going through the tablets, but yeah, we have got to get to where we're bold enough and curious enough to stop believing the lies that they tell us when we were kids. We're little kids. They plunk our little booties in the pew or at the temple or on the mat or whatever, and they give us this programming and start spoon feeding us these lies, and nobody ever questions it because they've told you that a good Jew, a good Christian, a good Muslim ain't supposed to question it. We don't go no further than the spiritual books that they approved of, which are deliberate misleading documents. I'm not saying that the documents are out and out lies. They come from ancient texts, but the way they've been compiled and assembled, you will never reach spiritual ascension if you only stay within those books or within doctrine. You've got to be enough of an inquisitive badass to understand that maybe the priests, the pastors, and the imams don't know everything. And maybe it's not truly sacrilege to investigate these things, because the scriptures tell us that we're supposed to find out for ourselves. It's the preachers that tell us we're not, because guess what? They still want to collect your 10% and keep getting rich while you keep staying stuck. That part. Snyder, you can, again, if you're atheist, you stand a better chance of quote unquote getting into heaven than the religious people do. That's the part nobody understands. The religious people ain't going nowhere. They just don't know it yet. Hey, Unique. Oh my goodness, baby. Thank you. And I'm so glad you up in here. Hey, Pokestop. The Quran is misleading, honey, because it's still leading people back to Allah, El, Yahweh, Jehovah. And Yeshua said that Yahweh, El, Jehovah, he got a whole bunch of different names. According to the Tetragrammaton, there's like 72 emanations of his names. But it doesn't matter what you call him. Ultimately, his first name, when he first set foot off the spaceship, was Satan of Eden. His name was Enlil. His title was Satan of the Eden. His other title was Lord of the Command. But he's not a good dude. Honestly, RJP, amnesia don't prevent us from making real progress. Our belief, our worship gene not being turned off is the main thing that keeps us from making progress, because 90% of us are plunked into some kind of religious system. And I ain't saying a spiritual system, a religious system. There is a difference. The word religion comes from the Greek word religare, that means to bind or hold back. And all of the Abrahamic religions, and 75% of the people on this planet worship one or the other. They worship Yahweh in one or the other forms of the Abrahamic religions, those religions are leading back to a being who is not God, but he has lied and purported himself to be God, and he does not have humanity's good intentions at heart. We've been deliberately bamboozled and misled. Hey, Skin by Lauren. Pokestop, I didn't ask you to follow me. If you subscribe to me, you might learn something, but I'm not an evangelist. I'm not a guru. I don't need nobody to follow me. I'm trying to teach you something, but everything that I'm saying, you can go and look up somewhere. I'm not making up none of this. I did not make up not near a bit of this myself. I got insights in meditation to help me connect the dots, but I didn't make up none of this. The only thing that you might think that, and again, you can call it made up. I didn't make it up, but the way that I connect the dots is a little different than others, and I'm not the only one, because Billy Carson feels the same way when I say that, in my opinion, from reading the scriptures and reading the Emerald Tablets and reading the Lost Book of Enki, I firmly believe that Yeshua is the second incarnation of Thoth. That's the only thing in here that may be open for speculation. Everything else, people been literally Bible scholars and historical scholars and the paleo contact scholars and all of them been saying this stuff for literally 100 years on this planet, and people still act like it's news to them. Exactly, Scanned by Lauren. Taste and see. Unique healer. I thought I was going to be doing a general tarot reading, but you know what? We coming up on it now. The conversation went to the spiritual, and that's fine, because honestly, I'll just go ahead. I'm still catching up on the private readings. I'll just start doing some collective readings and uploading them to the channel for those who actually want tarot, because truthfully, I do understand that people are thirsty for this information, because they ain't never going to get it in church. The pastors and stuff don't want them to know. They never gonna get it from the government. Like you say, Joe Rogan is talking about a spaceship coming around here, and people will go, "Oh, Joe Rogan is conspiracy, Joe Rogan," and they'll dismiss it because he is so in your face about a lot of conspiracy things. But the government been lying to us or telling us his conspiracy theory for decades. Meanwhile, they'll shoot you if you try to go to Area 51. And so many people came out of Area 51, and documents have been declassified and all that stuff. All them declassified documents that came out about 10, 15 years ago, and there's still people on this planet that do not believe that we have extraterrestrial beings walking in and amongst us all day, every day. They've been here for thousands of years. This ain't new. It really ain't. Yes, Pokestop, the person that people are worshiping as God, Yahweh, Allah, Jehovah, is an Anunnaki being. His initial name was Enlil. He has a brother, Enki. He had a sister, Ninmah, and a nephew, Thoth, and they all got in a spaceship from Nibiru and rode over here to find gold. And it took them so long to find the gold and mine the gold that they decided to slingshot evolution and hybridize a hominid that they found here, and they created Homo sapiens sapiens. We would still be somewhere around Homo Pithecus if it were not for the Anunnaki. Yep, they inserted, Stephen, the Anunnaki not only capped our telomeres to keep us from being, because we have their DNA. Had they not capped our telomeres early on in the genes of Isis, or Genesis as they call it, the book in the Bible, you can read some of their record keepings where those hybrids lived to be almost 1,000 years old. But we don't now, because they further generations out, they capped our telomeres. They also inserted a worship gene. That's why these people cling so much to these lies, because we literally have a gene installed in us to make us want to worship something. And yeah, Snyder, thank you for telling him that, because the Quran is racist, but so is Christianity. And so is Judaism. That's one of the reasons why, even though 75% of the planet is worshiping the same God under different religions, they still can't get along. They can't get along amongst themselves, and they can't get along with each other. You would think with 75% of the world worshiping the same God, we'd have peace on earth, right? You would think we wouldn't have no starvation nowhere, right? You would think we wouldn't have wars, we wouldn't have poverty, we wouldn't have mass inflation, we wouldn't have crooked politicians, we wouldn't have all of the violence against each other. They put in by God we trust right on the money in our country, and it's one of the most violent countries on the planet. But this is the land of in God we trust. So that tell you something about the God they're choosing to worship. But if you go into the Bible, we were talking about that a couple of lives ago, and I was reading some of the scriptures about the nature of Yahweh. He is a violent God. I'm not trying to be a guru unique. If they choose to listen, that's cool, but I don't want to be one. Well, I'll be the easiest guru you ever saw, because my thing is, don't believe me, go check it for yourself. Now, if you agree, we can come back and talk about it. But that's how my mentor was with me. I'd ask a question, he'd hand me a book. And after I've read the book, then we can talk about it. That's why I started out by actually reading the Lost Book of Enki on the channel. So anybody that wants to go back and debate what I'm talking about, they can go and read it. I read it word for word, verbatim, and then we can have conversations about it. You said, have I ever read what, Pokestop? I don't read the Bible so much that once I learned that Allah, Jehovah, and Yahweh are the same, I don't need to read no more of his books. I done read enough in the Bible to be sick of his ass. I don't need to read it no more. Baal is worshipped so much because Baal is another form of Yahweh worship. Satanism, Luciferianism, Baal worship, Yalda Baal, Beelzebub, those are all names of his. Zeus was one of his names. Odin was one of his names. Um, Dionysus was one of his names. He's had a bunch of names. In fact, I learned something today. Hold on a second. I want to see. I don't want to get. What's the proof for that? Go somewhere and read a book. I done told you they're in there. I'm not gonna have to sit here and quote chapter and verse to you because we're having a casual conversation. I'm not gonna stop and allow you to interrupt the conversation with me having to prove and defend to you. If you doubt it, go look it up. What does I don't even know what that word is that you put there. So okay. Iron butterfly. The Hindus been teaching that we live thousands of lifetimes for thousands of years. So if you want to just argue with everything, then you go right ahead. But there's so many spiritual systems on this planet that teach us that. And like I said, the Jews believed in reincarnation because they sat there when Yeshua walked up and they had the transfiguration and the light came, the voice came down and said, "This is my son, the beloved, whom I'm approved. Listen to him." They thought that Elijah and Moses was right there at the transfiguration with Yeshua. And both of those beings have been unalive off the earth for 1,000 years at that point or more. So you can argue with the scriptures and all the rest of that. I don't have to prove that to you or nobody else. This is how people keep themselves bound in ignorance, because a pastor somewhere told them it don't exist. Then they'll stand back and argue with anybody else instead of going and checking it out for themselves. Why do I have to show you when you can go find it for yourself? I don't want to run for political office, honey. I really don't. Iron butterfly, that's again, that scripture is in there that is allegorical. There's a whole lot of stuff that's allegorical. The reason it says that because in the older text that those things came from, a shar is defined as 3,600 of our years is one Anunnaki year. So instead of them saying a shar is 3,600 years in the poetic license version, 1,000 years is as a day to the Lord, and a day is as a thousand a day is as 1,000 years, and 1,000 years is as a day. But the actual mathematical equation is a year unto the Lord on earth is a 3,000, or a year to the Lord in his home planet is 3,600 years on our planet, if you want to be real correct about it. Nibiru is the 12th planet. And again, we're getting ready to go into the 12th planet, the book by Zechariah Sitchin, tomorrow. Pokestop. Who created the Anunnaki? I have no idea. But they actually were a faction, according to the Lost Book of Enki. The Anunnaki were two separate factions of beings who were displaced from their home planet. Their planets were destroyed in the galactic wars. And they came together and found this uninhabited planet, Nibiru, and they settled there for so long that they created their own government, and they created their own this, that, and the third. And they called the planet Nibiru, and they called themselves the Atlanteans. And then they became an open and diverse culture. They allowed other displaced beings from the galactic wars to settle on their planet. So they're very much a diverse race of people. It is said that Enki has Venusian roots, and this one, they come. So when you say Anunnaki, you could be talking about Pleiadians, Arcturians, whatever. The fact that they lived on Nibiru makes them Anunnaki, and the word Anunnaki only means those who from earth, those who from heaven to earth came. Okay, and that translation is according to Zechariah Sitchin, who was around for a whole long time and translated a lot of this stuff. In fact, hold on. Pokestop, I'm not going to keep arguing with you. You're not going to take over this whole conversation. I'm going to tell you how I know about racism and misogynistic stuff in the Quran, because Muslims to this day will strap weapons on themselves and unalive themselves and whole crowds of people to fight stupid factions of wars and all that other stuff. Ain't nothing holy about that, bro. Nothing. They'll set women on fire because they choose to. Ain't nothing holy about that. So I don't have to point out racism in the Quran. The whole damn religion is racist and not good. How about that? I said that. Any religion that promotes racism, war, and misogynistic violence on a whole half of the population of the planet cannot be considered good. Christianity is misogynistic against women, Judaism is misogynistic against women, and Islam is downright murderous against women. So you can't shove Islam down my throat, bro. Yeah, exactly. Pokey, whatever, is just on some nonsense. People that want to keep embracing their demonic gods gonna find every excuse in the book to come in here and tell us about how evil we are for trying to preach or teach the truth while they want to keep preaching their demonic gods. They can go worship them all they want to. Yeah, they praise Yahweh in church. They turn around every year and do that demonic, satanic blood ritual against Yeshua and then claim to be praising Jesus. But they all the while, the scriptures say clearly in the Bible that hanging any man from a tree is a curse upon him and his lineage. And if you leave him hanging on a tree past sunset, it's a curse upon the land as well. And every single year, they tell us that not only are we supposed to remember it, but we're supposed to memorialize it by doing that whole communion ritual and symbolically eating his flesh and drinking his blood, a symbolic act of cannibalism to cap off the high magic witchcraft spell that they put on him by hanging him on that tree. Even though the Roman emperor tried to not hang him on the tree, the Jews insisted on it. In the scriptures, Pilate said he could find no wrong in this man. Let me release him to you. They was like, no, no, no. You can take one of the robbers or the thieves or whatever. We want him. We want him unalive for sure. Mm-hmm. Enki is ENKI. Unique. Yeah. And honestly, what he's saying, Tesla's muse, is not entirely wrong, because I was watching something earlier today, and I think I will try. I might not. I'm gonna do another separate video. I'm gonna upload it. It was talking about. Hold on, I'm trying to catch up in the comments. It was talking about Yahweh, and truthfully, Yahweh, people, he did a lot of times, he played them kind of name games with people. He never did tell Abraham what his name was. That Yahweh means I am whatever I say I am. That's basically what his name means. Whoever or whatever I tell you I am, that's what I am. That's a flippant attitude anyway. How the hell you gonna ask somebody to follow you into the desert, go fight wars for you, go unalive people for you, go follow and worship you and only you, and you won't even give them their real name? That sounds like a con man to me. Why in the hell Abraham and Moses was dumb enough to follow him, I have no idea. I've been said that Abraham and Moses chose poorly, and the people that still keep rocking out with that monster just because Abraham and Moses chose it, they're not opening their mind and using their brain power. And what about indigenous people, Bradley Madash? We're all basically the same boat. There's no need for anybody to feel superior to another. That's why I said, in my opinion, the moment I find racism within any religion, I'm done, because there's no need for any. Racism ain't a real thing. That's something that's done to keep us fighting each other. And people that have actual intelligence know that. So religions that still embrace that stuff or allow their parishioners to embrace it, that's not the truth. If we all came here if we all got here as hybrids of the Anunnaki, that means we was all somewhere in trees dragging our knuckles on the ground before they lent their DNA to us. And whether they were Pleiadian, Arcturian, Zeta Reticularan, or wherever they came from, the fact that were a hominid that was here on Earth and had Anunnaki DNA spliced with us to slingshot evolution and create Homo sapiens sapiens. It does not matter one iota what color our skin is, or the texture of our hair, or how thick or thin our lips and our noses are. We are the same. The fact that we're intelligent enough to be having this conversation means we have Anunnaki blood in us. We are the same. Race is not a real thing. I mean, we have differences of variety, but racism, the idea of racism, is a social construct that was given to us to justify the second wave of slavery, primarily launched throughout Europe and the United States. Before then, slavery was about war. One land conquering another. Didn't matter the skin color. They didn't make racism a thing until they wanted to justify, because the lie they told when they brought black slaves into the United States is that we were not as intelligent, we were subpar. They continued that up into the 19th and 20th centuries, medically trying to claim that we don't feel pain and we don't this and we don't that. And people finally had enough sense to say, well, you know what? Maybe the Africans that you brought over were uncivilized, but you've had these people in your country for over 100 years now, and you're mixing your blood with them, and their children are able to read and write, and they're doing architecture and everything else. You can't say they're not intelligent anymore. And that's when they decided to create the idea that racism, the skin color, made us inferior. That's stupid. Wander, that's not entirely true. Demons do exist. They're not what you've been told they are in Christianity, but they absolutely do exist. There's all kinds of non-corporeal beings that are in here throughout the dimensions and stuff. You think them people would be getting all scratched the hell up and tossed around and all that? You think they're imagining all that? That level of ignorance gonna wind up with you under attack if you ain't careful. They did Ryan teach me business. They did curse him. Now, whether the curse is actually going to take or not, no. But they attempt to keep a blood ritual curse over that man from now until all time. Because here's the thing: Christianity tells you that Jesus fulfilled the law, and we don't have to do the Passover no more. He instituted something new and all of that. If you go back and read those accounts, Jesus was keeping the Passover meal, and if you go all the way back to where Yahweh laid down the Mosaic law, he told them that they were to keep the Passover from now until the end of time. So even if a so-called Gentile wanted to worship Yahweh, that we outsiders were able to come in and become spiritual Jews and worship Yahweh, but they had to keep all the same commandments that a born Jew would keep. So the very fact that Christianity decided that they no longer had to keep the law, they no longer had to keep the Sabbath, they moved the Sabbath to Sunday, they don't keep the Sabbath month, they don't keep the Sabbath week, and they certainly don't keep the Jubilee year, and they no longer keep the Passover, they are automatically displeasing Jehovah. That part. Paul, the Antichrist, is the one that came in and released everybody from doing that. But the last thing Yeshua did before they nailed him to that tree was keeping the Passover meal. Jesus LeBlanc, you about to be out of here, period. Every time you keep coming back in here, but you always coming back in here with some crazy contentious information. And I don't have to allow that, I really don't. They're not tortured souls. Demons and angels are powerful Anunnaki beings that are messengers. The word angel simply means messenger, and a demon would be a negatively focused angel or entity that's on the side of darkness. Everything light got dark, got one of it too. So if Lord Enki is out here trying to help elevate humanity, and Lord Enlil is out here trying to keep us stuck, them demons and stuff, they serve Yahweh. They do. And if you decided to fool yourself into thinking that they're not real, you're going to seriously limit yourself and might find yourself under demonic attack. The Bible tells us we war not against flesh and blood, but against powers and principalities. Go look those up. Those are real energetic entities. Those not just wounded souls. Don't fluff it down to your own detriment, honey. And if you try to love a demon, you're going to wind up under demonic attack and hurting. Jesus LeBlanc. Don't fool yourself or nobody else into their own detriment. Demons are real. They're extremely powerful beings. And they do need love and healing, but not from us. You ain't in no ways powerful enough to wrestle with or rehabilitate a demon. Moses and Abraham Snyder, they worship Yahweh. They did. They chose that. Remember that scripture where Joshua and Caleb said, choose this day whom you'll serve. As for me and my household, we'll serve Yahweh. They literally had a decision to make because the nation of Israel was not worshiping Yahweh at that time. They had been worshiping Marduk. They were a henotheistic society. They were not monotheistic. They knew there was plenty of Elohim around. Nana was still around. Ninurta was still around. Enki was still around. It was a whole bunch of other Elohim still around. They chose to worship Yahweh because Yahweh lied to them and made them a whole bunch of promises he never fulfilled. How does one break free from false teachings? That's what I'm here trying to do right now, Iron Butterfly. I've been reading the Bible since I was 3 years old. On the end of a belt, I was steeped in Christianity, neck deep, eyeball deep in Christianity. So I read the Bible till I was sick of reading the Bible, and I was not feeling connection with what I felt, what I read in the Bible of who and what Yahweh was versus what they was telling me who and what Yahweh was. So I stepped away from it for a minute. But in my search, I became increasingly more spiritual, and I spent a lot of time in meditation and began to become clairaudiently linked. I literally asked, when I understood that my clairaudience was kicking in, I did several meditations and chakra cleansing and all of that. And I asked if any of the ascended masters were willing to work with me, if they would make themselves known to me. And immediately Yeshua and Saint Germain and Thoth made themselves known to me. And then they started pointing me in the direction of certain texts and things to look into. And I just followed my intuition the way they were guiding me and continue to read and study and until I was able to start connecting the dots. I had to go back into the Bible, but I was able to read the Bible from a different vantage point once I actually got some of those keys in my hands, so to speak, to unlock the real meaning of the Bible. I didn't study genetics nowhere. I didn't need to study genetics. I just need to be able to read the book about the primary geneticist that came here, Corey Woodrow. He tells us all about how humans were made in the Lost Book of Enki. So I didn't have to study genetics in order for me to understand how to read English. The book was translated into English and a whole bunch of other languages too. If you don't believe it, then keep scrolling, Ryan. I'm not here trying to convince nobody that ain't ready to hear. It's a whole lot of people on this planet that will never be able to hear what I'm saying. Yeshua came here and constantly they had the master himself right there amongst them, teaching them every single day the same things that I'm saying, and they didn't believe him neither. So the fact that you don't believe it, that don't bother me at all, bro. If you don't like what we're saying, keep scrolling. If you do like it, or you question it and want to listen, you're welcome to stay. But I'm not finna argue with nobody that ain't ready to hear what I got to say. Jesus, I'm trying to tell you, you're not gonna do yourself no favor with trying to teach demons nothing. They've been around for hundreds of thousands of years, bro. You ain't gonna teach them nothing that they don't know. Leave that to bigger folks than us. If you dabble with demons, you're going to come out the loser. And the fact that you're still wanting to cling to that notion kind of lets me know they done already got you in their camp. But okay, you do you, boo. Hey, Shawty. I ain't just not seeing you. Yup, welcome. And you're absolutely correct, Shawty. His other name was Enki. His name was Ea of the Abzu. He is known as the Lord of the Waters. He shows up as Poseidon, Olokun, Shiva, and Loki are some of the names. He's had other names too, but yeah. Why do I need to look? Who are you talking to, Ryan? I don't need to look up the Barbary slave trade. That's one of the reasons I know racism ain't real, because white folks been slaves on this planet too. But it's white folks that sold us the idea that black people are inferior, or the idea that minority means less than based on skin color. They've literally got everybody in America believing that all minorities are less than, when the truth of the matter is the real minority on this planet is white folks, if you want to be honest about it, because it's all other more melanated people and then white people. Think about that. They took a geographic or demographic breakdown of the United States and tried to lay it over the whole planet, and that's a lie. It's 1.5 billion people in Africa. It's 1 billion people in China. It's 1 billion people in India. It's billions and billions of melanated people all around this globe, and then you got America and Europe for white folks, and Russia, who's the minority. But they tricked people into mentally believing that minority had something to do with skin color. They created racism as a construct. It's stupid. It is a tool to divide, Ghost. That's why I don't pay no attention to it. I'm not a Black Panther fanatic, but okay. Jesus, the point is, and again, if he keeps arguing, y'all, just make him invisible. The point is, Jesus, you would be better served to work out your own salvation than worrying about trying how to reform a demon. You're not going to win that battle. And the fact that you're sitting here wasting our time and your own intelligence trying to figure out how to corrupt them back to the light side, they don't want to go to the light side, and they're not going to. The last book of the Bible, Revelations, says that Satan and his cohorts are going to be destroyed at the end of Armageddon. That's the final skirmish in the Anunnaki wars. They are Anunnakis. Even Enoch in the book of Enoch, one of the realms he was taken to was basically a prison or punishment realm for those of the aeons and the watchers who have been corrupting humanity. So you busy putting yourself in a position to try to do quote unquote God's work now because you so busy focused on the wrong shit. You ain't gonna correct them. Correct yourself, police yourself. We can't figure out how to feed our own children and not fight wars and not have people starving on this country. How in the world are you going to be worried about how to sway a demon back to the light when they have no intention of going to the light? They literally defied their father on another planet to teach the dark arts to humans for the purpose of deliberately corrupting us. Who the hell are you to think that you're going to reform that, bro? Respectfully, disrespectfully. It's not our place. And the fact that you're so dead set to think that you got enough juice to correct a demon, you're running yourself off the rails and everybody else. That's why I say if you continue on that vein, your comments are just going to be removed because it's not helpful to the conversation at all. Linda Dela Cruz, I have no idea what you're saying in here. I don't speak that language. William Worley, my life will be amazing if you let it. You just said that several times, but it's not as amazing as it needs to be right now. We're in the middle of a dumpster fire, but yeah. Life without religion would certainly, well, yeah. Now, life without spirituality would be horrible, Snyder, but life without religion would be better. Think about the world we would live in if everybody was Taoist, Buddhist, Jainist, or to some degree, even Hindu. Send love to humanity. Those are the ones who could use it. Love your brother, man. We still up here talking about racism and you worried about loving demons. They don't love you. Why would you waste your love on somebody that don't love you? They want all of us dead. Yahweh literally wanted the whole planet of us to drown in the flood. So there's no point in wanting to send more love to no darn demons. Love your brothers and sisters. Get this right first. That's the thing that gets me with a lot of folks. They want to stomp their foot like petulant children. They want to know who created the Anunnaki, who created this, who created that. Like they're literally stamping their foot like a Karen. I demand to see the manager. Who was we to demand anything? We ain't even made real contact with the ones who made us, and we demanding to go all the way over their head and speak to the manager. How petulant, how extremely arrogant in our ignorance. I don't know what your medical issue is, and I'm not playing that game, Charles Mandeli. If you wish to have first off, I can't speak on anybody's medical issues. I'm a tarot reader. I'm not a doctor. You finna have me fined and everything else. That's illegal for me to try to talk about your medical issues. So you're going to have to take that somewhere else, bro. Hey, 10 Star Light 01. Hey, Susan McDonough. No, when bad people die, they just die, Snyder. They don't become Satan. Satan is a non-corporeal being from off this planet. Humans are not. Hey, Frixel. And it may be. It may be. I'm not, Frixel, I'm not arguing the authenticity of any of the ancient scrolls. I said that the way they cherry picked the information out through those scrolls and the way they organized the scrolls was to create a specific agenda. They don't tell us the whole truth. They put those things together. For example, let me look here. Just to give you a real prime example, it's kind of short and sweet. We were looking in Genesis chapter 5 the other day, and this is no doctrinal anything. It's just an observation that I was able to make. Okay, the lost book of Enki. Hold on, where is that? The lost book of Enki is arguably that, well, according to this book was written about 440,000 years ago. The biblical texts go back about 6,000 years. But when you read Genesis chapter 5, all of the names that show up in Genesis chapter 5 also show up in the lost book of Enki. Okay? So obviously the timeline that they're giving us in the scriptures is already off right there. But one thing I did notice when I started reading these, because Genesis is talking about, hey, Susan McDonough, hold on, let me catch up. Big Steaming John, you can try. If it ain't too far off base, we'll talk about it. Hold on, I'm gonna read down a little bit and try to. You said of a straight Jesus, Big Steaming John? I don't know what you're talking about. First off, Mary Magdalene was his wife. So I don't know what you're talking about, Jesus being straight or not, but okay. I don't think he was gay. I think he was very much, they even in the, I think it's the Gospel of Mary Magdalene or whatever, they said that he used to kiss her on the mouth. And it's very likely that his, first off, that's a really ugly assumption, Big Steaming John, because it's actually, if you look at the timeline, it's very likely that many of his disciples were teenagers. He wasn't out there messing with no children. I'm trying to see what Phrygia said it was supposed to be clear. Joshua Jacobs, that's absolutely what I'm saying. He's a little g God. He's not, Yahweh is not a God with a big G. He's a little g Anunnaki being that told everybody he was a God. He is not God. Frixel, yeah, the Gnostics. But the Gnostic stuff gets difficult too. What I'm trying to teach people is way easier than trying to dig through a lot of Gnostic stuff. I have been through some of the Gnostic information, and we will go through more on this channel, but it gets a little convoluted and difficult to understand as well. And again, even if he were gay, what difference does that make? That's a Christian judgment. That has nothing to do with what he was teaching and who he was. Did you know that the Anunnaki made it and had children with their own brothers and sisters? So their way of doing things, sexuality don't mean what we've been told to mean, make it mean. Christians and Muslims judge homosexuality harshly. The Anunnaki don't. But it does still, there's more information that leads to the notion that he was more likely romantically involved with Mary Magdalene than other men, though. And he had children too, because he didn't die during all of that. Some say he lived to be 48 years old, some say he lived to be 80, but he did have children. He does still have a bloodline that's alive on this planet to this day. You ain't solely into teaching of him, because among Buddhists, which likely Yeshua was more Buddhist than Christian or Jewish or any of that, there's no shame or stigma to homosexuality. I'm just saying it's more likely that he was with Mary Magdalene. I don't prefer neither one of them, gentle gnome. If I had to choose one, it'd be the Old Testament, because at least that's the truth. 90% of the New Testament was written by the Apostle Paul, who, in my opinion, is the Antichrist. Yep, Thoth is Yaldabaoth. No, Thoth is not Yaldabaoth. Yahweh is Yaldabaoth. And Marduk is his nephew. He is not Christ. No. Zach, you are completely confused, honey. I'm so sorry. Yaldabaoth, the dragon, is Yahweh, Jehovah. And Marduk is Ra, his nephew, Enki's son. Thoth, Enki is Lord Shiva, Iron Butterfly. They're not. They're the same God, Meg Yan. It's the lie that humanity has been. They spun the story. They literally unalive this beautiful prophet, teacher, son of Lord Enki, or certainly a servant of Lord Enki if he wasn't his actual son. But according to the scriptures, he spoke twice from the heavens from behind the cloud. Yahweh ain't the only one that could show up with the cloud and the flame and the burning bush and all the rest of that. At his baptism, Enki spoke and said, "This is my son, the beloved, whom I have approved. Listen to him." At his transfiguration, Enki spoke from the cloud and said, "This is my son, the beloved, whom I have approved. Follow him." So, yeah, he is very likely that he was Enki's son, or certainly Enki's prophet, and they unalived him because he came right down in the middle of the Jews and said, "Yo, I know y'all mean well, but I'm here to tell you the Elohim you're worshiping is not what you think he is. He's a liar, he's a manslayer, he's the devil. You worshiping your father, the devil." He said that directly in John chapter 8, and they hated him so much that they was trying to kill him from day one when he got back in Jerusalem. And he was in Jerusalem ducking and dodging. They wanted to stone him several times. It's mentioned in the book. And finally, they got so mad when he braided a whip and ran the money changers up out the temple that they delivered him up to the Romans. And they didn't want to get their hands dirty unaliving him themselves, so they got the Romans to do it for them. And then 300 years after they supposedly did that, the Romans used him as a mascot and knit him in the middle of their Yahweh propaganda story to perpetuate. They flipped Yahweh, converted him into Jehovah, and pushed this out into the rest of the world by way of the Holy Wars. They unalived 80 million people to install this around the planet. That's why y'all worship Yahweh to this day. Anointed, I do believe Armageddon is near. I just don't believe it's what Christianity tells us it is. But I believe it's very near. And the reason I believe it, hold on. Zach Butler, again, I really believe that you are seriously, sadly mistaken, bro. But okay. I'm trying to get caught up. Someone asked, wait a minute, hold on. No, they didn't, Ryan Weaver. The reason a third of the angels was banished to hell is because they followed Yahweh, Satan, the devil. Those who follow him will be destroyed right along with him. Christianity have us afraid of hell as humans, but in Revelation, it don't never tell us that humans will go into hell. It says that Satan, the dragon, went to hell. Death and Hades went there. Those who followed him, yeah, it will be some humans, because they're humans, because some of them insistent. You see how doggedly they clinging to him even now. Honestly, if Zach keep on, just time him out for a little bit, because he gonna be creating confusion up in here, and we can't have that. I don't want to silence somebody that's sincere. I believe he's sincere, but he just loud and wrong. I'm trying to get caught up with the questions here. Cameron Brown, you on your way out of here too. Say one more disrespectful thing. Glam G, he did write a bunch of rubbish. If you think about what the New Testament is, all of those Acts, Romans, Galatians, Ephesians, Philippians, Thessalonians, those are congregations of people who had been following Yeshua. It starts out to the congregation at Ephesus, right? To the congregation at Thessalonica, right? And in those, he's basically introducing himself to the congregations. He starts out in Acts of the Apostles. He starts out with a bald-faced lie. He tells them that he met up with Yeshua on the road to Damascus and had this beautiful revelatory moment where he was converted into an apostle. That's a bald-faced lie. He never met Yeshua. There's no evidence whatsoever anywhere other than the lie he put down there in Romans that he met Yeshua. And up until that point, he had been a bitter persecutor of the Jews. He hated everything Yeshua stood for. But then all of a sudden, 150 years after Yeshua's so-called death, now all of a sudden, he's so in love with Yeshua, and Yeshua appointed him as an apostle and blah, blah, blah. And everything that he say, and half of the stuff he say in there flies directly against what Yeshua was saying. He basically be telling all of those congregations they ain't shit, they've been getting it wrong, and this is what they got to do. And some of it's so very judgmental. It's more like laying down church politics is what he's doing in there, and basically giving them the new playbook of how they're going to move forward now that he's the big D in charge. Self-appointed apostle. Jojo Godwin, humans don't need to be marrying their cousins. You're going to wind up with somebody with serious mental disorders and physical ailments and all of that. The Anunnaki bred very close to each other. Human beings, it doesn't work very well with us. If we breed any closer than a third cousin, we're liable to have children with cognitive disabilities as well as physical abnormalities. So please, look for somewhere else. You can't find a partner outside of the family reunion. Ill. Rose. Hey, Sade. And welcome sincerely, Sade. Glad to have you here. The new age is here, Dip for Chips. Charles Mandalay, didn't I tell you before it's against the law for me to try to diagnose you? I'm not a doctor. It seems like you got more of a mental problem than a medical one, bro. If you having that big of a problem, put the phone down and go somewhere and call a medical hotline. I'm a tarot reader and a spiritual teacher. I am not a doctor, so I cannot diagnose your medical problem, Charles Mandalay. Dips for Chips, the new age. We've been in the so-called new, ain't nothing really new about the new age except the age of Aquarius, and we are in it. Hey, call me Miss Yates. How are you? I'm good. I'm good. We are in the age of Aquarius. Everybody is Miss Blades, and if you got something to say, go get your own channel and do whatever it is that you want to do, because everybody is all self-appointed. And so what? Sadhguru is self-appointed. TD Jakes is self-appointed. Now, so you say that to say what? I don't follow any religion. I turn my worship gene off. And who cares if I'm black? Now, what that mean, Ryan? We don't do the racist stuff here. You'll get gone quick. He done asked me about 4 or 5 times, Anointed, what his medical problem is. He wants me to play psychic guru on him. And I've told him, I'm not a psychic, I'm a tarot reader. There is a difference. And even if I were, it is literally against the law in the United States for me to be speaking, trying to diagnose anybody medically without a medical license. Ryan, what are you talking about? And first off, you don't know your colors very well if you think I'm black. Black is a term that white people gave indigenous, autochthonous, Afrocentric beings in the United States a few years ago. Every 10 or 20 years ago, they changed us. We was Negroes, and then we was colored, and then we was black, and then we was African American, and we're not any of those things. We're brown. You don't know your colors, boo? Yes, Billy Joe, I'm not religious, but I am spiritual. That is being racist, Ryan, because ain't nobody in here talking about race and skin color but you. You're the only one that's talking about skin color. And I even said when white people bring up the notion of race, that was done to promote an agenda while they were still trying to excuse away slavery. But at the end of the day, white people are black too. White people are just a lesser melanated version of African people. Everybody came off the African continent. Every single person came. You're not black. There ain't but a handful of actually black people on this planet. Very few people are actually black. When the skin gets that dark, they turn blue or green before they get black. But at the end of the day, white people are just, like I said, they just have uh, recessive traits. That's all. That's one of the reasons we stay stuck in the court system, because we've been allowed ourselves to be classified under terms that have no actual legal meaning under maritime law. In case y'all didn't know. Exactly, Dips for Chips. His demons is irritated. But we passed that. That's why I say I ain't got time, energy, or patience for people that's so ignorant. If they're adults and still stuck on something, because honestly, the skin is what, 3 millimeters thick. If you peel this off, you'd be hard pressed to tell what race any of us are. There are kinky haired white people and smooth haired black people. There are Asians with big lips and or big noses, and white folks with thin. Every all There's only so much you can do with eyes, nose, and mouth. And at the end of the day, like I said, we every single one of us originated off the African continent, according to the most ancient of texts here. Okay, Miss Yates, cool. Glam G Love, what you talking about? Yeah, Yahweh. Unfortunately, Yahweh ain't give us nothing. Lord Enki gave it to us. I have to, yeah, I have to speak up for my progenitor when I get an opportunity. Yahweh hated humans so bad he thought we were animals and we're supposed to be nothing but slaves. He was mad as hell when we survived the flood, and he did not interbreed or mate with or lend his DNA in any way, shape, or form with humans. Nowhere that I've been able to read about in the ancient text yet. And we've been to some of the Babylonian texts. And in the Babylonian text, he wanted to kill us all. In the Sumerian text, he wanted to kill us all. In the Anunnaki text, he wanted to kill us all. He's always hated humanity. He's not lent anything to us except give him that 10%, worship him, bring us the animals and all, because he like his animal sacrifice and his barbecue and all of that other good stuff. Again, he either lied to people and promised them a whole lot of stuff that he really doesn't really deliver on, so that he could secure worship from them. But he don't care nothing about humanity. It's Lord Enki that was trying to help us. You said defamation laws. Honestly, we don't really need any stronger. We got more laws now than we can shake a stick at, gentle gnome. What we need is for mass consciousness. There's or not critical mass. In physics, there's a thing called critical mass. It kind of goes hand in hand with 100th monkey syndrome. And basically, they're saying when we reach a certain point, a certain number of people, a percentage of the population expands their consciousness to a certain point, then it will kind of pull the rest of them in by a ripple effect. And I think critical mass reaches it like 2.5% or something like that. It's got to be getting close because there's too many people talking about this stuff. But there's also a lot of people, the more they talk about it, hey, Christy Prince, they get stuck in still paying attention to the programming. That's what makes it so dangerous for real. It's hard to escape the programming when you still having to interact with the programming every day. And a lot of it is, it's not even have to, it's voluntary. It's a lot of people that want to be spiritual and they understand that. And I'm not saying they can't find it, but they don't understand the need to not watch television, to be careful what they watch and what they listen to and some of the music. And I used to listen, trust me, I used to love me some raunchy music and did all the rest of that stuff. Back in the day, I wasn't addicted to it, but I'd watch a little Corn and all kind of stuff that you really think doesn't matter that much, but it continues to desensitize you in such a way that you stay blind to the stuff that is seeping in through the cracks and the subliminal messages and all that stuff. Why do I wear a veil and a bindi if not religious? So I can protect my crown chakra and my soul star chakra and adorn my third eye and protect it because I choose to. I'm not a practicing Hindu, but Lord Shiva is one of my main guides. So, and guess what? I'm in America. I can do that because I want to. That's why Billy Joe. You said, what kind of upgrade will we have that's different from the frequency we're living in now, Cindy Gray? And I asked somebody earlier to think about this. The world we're living in right now is driven by the Abrahamic religions, Christianity, Judaism, Islam. And ever since those religions have been established on the planet, we literally have not had one day of solid peace everywhere in the world, nowhere in the world, since Christianity, Islam, and Judaism have been here approximately 2,600 years. Now, think about what you know of Judaism. I mean, not Judaism, scratch that. Think about what you know and understand about Buddhism, Jainism, Taoism, and perhaps Shinto. Think about that. If the entire planet, if 75% of the planet even was Buddhist, do you really think we'd be having the poverty and the war and all the stuff we got going on right now? We would not. Buddhism is not a religion, it's a philosophy, but it is more along, it's more in alignment with Enkiite type thoughts and philosophies than Enlilite. The Yahwistic religions create the disharmony we have here, whereas Enkiite philosophies would not. And truthfully, according to Revelation, I believe, and I'm going to read that part because people need to understand where I'm getting at, why I feel this way. Hold on. You said the attacks began when you started studying Ayurveda and Chinese. Yeah, because you know what that means, Iron Butterfly? That means you're called for something great. And the powers that were don't like it. They don't like you waking up and extracting yourself out of the matrix. But you keep doing you because you on the right path. Don't let them stop you. Lalena Phil, whatever, Lanolin Flail, you on your way out too. Thank you, Valerie. Appreciate you. The reason I say that, I honestly, somebody asked if I felt like Armageddon was coming soon. Now and here's the thing. When you sit up in church, they get so caught up in all the symbolism and there's a lot of scary stuff that happens in Revelation, and there's a lot of stuff that's, they want to figure out who was Medo-Persia and who was the Roman Empire and all of the fall of the empires and all of that. And I'm not saying there's no value in that. I'm not. Of course, I think he exists, Cindy Gray. I just think he's a false god that's going to be destroyed. He's literally hoodwinked and bamboozled most of the world into following a lie. Christians are very sincere-hearted people and very sincere-minded people, and they're absolutely worshiping the devil, and they don't even know it. Jews are very sincere people, very good. I'm not saying that they're evil people. They're very sincere people, but they're worshiping the devil, and they don't even know it. Same thing with Muslims, super sincere, very devout people, and they worshiping the devil and they don't even know it. That's the point Yeshua was trying to make. And humanity, unless or until they wake up and see that, we're going to look at this, and then I'm going to read part of the Emerald Tablets too, so you can understand. Not religion per se. Like I said, I believe in the story of what happened here. I don't have to be involved in any of the pomp and ceremony and the idolatry and the all of the ritualism of religion for me to read these ancient texts and understand. See, the thing is, when they teach us this stuff in school, they turn around and tell us it's mythology. But even as a child, I bucked at that. I'm like, wait a minute, wait. Why is it that Christianity is real and everything else is mythology? Ain't nobody think about that, huh? The demigods, honey, are just the sons of the gods. The gods are not what you think they are. They're not Sky Daddy. They're the Anunnaki who came here on the spaceship. And as they started having children here, their children were the El Shaddai, the sons of the Elohim, or the demigods. That part. So I can read these texts and get the information out of them, but once I understand what I'm looking at, this is a story of two Anunnaki brothers who came here and dared to play God, and this text were compiled in such a way to create a narrative, to form a religion that is not a real religion. It's just the latest iteration of Yahweh worship. I mean, it is a real religion, but it's not the truth. It's Yahweh worship remixed. That's all. But let's go back here to John, to Revelation. And you have to remember, Revelation is it was a vision that was given to John by Yeshua, according to this. Now, whether they put it in here for effect or whether John actually received this vision, we don't know. But even under Luciferian law, they have to tell you the truth, even if they hide it in plain sight. That absolves them of karma. Understood, Billy Joe. You can be, and again, when I speak as harshly as I do on the religions, I'm not speaking directly to any human because I understand turning off the worship gene is not an easy process. It's not an instant process. People feel guilty. They scared they're going to go to hell. They scared they're going to displease God because they can't absorb and understand what I'm saying because of the programming. Most of us have a very hardwired program. We spend our first 7 years of our lives, our brains are operating mostly in theta, which is a pre-hypnotic state. It is a programming state. That's why they sit us and plunk our little booties down in the temple or the masjid or the congregation or wherever it is, and they start indoctrinating us with these religious programs very early in life. And most people have a very difficult time breaking the programming. So I'm not speaking directly to offend anyone, but by the same turn, my guide Yeshua didn't cut words with what he said, and I can't either. Skibbity, what about a tooth gap? Do you realize probably about a third of the people on the planet have a gap in their teeth? What are you talking about? Where do we go when we die? We step out of this physical avatar and our consciousness is still around. Plenty of folks have been able to connect with the consciousness through the other side, unless or until we come back through and get in another avatar, and then do it again. If you keep trying to quote the Bible to get to the truth, you're going to stay lost, TT. I'm trying to tell you, this is a manufactured thing to keep you stuck. So you said God says the truth is the word and the word is the Bible. God spoke the word to his prophets. But who is God? That's the part most Christians don't understand. That word God don't mean what you think it means, boo. It was translated from Elohim, which simply means powerful ones. It's referring to the Anunnaki. Just finished watching an interview today with, and I'm going to do a shorter video and put it on the channel, but it was an interview that Jordan Maxwell did. He interviewed Zechariah Sitchin before Sitchin passed away. It was at some conference in 1997 that they did, and he was putting some clarity on Yahweh and several other things. He was asking very pointed questions, but I'm trying to tell you, the Bible has been intentionally mistranslated to create a narrative to try to make these ancient texts mean what they do not mean, to deliberately keep us mentally stuck. Hey, Diamond Jimmy. Hey, Jory's Game Bites. Is all of that. Yeah, all of y'all. Oops, sorry. Okay, well, John, if you're willing to accept, we're gonna go right here because I don't want to get too lost out from where I was going. If you're willing to accept that John received the revelation, that's a good place to start. Now, I'm not gonna wade through all of the four horsemen into this and that because there's a lot of symbology in there that gets people stuck. But here, just keep doing what you're doing, Yolanda. Keep learning and growing and opening your mind. And in meditation, ask your guides for clarity. They'll lead you to certain ideas and concepts in meditation, and then you'll be led to information online or an article or a video or a documentary or a book or something that will confirm what you've been shown in meditation. And then you can do further research back and forth until you're comfortable with it. That's all. There's no one program one book that's going to deprogram you. Although I would recommend starting with the Lost Book of Enki for real. And again, I do a reading of it here on the channel. There's a video version if you want to watch the semi-animated version. Astral Legends TV does a wonderful rendition of it. There's a very abbreviated version on Ancient Astronaut Archive, I believe. Or is it? No, Anunnaki Ancient Mystery. But the Lost Book of Enki is a wonderful place to start because truthfully, that was why he had his scribe Undupsar write that book. He said that he knew that what was going on with humanity was getting way out of hand and it was not going well. And he wrote it and hid it away so that in future centuries, one of the chosen ones would find it and be able to translate it and be able to set the record straight to help humanity awaken. So in my opinion, the Lost Book of Enki is a wonderful place to start. If you really, really have read the Bible thoroughly and understand, like really understand the Bible from the Christian perspective, read the Lost Book of Enki and then read the Emerald Tablets of Thoth alongside like the Gospel of John, Genesis, maybe into Exodus a little bit, and then Revelation. And if that don't help you turn off your worship gene, I don't know what to tell you. Cindy Gray, yeah, honey, I'm telling you, I went down the rabbit hole and I was in conspiracy stuff for a while, but I got down this particular spiritual rabbit hole because Yeshua led me here. This was not something that I had planned on doing. I'm not doing this for kicks because, again, you see the hell these people give me. They come in here and talk about me, talk about the gap in my teeth, talk about I'm fat, talk about all kind of stuff, and tell me I don't have no authority to say nothing. And I'm like, what do I need authority for? I'm in America. They ain't took freedom of speech yet, so I don't have to have no authority. I just have to have common sense to be able to read with comprehension and enough love for humanity to share what I'm learning. Thank you, Ryan. I appreciate you. Raw Justice. I actually read tarot. I thought I was gonna read for the group today, but I'm gonna get into some collective readings. My readings are more along the line of like star seeds, spirituality, that kind of stuff. Occasionally we see a little bit of karmic stuff, but I'm not one that there's plenty of other readers out there that's on the who was sleeping with who and who done did the spell work on who and fortunately that is not where my guides lead me. I get to read more for the chosen who are at a point in their awakening and ascension that they're looking deeper into the spiritual answers. They really have kind of put aside a lot of their karmic relationship stuff like that. Yeah. Michelle Davis, I'm trying to figure out how I'm scamming anybody and I ain't asked nobody for a dime. Have I? How can I scam anybody and I haven't asked them for anything? Anybody that wishes to donate to my channel is certainly free to. I have a donation link, but I ain't asked nobody for nothing. So how you gonna declare somebody a scammer when I'm giving of my time and my energy and have spent hundreds of dollars buying books to read them and share with people? You scamming my time, Michelle Davis. That's what you doing because you up putting up a whole lot of whatever without giving anything in return but your negativity. Yes, Yolanda, The Lost Book of Enki by Zechariah Sitchin. And we're going to get into the 12th planet starting tomorrow. That is the first of the Earth Chronicles series. There's like 9 books in that series. And then there's like another, all in all, I got about 14 books by Zechariah Sitchin that we're going to kind of go through the Cliff Notes version, if you will, of it. And then after that, we're going to go into the Eden series by Paul Wallace. And maybe go back into the Egyptian Book of the Dead. I don't know. Sticks and Stones, you can get up out of here with your nonsense too. You got the biggest crush on Billy Carson? I love him, but I ain't got no crush. So $5 for what, Blue Eyes? Certainly not for a reading. You ain't gonna disrespect me like that. If you want to buy me a coffee, you certainly can. But if you actually want to pay a reading, I'm gonna need a little bit more than that. The first book, like I say, if you actually have a good working knowledge of the Bible, I would recommend The Lost Book of Enki first. And then once you've read that, read it and kind of keep your Bible next to you as you're reading it, because it's going to call to mind certain things you're going to want to look up as you're reading this. This doesn't contradict this. This gives a broader context to this. And once you're reading this, go in and read the Gospel of John out of here and Genesis out of here and the front part of Revelation and the last few chapters of Revelation, and it'll blow your mind. It really will. Girl, Billy Carson, Miss Carson gonna get you. He married, I can't think of her name, but yeah, they got married. Beautiful couple. But she gonna get you by her man. Thank you for my man. Let me get back to what I was saying. In Revelation, though, once you get past the 4 horsemen and the blood running in the street and all the rest of that stuff, and I'm not saying none of that's not valuable, but you can get lost in the symbology. You're welcome, Karen. No, honey, if YouTube is recommending this stuff to you, they just got married and they done divorced already. Oh, Lord, that's sad. That's really sad. But you know what? Billy is a little neurodivergent, and that's why somebody was saying they had the biggest crush on him. I love his teachings, but I know for a fact, just listening to him talk, he would work my last nerves. I couldn't live with him. I would love to meet him, but I know good and damn well I couldn't live with him. Amina, if you want a personal reading, you can email me at modernmysticmessages@gmail.com, and then we can go from there. But I'm not doing any free reading. I'm not really doing free readings anymore, period, other than general readings. But if you my rates are reasonable. But yeah, Raw Justice, he's extremely handsome and he knows so much. I'm a bit of a sapiophile, so yeah, he hotter than a tin roof on an August noonday. He is hot. But he's also very neurodivergent, and he know what he know. But the way he presents things and the way he teaches, I know for a fact that he would work my last nerve. We would not be compatible romantically, and I'm just honest enough to admit that. And we're close to the same age too. I'm not that I'm saying I'm his type, because I see what his wife looked like, but the fact that they were so in love and it was so amazing and all of that, and they ain't been married a hot 2 years and they divorced. I'm trying to tell you something, all right? Yeah, that is my email there. If you want to email me, Amina, a 15-minute reading is $22.22. 30-minute reading is $33.33. If you want an all-in, it's 45 to 60 minutes. It's $44.44. The Buy Me a Coffee link is on my About page. You would go to the Buy Me a Coffee link, donate the amount that you want to cover for the reading, and then email me that you made the donation. And once I see it and your donation clears and Buy Me a Coffee, your reading will be to you by unlisted link in your email within 72 hours or so. Let me get back. You got me all discombobulated thinking about Billy Carson, because again, like I said, he's so intelligent. He is hot. He really is. I ain't gonna lie. And I'd say it in his face, but I know who I am and I know my lane, you know? Hi, Ross Trent, I guess. I'm not sure who Ross Trent is, but okay, Nuclear Blue and Ross Trent. You said Enlil just need coffee to relax his nerves. Enlil need to stay up off my channel. That's what he need to do. Okay. You said so you might have a chance. You never know, Unique. You might. You might be his flavor. I'm pretty sure I'm not. So besides, he's pretty hot, but my baby is pretty hot too. He got my boo got an 8-pack and he's young enough to hold on to it for a whole lot longer than, you know. Anyway, let me move on. Y'all got me thinking about the wrong thing right now. Whew. Anywho, look at her, Raw Justice. Look at here. We ain't gonna turn this into the Billy Carson show. We gonna get reported. No, but part of the reason I believe Armageddon is imminent. I mean, ever since I was a little girl, they've been talking about how we living in the last days, especially with the religion that I was a part of. They talk about living in the last days. But when you look at um the signs of the times, if you will, because in Revelation it talks about all the earthquakes and the pestilences and the wars that will be happening and the food shortages and the violence and the all of those things that will be happening. And are they not at a fever pitch now? But here's the part that gets me. Chapter 20, it says, Then I saw an angel coming down from heaven, holding in his hand the key to the bottomless pit and a great chain. And he seized the dragon, that ancient serpent who is the devil and Satan, and bound him for 1,000 years and threw him into the pit and shut it and sealed it over him, so that he might not deceive the nations any longer until the 1,000 years were ended. After that, he must be released for a little while. Now, people can speculate over this, and again, I don't think any of us have any way of knowing, because the scriptures tell us directly no one knows the day or the hour, not even the Son, but only the Father. However, if you look at history and the things that are going on and go back a little bit, from about 900, give or take, about 600 AD or so, give or take, to about 1500 AD, give or take, it was super quiet on this planet religiously, with the arts, the sciences, the war, politically. It was super quiet. They called it the Dark Ages back then. Okay. And then around 1500, we had what they tell us in our history classes with the Renaissance period. Ooh. And what happened in the Renaissance period? The political activation started. A lot of the politics on the planet started ramping up again. Wars started ramping up again. Christianity started ramping up again. Thank you, Karen Willis. Appreciate you. And I hope you get good content here. And then around 1500, the Gutenberg Bible was printed. And then the King James came along right after that. Before then, nobody on this planet had this book in this form. Nobody. Before the 1500s, anybody that was caught with any of these sacred texts, if they were not high clergy, like priests or higher, if you got caught with one of these texts, you would be imprisoned or unalived. Before 1500, that's only 500 years ago. And then 500 years ago, all of a sudden, there's activity everywhere. But again, we're starting to have more wars popping up and skirmishes and all of these things that were happening. And then it rocked on. We had the whole European thing and the slavery thing and a couple of Asian empires coming and going and all of that. And then around the 1800s, the Millerites said that Yeshua, they felt like he would be coming back in 1844. They were super specific about the year. But if you really look at what was happening on the planet, or especially in the United States in the mid 1800s, hi, nobody. Welcome in, welcome in. Around the mid, oh, hey, Niana. Welcome. And hey, Yolanda, welcome to you too. Around the mid-1800s, there was an influx of spiritual activity, especially throughout the United States. It was probably happening in other places in the world too, but when I was led to the documentaries and the this and that, I was led to look at what was happening in the United States at the time that I was making these observations. And now, early on in that period, or a bit earlier in 1830, Joseph Smith came out with his whole Mormon thing. But Joseph, of the modern religion, truthfully, in my opinion, Mormonism is the most skewed. They talking about how black folks are supposed to be a slave race, and if they go through all of that stuff that they do, all that Pollyanna goody service they do on this go round on Earth, is so that they can get a whole planet full of virgins on the other side. Who in their right mind would want an entire planet full of virgins? That's what happened when you repress sexuality on this end so much. They got them people believing that they're going to get an entire planet full of virgins when they go to heaven. And what about the women? So they just got to be satisfied with that little Billy Bob looking, one crazy looking little man? Millions of them got to share one man. Really? Really though. So that's a very skewed spiritual thought. However, there was an activity. Hey, Audrey Hunt, welcome in. There was an activity of spirituality. You could tell something was happening spiritually on the planet. And then the Millerites, they called it the Great Disappointment when Jesus didn't physically appear in 1844. But by 1875 or so, you start having all these little religions popping up. The Seventh-day Adventists came up, then the Jehovah's Witnesses came up, then the Christian Scientists came up, then the Unity Movement, Science of Mind, I said Christian Sciences, Jehovah's Witnesses. It was something else. There was about 50 or I do know what I'm talking about, Max Powers, and you about to get up out of here. That's what you about to do. Anyway, there you go. Appreciate you, Unique. I wish I could find a documentary. I watched the whole documentary with them talking about it was like 50 or 60 little religions that popped up in the United States between 1875 and about 1925. Some of them were so small and so odd in their beliefs and stuff that they literally bred or refused to breed themselves out of existence in one generation. But a few of them are still sticking around. I don't have to chill, because I don't have to put up with their nonsense. Yeah, you might want to retract that. I'm teaching here, and people that are just coming in to keep a bunch of nonsense going, I don't have to chill and I don't have to tolerate them. No, I'm not from Africa. But anyway, but whether you agree with any of those religions or not, something was happening on this planet that had not happened in almost 1,000 years. It had been super quiet. And even once the so-called Renaissance period ramped up, there was not that much spiritual activity of that type had never been seen. Not that they talked about in none of the history books and history classes I sat in. And then the opening of the East to the West happened. You start seeing Ayurveda and Chinese medicine and Reiki and yoga and Tai Chi, all of these Eastern practices that had literally been kept under lock and key, hidden away from Europeans and everybody else for thousands and thousands of years. And then all of a sudden, all this religious activity happens, and then the Inkyite teachings spill out of the East into the West. People, how many signs do you need to smack you in the head to see something is happening? People don't see what they're looking at. Wasn't nobody talking about yoga in the United States before the 1800s. They just weren't. You said, what, the transcendentalism? Which is from, yeah, all of that stuff. Rudolf Steiner was out doing his thing. Edgar Casey was doing his thing. Helena Blavatsky was out there doing her thing. Then you had the ones that were interacting with the ascended masters. Godfrey Ray King did the I Am discourses. Then we had Dr. Murdo McDonald Bain did Beyond the Himalayas and all of that. That it was a glut of information suddenly on the planet when everything had been quiet for over 1,000 years. Drizzy talking nonsense, trying to piss me off and get me upset, but I'm not, just ignoring him because he's just ignorant. They literally are simple-minded children. Ain't got nothing better to do with their life than to waste their own time. I wouldn't waste my time coming up in a live stream that I don't agree with. I just go find something I want to watch, you know? But when I saw those types of things happening, I know something is happening. And then in the 70s, we start seeing channeling happening. It started with the Seth material with what's her name? Roberts. I can't remember her first name, but yeah, Seth material. And then Theo was channeling, and then Abraham and Esther and Cryon, and on and on and on. There is an uptick of spiritual activity on this planet in the last 150 years, which would indicate to me that Yeshua really did come back. He just didn't come back physically. He's more effective in the non-physical anyway. They hated him so bad that they literally took his life while he was here physically. If he came back here physically again, think they wouldn't do it again? They would. Because he's not saying what they really want to kill him now because they done built this multi-billion-dollar empire to convince people that they are worshiping Jesus in the name of Christianity. And if he comes back and tells people, hell to the no, I'm not telling nobody to worship Yahweh. I said Yahweh is the devil and y'all need to stop worshiping him. They would take him out tomorrow, right? So he don't need to be here physically. He said that he would send his Holy Spirit as a teacher, as a helper to us. And he's being channeled through me and hundreds of other people that are coming out into the public space now saying those same things. Exactly. And they do. I'm dips for chips. Since I've been, I literally get, like I said, they attack my person, my weight, my spirituality, my intelligence, and everything else for me trying to say the same things that Yeshua is saying. And the reason I keep talking about it is because I still have enough of the knowledge of what I learned in Christianity to believe that there is a bit of a sense of urgency. In this book, they said that after the flood happened, that within 2 shars' time, before the end of 2 shars, there would be another cataclysm coming to earth. Okay? A shar is 3,600 years. So we know at least 1 shar has already happened. We're in the 2nd shar now. And Yeshua said in the scriptures, whether the apostles was real or whether they weren't, they gave the same almost exact rendition of their account of the Last Supper, in which supposedly Yeshua said, look for the man with the man with the cup of water. The bearer of the pitcher of water is Aquarius. Lord Enki is the quintessential Aquarius. Hold on. A shard is one of the honor. It's a year on Nibiru. Their years are called shars. It's SHAR, no D on it, Raw Justice. But that is how they measured their time in shars. And 1 shar is 3,600 Earth years. And yes, Lord Enki is the quintessential Aquarius. He on some racist mess. He about to get out of here. Don't worry about him. He'll be all right. As long as he just don't say nothing else, he'll be all right. And yes, the veil is thinning. The difference between Yeshua and Yahweh, Cindy Grace, Yeshua is the son of Enki. That's the one that they supposedly hung on the cross and did all of that stuff to. He was a beautiful prophet, most likely a Buddhist monk. He came here a couple thousand years ago, tried to tell the Jews that they was worshiping the wrong Elohim, and they unalived him for it. And every year they celebrate Easter and all that stuff and do all that blood sacrifice and ritual and reenactment around his death. Yahweh is the dude that he was trying to warn the Jews that they was worshiping the wrong God. They were worshiping Yahweh, and Yeshua came and told them they was worshiping the wrong God, and they got so mad till they unalived him for it. Yes, the water bearer is Enki, and he was pointing to the age of Aquarius. And we're in, and here's the thing: Moses was basically the keeper or the mascot, if you will, of the age of Taurus, and they were worshiping Moloch, so the bull symbology is still there as well in the age of Taurus. Each zodiacal age is about 2,600 years. Yeshua was the mascot or keeper, if you will, of the age of Pisces. That's one of the reasons they still put the fish on the back of their thing. They tell you it means something else. I'm telling you, that's a direct nod. Even though Christians want to poo-poo against astrology, the reason for that fish that we see is because Yeshua was a keeper of the age of Pisces. Jaleb, you're on your way out of here. I know what I'm talking about. Yahweh is not Yeshua's father. And he said in there, you do not know my father. You worship your father, the devil. Know what you talking about, Linda, before you come up in here. It said, look for the man with the pitcher of water. Go look at the gospel of Matthew, Mark, and Luke. They tell the same Last Supper story almost verbatim. And all three of them say that Yeshua supposedly told them to go to the gate, and the man with the pitcher of water would show them the way to the upper room where they could take the Last Supper. But that's also a pointing to the man with the pitcher of water is Aquarius. This is Yeshua was a mystic, and this is a mystic book. Just because y'all don't know, because you look at the Sunday school juvenile version y'all get sitting in church, don't mean this ain't a coded mystic book, because it is. They had people like Enoch and Elijah in here talking about a wheel within a wheel and all that stuff. This is a book full of mystic information. And again, if you pray to the Father with the understanding that you pray into Yahweh, you pray into a demon, a devil. Half moon, you on your way out. We don't spam up in here. If you do, you get gone. Good, Meg. I'm glad you're enjoying it and getting some information. You got to be more intentional with your prayers, Rod Justice. And here's the thing, and I'm going to tell y'all something else people don't understand. Anytime you pray to Jehovah or Yahweh and close that prayer in Jesus' name, that is literally double tapping Yahweh. Jesus is not a reference to Yeshua ben Nazariah or Yeshua HaMashiach. Jesus means Hail Zeus. Zeus was another one of Yahweh's names. The 72 emanations of, that. And then when you close that prayer by saying Amen, then that is a binding spell that redirects all prayers to Amun Ra. Go look it up if you don't believe me. No, Ra Justice, Amen. It is a redirect directly to Amun Ra, who was Marduk, who is Yahweh Enlil's nephew. They was both on demon time. They both hated humanity and both wanted exclusive worship. But they kind of ganged up together because if you think about it, Lenny, you on your way out of here because that's ignorant. That's real ignorant. Abraham, when he left Ur, his father was a scribe in the temple of Nanar-Sin. Nanar was another name for Ninurta, and later on he got meshed with Sin. It was the moon god or whatever, which basically went back to Marduk. It's all, again, once we get out of Genesis, Enki appears in Genesis with the let us make man in our image. After that, by the time Yahweh hooks up with Abraham, from then almost all the way through this book, I think a couple of other Elohim pop up here and there. You can tell from some of the schizophrenic temperamental changes of Yahweh. Sometimes he's kind of sort of nice, but most of the time he's nasty and vindictive through most of this book. By the time we get out of Genesis and Exodus, They're talking about multiple Elohim at that point, and then it becomes the Yahweh show, all the way up until Paul converts it into the Jehovah show, and then we don't see no more Elohim again other than Yahweh until Revelation. But I do believe, huh? I'm not sure if you did anything wrong. I didn't see anything wrong. Yep, the uncle and the nephew are together because it was basically, it became them against the other Elohim. The other Elohim have love for humanity, want to help us ascend, wanted to stop the whole worship thing. They were like, this done went too far, Yahweh. We need to cut this shit out and tell them the truth. And Yahweh said, we are never to tell them that we're not gods. They're gonna keep serving us and keep feeding us and keep taking care of us, on it, and you're not gonna say nothing. And Marduk and Yahweh paired up together. They both been exiled by their own people. That's one of the reasons Yahweh was out there lying to Abraham and Moses, trying to get him a people. He did not have a people anymore, and he did not have a land. He had been displaced because he had been exiled. And when he came out of exile, he had to get him a people because he liked barbecue, but he don't want to work for himself. I don't have no fear of Yah. Because I have Enki on my side. I don't need no fear of Yah, Travy. I'm trying to help people release their fear of Yah. They don't need to keep fearing Yah. I know where Dakar is, yeah. Exactly, Lindsay. It is how men in this country act because guess what? Like Paul Wallace said, worshiping a monster makes monsters out of us. 3/4 of the planet worships Yahweh in one form or another. And as a result, they've adopted Yahweh's nasty tendencies. They are violent, misogynistic, thoughtless, careless people who have very little love for humanity. They just don't. But let me get back here to Revelation because this is the part I really want people to see. If you can allow for the fact that Yahweh is or Satan the devil, but again, like I said, his first title when he got here was Satan of the Eden, and devil basically means manslayer. So it says that Satan was going to be bound for 1,000 years so that he could not deceive the nations any longer. And then once the 1,000 years were ended, he would be released for a little while. Now, we don't think 500 years is a little while because we only live about 100 years. But in the larger scheme of things, if you consider the fact that the Anunnaki wars have been going on for about 300,000 years on this planet, 500 years to the Anunnaki ain't but 5 minutes on the clock, okay? So yeah, Enki does not want our worship. He wants our cooperation. He does not want our. Mauricio, I'm teaching people so that they can find him. They don't have to be all that humble, all that bowing and scraping. That's some Yahweh shit. We don't do that here. No, it ain't. I'm not following. The original Jews was lost and wrong and ignorant as hell for following Yahweh. His actual name was Enlil. He is a dragon. His initial name, according to the Gnostics, is Yaldabaoth. He's a dragon. Satan the devil. That is Yahweh. And I don't follow him, Travy. I don't. So you don't have to correct me on how to worship Yahweh because I'm never going to worship Yahweh again. Ever. Now that I know better, you and no ignorant person like you can come in and make me worship Yahweh because I know better. Stay in your ignorance if you choose to, but I'm teaching what I've learned over here in this house. If you want to lead people to Yahweh and y'all can be destroyed at Revelation, go right ahead. That part. But not here, partner. Not here. Why did they create us? Because okay, real boss, and you look like a clown saying that in here. How about that? The reason that they created us, Cindy Gray, when they were on their home planet, it wasn't even their initial home planet. It was their new home because they were displaced by the Anunnaki wars. But the planet that they settled on, Nibiru, started having issues with their ozone layer for all intents and purposes. It probably wasn't actually ozone, but their atmospheric layer developed holes in it. And they were starting to have severe weather issues, volcanic eruptions and famine and drought and bad problems because of the holes in their Real boss, you ain't got nothing better to say? I don't care if I look like a villain to you. I'm not a villain, I'm a teacher. And if you want to say I look like, if I look anything Bollywood, I'll take that. That's fine. Again, Lisa, I understand a lot of people believe in Yahweh because they don't know any better. That's all. That they don't know. That's why I keep teaching. And the ones that want to hear and try to decide for themselves, that's why I keep speaking on these things. I just won't tolerate the ones that want to come in here and clown and spam the comments so bad that I can't get the real questions from people who actually are trying to learn. Now, let me see. It If 2027 is the end of 6,000 years, what happens then? Well, I'm going to try to get to it in a minute, honey. That's what I'm trying to get to. And I need to just ignore the rest of them. So let me go back here. So, to my understanding, they said that before the end of the second Shar, that there would be another cataclysm. The flood, they did not call, whatever. You can call whoever you want to, be kind child, but I suggest you be quiet child or you're going to get removed from here. And you too, TYP. That's all I can tell you. We're talking about pretty much what we talk about every day in one way or another, Liam King. But somebody had asked the question about why they created us. Their atmosphere had holes in it, and their scientists in their home planet had determined that if they were to get enough gold and pulverize the gold, they could launch it in their atmosphere and plug their atmospheric holes and save their planet. Now, according to their history and lore, they knew that Ea, which is what Earth was called before they got here, yeah, and Ea, they call Enki Ea too, because he was supposed to be the first command of Earth, but Enlil got it. That's later on in the story. We're talking about before they ever got to Earth. Legend had told them that there was gold on Ea because when Tiamat exploded, literally gold from Tiamat was embedded into Earth. That's how they knew that there was gold on Earth. And I'm getting my research directly from the Lost Book of Enki. They found this and finished translating this book about 20 or 30 years ago. But these tablets go back to, they're way or older than the Bible and the Old Testament. There's some stuff in the Old Testament that quotes this book, but these tablets are like 400,000 years old. They're the first ones of any of the ancient texts. These are the oldest of the ancient texts that they have found thus far. And they tell the story of the before time, before these people ever came here. So I kind of think these are going to be the oldest ones we can find, because they start out by telling of what happened before they got here, why they came here, and what happened after they got here. You're not going to debate me. You say you're going to do your research, then debut me. I think you meant debate or debunk, whichever you want. But you're not going to be able to debunk it because I can read with comprehension. I've read the whole, you ain't even got to do no research, Travy. I read the whole book on the channel. All you got to do is listen. There's a playlist. It's called the Emerald Tablets of Thoth. If you don't want to listen to the whole book, they got an abbreviated movie version that you can find on Anunnaki Ancient Mystery or Astral Legends TV. So when they came here, they knew that the gold was here from the explosion of Tiamat. They just had never bothered to come to Earth because, as far as they knew, it was not inhabited with any sentient life. And from the explosion of Tiamat, there was an asteroid belt around the Earth at that time that made it very dangerous for them. They had several people that tried to get through. They called it the hammered bracelet, but they tried to get through the asteroid belt to get to Earth, and it destroyed their ships, and they never came back. So they was kind of like, they knew Earth was there, but screw it. Why would they try to risk their lives to get over there if they didn't need to? They didn't need gold for jewelry and all the stuff we use it for. They literally only wanted to get it so they could grind it and throw it up in the air to plug the holes in their atmosphere. But it just so happened that one of the leaders there, it got so bad that one of the leaders, he had been deposed off the throne and he was exiled. So rather than spend his days in exile alone, he figured, if I go to Earth and I find this gold, then I'm going to become a hero and maybe I can rule Earth if I can't rule on Nibiru. So he took a spaceship and he went to Earth, and he used the weapons of terror to destroy enough of the asteroid belt that he could get through it without destroying his ship. And then he landed on Earth and confirmed with his little scientific testing stuff, whatever they do, some Star Wars, type stuff. Their technology is literally a million years older than ours. So they had their equipment and stuff on the spaceship to test the waters and all for gold. And he confirmed that there was gold here and radioed back to Nibiru that he had found gold and all. And then they sent another landing party that composed of Enki and Enlil, who were two brothers, same father, different mothers. Enki was the oldest, but he could not inherit the throne on Nibiru because his mother was not directly of the bloodline. She was a concubine. Enlil was next in line for the throne, but he wanted to come and see this for himself too. So Enki was a geneticist, a scientist, all of that stuff. He was into all things science. His sister Ninmah and his son Ningishzida, whom we call Thoth, also went on that trip, and Enlil went along as the commander. But they went on this scientific exploration to Ea, and of course the other lieutenants and whoever needed to travel with them. And when they got here, they worked and mined this. They mined gold. They had to find it first, but they mined gold for over 30,000 years on this planet by themselves before they ever even considered making humans. But the reason they considered making humans is because they weren't getting enough gold fast enough to save the planet and the workers. By then, it was over 600 of them, according to their books. They had over 600 workers on this planet mining gold and stuff, but it was hot. This was royalty from another planet, and they plunked down in Africa in the African heat. Them big old 15, 20-foot tall people trying to dig gold out the ground, they were not suited for that. And they said, you got to get us some help or we're going to mutiny, period. And scientist that he had been out there exploring and stuff. And Enki said, you know what? I saw a hominid out here while I was in the Abzu, and I really think that we could modify it and create a primitive worker that would be able to help us mine this gold. And he had an existential crisis as to whether or not he should do it. But by then, another 20, 30,000 years had gone by, and they were having really severe weather problems, famine, and all kinds of stuff happening on Nibiru. They were getting really desperate. So even though he kind of knew, he was like, the creator of all might be a little pissed at us if we come here and mess with their creation. But on the other hand, our planet is going to die if we don't do something. So he had the technical, the scientific know-how, how to do it. So he genetically modified the hominid that he found. It wasn't an instant process. That whole kindergarten Sunday school version we get about how he blew in the breath of life and it took the sun and the rib and that's a very, very elementary version. They give you a longer, more scientific version of what they did in the creation of the Adamu in this book. Is fascinating, but that's why and how they came to be to earth and why and how they created humans. No, not in 7 literal days, Travy. Again, that is elementary Sunday school claptrap. Total nonsense. It was more like 7 shars it took them to get that done over the course of literally, it took them about 7 shars to complete and perfect the Adamu Project. Because they started in the 9th shar, I think, after they were here, they started trying to come up with a viable hominid. And I don't think it was till about the 14th or 15th shar that they actually successfully created the Adamu. Travy, you about to get out of here because I'm trying to tell you it wasn't the 1 literal day. A shar is 3,600 years. So it literally took them about 40,000 years or 20,000 years to actually come up with the perfected, if you will, Adamu. The first, exactly. They had some that still were covered in fur. They had some whose arms was too long, some whose arms was too short, some that were blind, some that were deaf, some that were too unintelligent. They couldn't be taught anything. And they did come up with one that they thought was going to be the Lulu, but I forgot what was wrong with him. He looked good at first, but it didn't work out. And then finally, Ninma said, this is a carbon-based life form, and we're having trouble getting this to take and do the way we want. Maybe we should be using an earthen vessel instead of the crystalline petri dishes from our planet. And that's what happened. That's where that whole made out of the dust of the earth, the zygote was germinated in a clay vessel. But once the zygote actually germinated, it was carried by Ninma in her womb, and then Enki's wife Damkina carried Eve in her womb. Know why? Again, that is biblical allegory. That is not literal. 1,000 years are not on in the heaven. So first off, you're saying it backwards. 1,000 years on earth would be equivalent to one day in heaven, but it's truthfully 1 year on earth is equivalent to 3,600 years on Nibiru. Raw Justice, it do sound like a Marvel movie. It sounds like a cross between a Marvel movie and a nighttime soap opera. And the only reason you don't hear the nighttime soap opera part yet is because I didn't get to start telling you about all the bed hopping and who slept with who and who was mad with who and who did it. Because Inky did. Papa was a Rolling Stone. You hear what I say? His wife Damkina was here, but he slept. When I was talking about Genesis chapter 5 before, every one of them names in that mentioned in Genesis chapter 5, Kenan and Lamech and Noah and blah, all of them, they were direct hybrids. Inky screwed around. Yeah, Adam and Eve were the first Homo sapiens. Adapa and Titi were the first, what they call civilized humans. Even after Adam and Eve were created, they were infertile. They did not breed right away. And Thoth said, I think I know how to fix this. So he locked them all. He locked Adam and Eve and Enki and Ninma and himself in the laboratory together, shoot everybody else out. And he took genetic material from Enki's side and embedded it in Adam's side. He took genetic material from Ninma's side and embedded it in Eve's side. That's where we get the story about the rib thing, but it wasn't quite like they like I said, they give us a very abbreviated version in the Bible, but they explain in further detail what they did here. But that allowed Adam and Eve to be the first breeding pair of Homo sapiens sapiens. However, after a while, and according to the book, it was roughly about 100,000 years, Enki noticed that the human genome was devolving back to its initial state, and then he decided to start actively mating with some humans. He wasn't indiscriminately doing it, but he found some here and there, and he literally shored up the human genome by mating with those, because the ones that were out there had some Anunnaki blood in them. That's how, because they was Adam and Eve's offspring and other ones from the breeding project. But then he turned around and mated with them again to basically create what would amount to a 3/4 Anunnaki being. And they were known as the first, like I said, Adapa and Titi were born of Dawn and Dusk. Those were the females' names. One was Dawn, one was Dusk. One gave birth to Adapa, one gave birth to Titi, and those were the first civilized males. Honestly, I don't know. It's so many people that want to put so much store in the RH negative bloodline. I honestly don't think it means what they think it means. Hold on a minute. I'm trying to catch up on the reading here. Hey, 45 on my game. Curvins Davidson, what's your question, my dear? You said, wait a minute, what did I think about Westworld? I haven't watched mainstream television in about 25 years. Occasionally somebody will recommend a series to me and I'll go in and binge watch it off of another app or something, but I absolutely unplugged from the programming completely in about 99, 2000. What I get of television now, I get it off of YouTube. I'm not sure, Lisa P, what it has to do with the crystal skulls. I have watched a couple of documentaries on crystal skulls, and they talk about how they hold information and all of that. But again, you got to remember, we say Anunnaki in one lump term, but there are all kinds of beings from all different star systems around. So I'm not well versed in all of them to be able to say what the significance of the crystal skulls are. I'm not discounting them. I just don't know enough about them to speak with any real authority. Do I study under the master teacher? Why? In my opinion, I do, because I'm studying under Yeshua. It don't get much more master than that. Saint Germain, it don't get much more master than that. Lord Enki, it sure enough don't get no more master than that. Not on this realm, it don't. And Thoth. Yes, I do study under the master teachers. Well, Travy, you gonna have to do the research, but I've been sitting here for a couple of hours now, and I'll be here as long as I can. But I'm not gonna sit here and stop the discussion to actually go in, because I can't do the research for you. You can listen to what we're saying, take notes, and go in and research it then. That's all. The pyramids, Sean Thornton, were built by Thoth. He says that in the Emerald Tablets. He tell you, builded I the Great Pyramid. He tell it right there in. He tells you how he did it too, with sound, vibration, and energy and stuff, telekinesis and sound vibration. Again, that whole 1,000 years in one day, that's some Christian claptrap raw justice that we would do well to just discard. It's really, you can get caught up in that. It's not going to really do you any real benefit. And there is no such thing as a burning hell. Hell was never meant for humans. Let me get back to Revelation, because that's where I was. Humans are so afraid of hell because church done taught us to be afraid of hell. Hell is not for humans. Hold on a second. There are many different races because the Anunnaki were many different races. Anunnaki simply means those who to earth from heaven came. And the Anunnaki were a very diverse culture. They were a refugee planet from the galactic wars. They had lost their home. Two factions of them initially settled on Nibiru after having been displaced from their home planet in the galactic wars. And then they allowed other refugees from other star systems to settle on their planet as they were displaced. From the wars have been going on for a long time, according to their information. So there were many beings from many different star systems that were there, and all together they called themselves the Atlanteans. And then when they came to Earth, we called them Anunnaki. Ultimately, Lisa Brown, there is one ultimate creator of all things, but he's so far removed, or it's so far removed, they're so far removed from this story that it doesn't signify. We look for Enlil, Yahweh, Jehovah to be the creator of all things, because that's the lie he told and had us thinking that. But Enlil knew better, and his brother Enki knew better. And that's the whole reason for the kick we have here. Enki's conscience would not allow him to keep telling that lie. And Enlil got mad, and he done spun that lie for the last 2, 3, 4,000 years to convince us that he's the big sky daddy, the Alpha and the Omega, the be all and the end all. Got us bowing and scraping and worshiping him. And he knows damn well he's not God. They did not make this planet. They didn't even make the initial hominid that they modified. They just came here and used their scientific know-how to gene splice their DNA into a hominid that was here. But in the lost book, it says that when before the flood, The creator of all sent a messenger named Galzu to Lord Enki to tell him to preserve the humans, and gave him the dimensions of the ark as to how to do so. And Galzu actually appeared to Enlil later on in reference to the wars right before the weapons of terror were released to stop Marduk from doing it. But Enlil ignored Galzu's message because he just wanted to do what he wanted to do. Enki listened to Galzu because he recognized that it was a messenger from the creator of all. They know damn well they're not gods. We, in our ignorance, we just don't know that. The first humans, according to them, was all kind of different colors. Some of them was blue, some of them was whatever. They describe Adam's color as being like dark red clay, and Eve was more of like sand color, and her hair was kind of sandy colored. Yeah. No, that is not what Galzu told Enlil, bro. 100. He was basically warning them not to unleash the weapon of terror. And Enlil wanted to let Marduk do it anyway, so he ignored it until after it was already done. And then he admitted later that Galzu came to him, but he didn't tell nobody that he had come or what he said because he didn't want to do what Galzu said. Honestly, that neat Cindy Gray, that feeling of insignificance is because we've been programmed to feel insignificant, and the church been lying to us and telling us we're insignificant our whole lives so that we would be in servitude to them. Truth be told, you kind of a big deal. So much so that people was coming from all around the galaxy to see us. Why do you think they was reporting so many damn UFOs and spacecraft and all of that stuff in the sky? People were literally making Earth their vacation spot so they could swing by the Garden of Eden and see this new thing that the Anunnaki had done. We was kind of a big damn deal. But Yahweh told us we won't shit. And I'm not saying nobody need to be egotistical for it. It's not for a point of narcissism. But if you think about it, we are the newest sentient life forms on this in the galaxy, or certainly, like I say, in this galaxy, maybe in the cosmos. We are the newest sentient life forms that did not get here by regular evolution and not by direct creation of the creator of all. We were crafted, we were genetically modified by the Anunnaki. We are something new unto the cosmos. We kind of a big deal. I honestly believe, Travy, that a lot of the holy books that are left on earth, that's part of the reason why they being dug up now. They've been hidden and hidden and hidden for thousands of years. Like I said, Enki deliberately hid this one. But we got it. I'm holding it in my hand right now. That means something. The emerald tablets were hidden for thousands of years. And then in 1928, they were dug up. And the man said that he directly got a message from Thoth that told him where to go in the Mayan lands and find those tablets. And he was given the proper know-how and the translation key to translate those tablets. And after they were translated, he was directed to put them on a ship and take them to Egypt and hide them in the area, in the pyramids somewhere, because the original tablets he did not want falling into the wrong hands, but he was allowed to keep a translation so that we could get this information. There's a lot of sacred texts that are on earth that are here for us to know. That's why I said Yahweh has taken over, and a lot of that information was hidden. Why do you think the Vatican went and destroyed all them libraries and hid all of that information under the Vatican? Because they work for Yahweh. They didn't want us knowing the truth, so a lot of stuff was hidden from us. But in the last 150 years, boatloads and boatloads of information has been found. They estimate now that over 200,000 ancient texts have been found. Now, obviously, all of them aren't a super significant important. Some of them are tax documents and laundry lists and letters and all that other good stuff. But yeah, a lot of it are older sacred texts that can give us more information so that we can come out from under these lies. It's the people that are so stuck in religion that they can't hear it. They're so scared they're going to displease Yahweh. Oh, I don't want to go to hell. Oh, I'm scared. So they don't want to hear it and they're bucking. But those of us who have managed to turn our worship gene off and know that that dude is a liar, and that it's our responsibility to learn the truth, we're willing to open our minds. And if we can believe that this is real, why can't we believe this is real? We don't have to keep believing it's all mythology just because some folks told us that, because the people that are telling us that, they don't know either. People don't live more than 100, 120 years anymore. So everybody that's teaching us what's the hardcore evidence, it's only because somebody told them that. And guess what? Ever played a game of telephone? So by the time 3 generations done pass, they can sell you any damn thing they want to, because there's nobody around that can tell the truth or not. That's one of the reasons why I'm loving the fact that these Sumerian texts are coming out the woodwork, because the Anunnaki text and the Sumerian text are the very oldest ones. You're more likely to get the truth out of these than out of the continuously repeated and redacted and adjusted versions that have been kicking out for the last 300,000 years. Exactly, Nicole. They telling his story. And now, in the past 400-500 years, they just deliberate with it. The shit that they teach us in school ain't nowhere near what's real, and they know it ain't. They won't even tell us the real truth about what happened in the last 300 or 400 years. We don't have real accounts of history. We don't have real accounts of slavery. We don't even have real accounts of what happened leading up to the wars and stuff. And that's stuff that was happening damn near in real time. But we're expected to believe that what they tell us about religion is true, when they done, we got proof that they done lied about everything else. You said what? Oh yeah, no, Lisa Brown. Unique is telling you exactly the truth. They're not fallen angels. The word angel simply means messenger anyway. But what we were taught are angels or fallen angels. They are advanced beings from another planet, and they can interact with us telepathically. They can interact with us in the astral plane. That's one of the reasons so many people can interact with, like, Archangel Michael, Archangel Raphael, and all of them. They are working with the light, so to speak, but they don't have to physically come before us to work with us, because they can do that. And truthfully, in the emerald tablets, it tells us that there were some of them, they stayed on the planet so long that they physically could not go back to Nibiru. Their bodies had been on Earth for so long, till if they go back to Nibiru, it would probably kill them. And they chose to stay here anyway. They said that they would stay here until our consciousness expanded and we got free of our trap of reincarnation and death that Enlil started into place. But in the Emerald Tablet, it describes 32 of these advanced beings who basically went into the halls of Amenti, into the stasis period. They keep their bodies rejuvenated, but they interact telepathically with us, but they mainly are holding that energy of consciousness so that we can ascend. They're not man-made. Nobody in Iraq believes them, Barry, because they bought into the Muslim lie. That's why nobody believes them, because Islam and Yahweh El came along and told them, Allah El came along and told them, don't look at that. Like you said, don't pay no attention to that. That's all fiction. That's why they don't believe. It's not because they're man-made. All of this stuff is not human-made, but it is Anunnaki-made, including the God that y'all worshiping. Allah is an evil Anunnaki overlord who lied, and he parades around as El, he parades around as Yahweh, he parades around as Jehovah, he parades around as a whole lot of beings. but that don't mean that he's actually the creator of all. That's why they don't believe, Barry, because they've been sold the lie, just like the Western world has been sold the lie of Judaism and Christianity. The Muslim world has been sold the lie of Allah. I don't know what you talking about, the first, the last, but okay. Hey, Quantavius. There ain't no Lucifer and the fallen angels in the book, Quantavius. The fallen angels, you want to know where the fallen angels are in the book, Quantavius? They are the watchers, the 200 beings that were still left here mining the gold. At one point, they had moved the operation. They created a way station on Mars, so the gold was mined here on Earth and then shuttled to Mars and then refined and then sent on to Nibiru. So the workers were up on Mars, and Marduk married a human named Sarpanet. And at the wedding of Marduk, the watchers saw what was happening and they got mad. They was like, well, shoot, he get to take a human bride, but we don't. We've been on this damn planet for how many thousand years? We ain't got no women. We ain't getting no nookie. We can't do none of the other. They was mad. And they said, if Marduk could take a human bride, so could they, damn it. And they literally crashed the wedding reception. And they fell in the sense that they came from Mars for Marduk's wedding, and they came to Earth and crashed the reception and took human mates. That's where the actual story of the fallen angels come. But they wasn't actually angels in the way that Christianity teaches us. They were Anunnaki beings, workers from Nibiru, who decided, since their leader, or one of their leaders, one of the demigods, one of the El Shaddai, the sons of the Elohim, because Marduk is a son of Enki, he took a human wife, so why couldn't they? And they did so. And there's your story of the fallen angels. Thank you, Valerie Blakely, because you're right. And that's the part people always want to go for, what's approved. Where's your authorized version? Where you ain't never gonna get the truth if you waiting on the approved version, because guess what? The government is not gonna approve this teaching. Even though these books are out here, they're never gonna create a curriculum in a classroom that's gonna teach you this. And the church damn sure ain't gonna approve it because it's telling you the truth. But they get, again, people get so stuck in their program and they don't understand how silly they sound. If I came out here, in fact, I don't have no kind of medical degree whatsoever, but I guarantee you, if I came in here and put on a white lab coat and held a clipboard in my hand that looked like or a tablet that looked like I was doing something, you believe almost anything I said medical, because that's what we've been programmed to do. But because I cover my head and put on a bindi, people feel like I'm not qualified as a spiritual teacher. It's crazy. I'm like, okay, but I'm gonna still wear what I want to wear. Those that can hear it can hear it. Those that can't. Um, yeah, Lolly, they had giant children. They had children with Noah was an Anunnaki hybrid. The one they call Noah, his name was Ziazudra. He was Lord Enki's direct son, not made in a laboratory in a petri dish. He was literally, Enki made it with a human, and Ziazudra was born. Adapa and Titi were made by mating with humans directly, not in a laboratory made. Marduk married Sarpanet directly. It was not done in a laboratory, because they're not, we think of them as the invisible sky daddy flying around with the wing, because that's what the lie that Christianity has programmed us to believe. These were physical beings. Human, no. Another race of being, but beings, not sky daddies. They only were sky daddies because their spaceships landed here. No, Barry, I don't have to do I have to go through all the crack houses in America to know that crack is bad? Respectfully, Barry, no, I don't have to read all the religions. If I know that the religion, I know enough about Judaism to know that they worship Yahweh. The Bible tells me that. So I don't have to go and read all of the Talmud and all of the Torah to know that they worship Yahweh. And I know who Yahweh is. So I can't say that the Christian version of Yahweh is bad, but the Jewish version of Yahweh is good. The Christian version of Yahweh is bad, but the Quran version, where he morphs into Allah, is magically good. I don't have to sip all the poison at the table to know it will give me a stomach ache. Barry, respectfully. I have an opinion on this matter because I done read the Bible a umpteen bajillion times. And once I understood the nature of Yahweh and who he really is, I can walk away from every religion that's attached to him because they're all basically the same. They're all misogynistic. They all promote some form of violence. They all condone wars. They all condone poverty and violence. Why do I need to go respectfully and look at any of them? I don't have no respect for a disrespectful being who's lying to humanity and telling them he's the God, knowing damn well he's not. I don't have to keep bowing to that just because you choose to, respectfully. The creation of earthlings may have happened by the creator of all, bro. 100. It was happening, but evolution left to its own devices takes millions of years that the Anunnaki didn't have to wait that long. So they just upped the ante a little bit by adding their DNA to the mix. And they literally slingshot evolution by 500,000 years or more on this planet. That's all. So yeah, eventually humans probably would have happened. It was happening. They were hominids. They were not primates. That they said that they had made it to the hominid stage, but with those, as slow as evolution appears to happen or used to, up until we got Anunnaki DNA in us, we've been evolving pretty fast since then. But up until that point, they didn't have 1,000,000 years to wait. Their planet was dying, and they needed to do something. So they took the hominids and did they razzle dazzle and came up with Homo sapiens sapiens. But Homo sapiens sapiens is not a natural creation by the creator of all. It is a genetically modified creation of the Anunnaki. I don't know about who the again Iron Butterfly. I'm happy that the Iowa Maharishi International University, but again the Maharishi International University is not an accredited, what we would call an accredited school. You can put college or university on something as a private school if you choose to. What you won't do is fill out no Pell Grant papers and get no college money from the government for it. It's not an accredited university. It is a spiritual school, but I don't need, if I'm getting telepathic communication directly from Yeshua and Lord Enki, and they're pointing me in the direction of the text that I need to look at, and the teachers that have already read and talked about this stuff, whether they're in a university environment or not, they're pointing me to the teachers and the documents and the books and all of that I need. Why do I need to go sit up in the Maharishi International University and give them thousands of dollars to teach me something that I don't need to know, when Yeshua and Lord Enki is directly pointing me to what I do need to know? I'm just trying to figure out why aren't they corporeal anymore, Natalie Rose? Because they back during the days when you look at the Sumerian kings list, those kings reigned for like 20, 30, 40,000 years, some of them, because they were direct hybrids. And then after that, the priest kings came along that were being directly appointed by the Anunnaki. For a while, they ruled themselves and then their offspring and the offspring's offspring, but eventually they reached a point where that really wasn't working well, and they made the collective decision. I think it happened after the flood, to stop the direct rule of humans and leave it to these priesthoods that they put in place. And initially, the first priesthoods were put in place by the Anunnaki, but they just, again, half of them went home. That's what I'm saying. The ones that could go home did. Hold on. Oh yeah, the dips for chips. It was always the pillar and the fire and the smoke. They did a whole lot of flashbang special effects stuff because Enlil said we were never to see their faces. If we saw their faces, we were to be unalived. It ain't that seeing their face would actually unalive us naturally. They were to unalive us if we ever saw their faces. So they would talk to us behind the wall, in the cloud, in the pillar of smoke, in the burning bush. But there is a scripture in Genesis one time where it says that it likely that Yahweh showed up with two messengers beside him, and Moses actually sat down and went and prepared a lamb, and they sat down under the tree and ate with him. So he did break his own rules once. But back to you, Natalie Rose, they're not corporeal anymore because, like I said, half of them, the ones that could go home, that hadn't been here too long, did go home. The rest of them that didn't, Earth would, like I said, they're not weathering well the storm well, and they have to spend at least 100 years out of every 1,000 in that stasis point anyway. So I think a lot of time they just chose to stay to themselves. Like I said, it's 32 of them, and I'm sure wherever they at is really comfortable for them. So they don't need to interact with us. They're not lonely. Yeah, Moses most likely. They said he appeared albino. He was very, very tall, had very white skin, very white hair. And BM, I don't believe religion, yes, is a binding point. I don't think all philosophies are bad. If somebody just really, really needs ceremony and ritual in their life, there's Buddhism and Jainism and Taoism and stuff like that. And I think there's a lot of good in those philosophies. I just don't feel a need for religions, like organized religion anymore. I don't. You're supposed to question things, Lindsay. Have a good day, Kuryan. Absolutely. Thank you for joining us as long as you did. The Book of Thoth is Emerald Tablets. The reason that's important. Hold on a minute. I gotta unplug this so my battery is running out, and just so we don't lose touch here. Hold on. Let me plug up the phone. Thank you, Ambassador. Adubius, to me, the reason that the Emerald Tablets are so important is because Thoth is telling us that the reason for the Emerald Tablets is because he has done so much of his own spiritual work, whether it was in the form of Yeshua, Hermes, or Thoth. Like I said, he's been constantly on this path of ascension. And in the Emerald Tablets, it tells us that he's ascended so far that he actually transcended death. He was granted actual immortality. He went into the halls of Amenti. He went to see the dweller. He did all of that. He roamed the cosmos, all the rest. He went through all of the different astral realms, and he tells about his exploits and the things that he did and saw. But after he was granted immortality, he literally went to the Master of Death, and they removed his flame from the Keeper of the Flame's lights so he can come and go at will. And they told him that. And he said rather than just roam the cosmos at will, he wanted to stay with the children of men to be a light in the world. He wanted to be the Word, the Logos, the Son of Man. Just like Yeshua said he wanted to be the Word and the Logos and the Son of Man and the light of the world. There's a lot of correlations there, but their main point was they've done their spiritual work, they could go about their business, but they choose not to until mankind has become free from this mental slavery that keeps us trapped here in this 3D cycle, because they know that it's perpetuated by the dragon. So, and honestly, there isn't much that's older than that. Like I said, as far as I know, this is one of the oldest texts that's available to us. Now, was there something before they got here? Maybe. If another beings or whatever from somewhere else, but we haven't found that yet. But from as far as we can tell from what they've discovered so far, this is one of the oldest texts that's available to us. And the Emerald Tablets is right up there with it. It's much newer than that, but it's been 30, you go back, this goes back less than 6,000 years. The Emerald Tablets go back at least 36,000 years. This goes back 400,000 years. How much further back do you want to go, Adubius? You know? I have read the Emerald Tablets, Stephen. That's what I was saying. I just finished the compendium of the Emerald Tablets, which was the second reading of the tablets that I've done on this channel. There is a playlist on my channel. I just wrapped up the last two of the Emerald Tablets yesterday. I did the upload last night. Nobody said any of them are perfect. They are beings. That's the thing. We in our misguided state we believe that Christian God, Sky Daddy lie to say, because Enlil said he was infallible and he's perfect and he's all this. That is Yahweh blowing hard. He literally blowing smoke up our butts, talking out the side of his neck. Where were you when I created Leviathan? And where were you when I told the stars how to do this? And Marduk does the same thing in the Enuma Elish and the Atrahasis. Marduk is literally Enki's son, but by the time he get to the Enuma Elish, let him tell it, Tiamat was his mama, and he went and wrestled her down and killed her. He's the reason that Tiamat exploded. He wasn't even born then. That's why I said I went all the way back as far as I could to the one that has the least fantastical lies and stuff in it. So I get that they did some bad things. Like I said, Thoth did good things and bad things. Enki did good things and not so good things. He literally, we would call it cheating on his wife, but he fathered a child with his sister. Ninmah had a baby for Thoth, and she had a baby for the other brother, Enlil. She was initially in love with Enlil, but she was forbidden to marry either one of them. So she wound up having a baby with Enki, not Thoth. She had a baby with Enki, and then she had another baby with Enlil. And I don't know what Thoth did, but he wasn't no more perfect than the rest of them. So of course I'm sure he did bad things too. Again, Iron Butterfly, I'm not interested in human accreditation, because if I'm waiting on accreditation, I'm going to be very limited as to what I can actually access. And that limits a lot of people. You could, we have to have accredited this and that. You know what accredited means? It means that the government has read it and sanctioned it. What do I care if the government don't agree with it? That doesn't mean it's not real. In fact, it's more likely to be real if it's not accredited than if it is. My mind is plenty free, but she's saying, oh, as far as teaching Ayurveda, that's fine, but I'm not in a school for Ayurveda. I'm Reiki attuned, and I do intend to study Reiki when I get to Japan. Hopefully by next year I'll be there. And I do plan to study I am already Reiki certified and attuned to the 3rd level, but I do want to study Reiki under a traditional Reiki master. Ayurveda is not my path. I'm not saying there's no value in it there, but me learning Ayurveda ain't got nothing to do with what I'm teaching right here. That's a medicinal path. No, Lisa, there is no God that we should be worshiping. The creator of all has not chosen to demand worship from us. Lord Enki is not demanding worship from us. Yeshua told us directly, don't worship him, and Thoth has made it clear that we're not supposed to worship. So the ones that are demanding worship are the ones that spoon feeding us lies. Honestly, Quintavious, if you actually, I've talked about John chapter 1, verse 1 in detail multiple times on this channel. That's not what that scripture says. If you honestly understood, I'm going to read it, and I'm going to read it the way it should have been written, because what people don't understand in the scriptures is everywhere it says God, it should be saying Elohim, and Elohim does not mean God, it just means powerful ones. And if you understood that, John 1:1 reads completely different, and I'm going to read it right now. In the beginning was the Word, and the Word, which is a communication, Thoth was known as the Word, Yeshua is known as the Word. In the beginning, the Word was the Word, and the Word was with the Elohim, and the Word was Elohim. He was in the beginning with the Elohim. All things were made through him, and without him was not anything made that was made. In him was life, and the life was the light of man. Thoth is known as the light of men too. If you actually understood what you're reading here in John, all it's basically telling us is that Yeshua is an incarnation of Thoth. He is the son of Enki, not Enlil. If we understood that one thing, then the Gospel of John makes perfect sense, because he spends the entire Gospel of John telling the nation of Israel that they do not know the Father that sent him, that they are worshiping their father, the devil. He told them that directly. He was not talking to the Sadducees. He was not talking to the Pharisees. He was speaking directly to the nation of Israel in John chapter 8, where he tells them, I'm going to read it, hold on. In John 8, starting in 42, he said, Yeshua said to them, if Elohim were your father, you would love me, for I came from Elohim, and I am here. I came not of my own accord, but he sent me. Why do you not understand what I say? It is because you cannot bear to hear my word. You are of your father the devil, and your will is to do your father's desires. He was a murderer from the beginning and does not stand in the truth, because there is no truth in him. When he lies, he speaks out of his own character, for he is a liar and the father of lies. But because I tell the truth, you do not believe me. That don't require interpretation. It only requires reading and believing. He told them directly that the father that sent him is not the same father that they was worshiping, that they were worshiping the devil. And Enlil, Yahweh, Jehovah, his first title when he got here was Lord of the Command. His second title, once they established the base camp here on earth, was Satan of the Eden. Satan is his title. And that's the part that's been flipped and mankind has been blinded. And Yeshua told them directly that they got it wrong. They're worshiping the wrong Elohim. That's not the Elohim who sent him. He was sent by his father, the other major Elohim, Lord Enki. I'm trying to see. Okay, Iron Butterfly. And again, it's not even about whether you challenge. It's perfectly fine. As long as you challenge it respectfully, it's cool. It's just these people that want to come in here and proselytize, and they literally are feeding kindergarten, elementary, Sunday school nonsense that lets me know that the only real spiritual education they got is something that they heard on the platform, you know, from the pulpit on Sunday morning. They genuinely don't know what they're talking about. I'm not even angry with them, because I know that they don't know what they're talking about. They are literally spiritual children, but they stand here trying to argue with me when I know good and full well what I'm talking about, because I've been knee deep in this stuff for decades. And down this particular rabbit hole, like I said, I'm taking direction from Yeshua. Most people that sit in church are listening to lay preachers. Most of those preachers have never set foot in seminary. If they had, they would know what I'm saying is the truth. Because I done talked to several seminary-trained preachers and priests, and they'll tell you, yeah, they're taught all of this in seminary, but they're told not to teach the people lest it confuse them. You mean lest they learn the truth and then don't need to come and keep paying your tithe. That's what it really means, but you know. That's why I'm here, Stephen, to try to help people open their eyes. That's all. Rhythm dancer, witchcraft, and it's so funny because Christianity is one of the most hypocritical religions out there. You're saying that witchcraft and sorcery is spoken against in the Bible, but then the Christian and the Hebrew, the Jews and the Christians practice witchcraft and sorcery. Moses, when he was leading the nation of Israel out of Egypt, Yahweh straight up gave him witchcraft. All them plagues and stuff that they was bringing, that's witchcraft, baby. He took his staff and threw it on the ground and it became a snake. And the magic practicing priests, in the scriptures directly call them magic practicing priests of the Pharaoh, said, you ain't doing nothing. We got sticks too and we can do the same magic tricks. They threw their sticks on the ground and their sticks became snakes. And Moses' stick ate their stick. That's witchcraft, my love. That is sorcery in the highest order. Turning all the water to blood. Witchcraft. Saul, he outlawed divination, but when he decided he wanted to talk to Samuel and Samuel had done passed on, he literally went and found the witch of Endor, and she was like, what, you trying to get me in trouble? You know Saul, and said he wanted an exception made for him. He didn't want nobody else going to a diviner, but he went to a diviner when he wanted to talk to Samuel. And the Levitical priests had 12 stones on their breastplate. Now, they say that those were not zodiacal stones, but I say if you read what the stones were, I beg to differ. But they say it represented the nation, each one of the tribes of Israel. But they also, on the Levitical breastplate, the priests carried the Ummim and the Thummim, which were directly divinatory tools. Christianity is full of hypocrisy. They use witchcraft to the fullest, but they tell the parishioners don't do it. What do you think hanging Yeshua from a tree was? That's a spell, my dear. What do you think teaching people to pray to Jehovah in the name of Jesus and closing a prayer in Amen? That's a binding spell, my love. What do you think that whole ritual of the Last Supper and to keep remembering this and whatever, drinking of my flesh and eating of my blood, that is a satanic ritual of the highest order. It is reenacting an act of cannibalism, which is one of the tenets of Satanism. Christianity is full of black magic and witchcraft, baby doll. Hate to be able to want to break it to you, but it is. Exactly. I'm not attacking any person. I'm not attacking the scripture. I'm attacking false religion. That's all. And I'm not even attacking it. I'm just enlightening folks and telling the truth as to what it is. I don't want to attack anyone, but no longer do we need to keep just going along to get along and walking along generations and generations in ignorance because somebody keeps spoon feeding us this lie. How much of the poison do we have to swallow before we say enough? Iron Butterfly, the Watchers were simply they were workers from Nibiru that were sent over here. And like I said, we perceived them over time as angels. We called them Watchers, this and that. They used to interact more closely with humans on behalf of the original Elohim. Like I said, they had the Elohim, the El Shaddai, which are the sons of the Elohim, and then El Elyon is like the destroyers and stuff. But they were not direct, like the old gods, so to speak. The Watchers were kind of the interim play, the workers that worked for the Elohim. What's interfered with your clairaudience? You welcome, Adubius. Yep, they came down and made us, and then we worship them as gods because they genetically made us to worship them. That's the part. Like I say, there's no shame in any of this. We worship. We have such a hard time letting this go because they literally installed a gene in our DNA that makes us want to worship stuff. But Lord Enki did give us the ability to turn it off. He felt bad about them requiring that, so he did give us the ability to turn it off. No, I didn't play football in high school, but okay. Yeah, he wanted a son. You talking about Ninma? Yeah. I'm doing good, Haru El Yosh. Whatever. I don't know what you taking me, Travy, but okay, whichever. If you believe that, yeah, Yeshua said he wasn't, I don't know what, that Jesus is king, again, that's a pat Christian phrase. You're welcome to stick with your false religion all you like, Juan, but you don't come in here proselytizing. I love Yeshua. Jesus, hail Zeus, not so much. You know what you're talking about, bro. Oh yeah, Natalie. They keep trying to come for us. They want so bad for everybody to go off the pit into the pit with them. They're literally, Yahweh is wanting to drive all of humanity into destruction right along with him. They say we're supposed to be scared of hell. The only ones that need to be scared of hell is the ones that still cling to Yahweh, because Revelation 20 says that Yahweh is the one that hell is made for and those who follow him. But the rest of humanity that breaks free from that camp, they ain't got to worry about it. When the 1,000 years were ended, it says Satan will be released from his prison. He'll come out and deceive the nations that are at the four corners of the earth, Gog and Magog, to gather them for battle, and their number is like the sand of the sea. Ain't that what's happening? Ain't that what's been happening for the last 500 years plus on this planet? Literally 3/4 of the planet is firmly ensconced in some form of Yahweh worship. And they marched up and over the broad plain of the earth and surrounded the camp of the saints and the beloved city. But the fire came down from heaven and consumed them. And the devil who had deceived them was thrown into the lake of fire and sulfur where the beast and the false prophet were. And they will be tormented day and night forever and ever. So the ones who deliberately put these lies out, oh yeah, they get the hell. The lake of fire and sulfur is for them. The lake of fire and sulfur is for Satan, the devil. It says, then I saw a great white throne, and him who was seated on it. From his presence, earth and sky fled away, and no place was found for them. And I saw the dead, and great and small, standing before the throne. The books were open. Another book was open, which is the book of life. It says, death and Hades were thrown into the lake of fire. This is the second death. If anyone's name was not found written in the book of life, he was thrown into the lake of fire. But didn't Yeshua already tell us that he doesn't really judge? That, well, the Father doesn't judge and Yeshua's judgments are kind. He already said that. Now, once we get here, the reason I believe is coming soon. And hold on. El is another name for... It traces back either to a mashup of Marduk and or Yahweh, light bulb guys. That's why I don't mess with it, because Muslims worship Allah and they say, oh, that means El, but it still ties back to Yahweh. Like Nanar Sin got mashed up, Ninurta and Sin got mashed up into one God over time, but they still basically tie back to Marduk, who ties back to Yahweh. It's really no difference. It's still one of the Abrahamic religions. And they was all in the same part of the world at the same time, interspersed amongst each other. It ain't like the Muslims was over here and the Jews was over here. No, they was all in tied up together. Now, 21 is the part that I want people to really, really understand. If Satan, the devil, it says he was bound and then he was loosed to do for a while. And then after he finished doing his worst and misleading humanity and all of that, right around here, he was chained in the abyss and destroyed. So now he's out of the way. And it says Satan, that liar, the original manslayer, blah, blah, blah. If the original title of Yahweh is Satan, then when we read here where it says that he was bound, this devil and Satan is bound, and then he's released for a little while, and then he's bound again and destroyed in the lake of fire that burns forever and ever. Notice ain't no humans in there except the ones that choose to cling to him. Hold on. Oh, Lord, there's a lot of conversation over here. Yeah, Unbridled getting ready to get up out of here. No, Unbridled is just a very ignorant, misinformed, very rude person. But we don't tolerate that. I don't have to tolerate that in my house, Unbridled Mysteries. You're going to be bridled the hell up out of here. This is not witchcraft. You have no idea what you're talking about, and you ain't been in here long enough to know what we're talking about. Occult only means hidden. So I got it because all of these hidden informations are being uncovered, and I'm intelligent enough to stop swallowing the swill and the poison that the church teaches, Unbridled, and go somewhere and actually read some books and learn. Yes, that's exactly what I'm saying, Bloody Berto. Yahweh is Satan. That's what Jesus said. That ain't what I said. Yeshua said it directly in John chapter 8. He told them that the Jews who were worshiping Yahweh were worshiping the devil. And his title, because I read this book, I learned that his second title when he got here was Satan of the Eden. That is Yahweh Enlil's other name. So Satan was a title that he held when he got here from Nibiru. So once I understand that, and Revelation 20 tells me that the serpent, the devil, and Satan is going to be bound, then he'll be released for a little while, and he'll mislead humanity like we see is happening right now. And then it says he will be bound again and just basically bound and punished forever. But then after that, this is the part that I love. Good night, Zach De Bruin. And thank you, Renaissance. I appreciate you, because I'm trying. I'm trying. 21 says, then I saw a new heaven and a new earth, for the first heaven and the first earth had passed away. Now, mind you, they say the first heaven and the first earth. This ain't our first reset. Remember when the evil wind kind of did away with Sumer and Eridu and all of them? That was one reset. The flood came along and messed up everything. That was at least the second reset. We don't know if there's been another reset in between, but for any event, we know there's going to be another reset. We can, I live in Atlanta, but what you can do, Lisa P, anybody that's interested, I have a WhatsApp group called Transformation, Rebirth, Ascension. It is an open group on WhatsApp. You can join there. I mean, most of the time I'm just sharing links for things that I have, but we do have the capability now in WhatsApp to have like group calls or leave voice notes and things like that if you'd like. I don't watch Tubi. I'll look for it somewhere else. You said Reclaiming the Throne. I'm not sure. I'll write it down and see if I can find it somewhere else. But I don't have Tubi. I watch very little other stuff, so I will definitely write it down and try to look it up. Documentary on Tubi. Okay. All right, thank you for that. I will look it up later. I haven't seen it yet, though. Right, Angela? And that's what people don't understand. It's like they don't know how long I've been reading this stuff and listening to audio books and going back and checking over this and sitting in meditation and go back and read another book, wake up first thing in the morning and checking some scriptures because it came to me in my mind overnight and all that. I was trying to figure out how to add something here. You're in Florida? Oh, wow. I was born and raised in Florida. But the WhatsApp group is Transformation, Rebirth, Ascension. And once you join there, like I said, if you DM me or something, then we can reach out and we can talk, or we can do voice notes, whichever. I just hesitate to actually put my phone number up here. If you can't find that in WhatsApp, then you can DM me in Instagram. I don't go on Instagram very much, but I will go in and look tomorrow to see whoever is DM me, and I can send you a direct link to the group in there. You said in Revelation talks about the second coming. Well, here's the thing. That's what I was getting ready to read here, though. Listen. No, my definition of Yah is not conflicting. My definition of Yah is conflicting with the lies that religion teach, yeah. Because they're only teaching you part of the story. That's the part that gets me. People that get so stuck in religion are so dogmatically insisting on clinging to having only half the story. And you so adamant that you got all the information and you only got this much of the information because you won't look at anything outside of your particular religion. When you get somebody that done looked at enough of all of it to kind of get a bigger scope and picture and gather some other information to see where this come from, then you understand that I'm not giving you a conflicting information. It's definitely conflicting what you've been taught in church or in the masjid or in the temple. For sure it conflicts because I'm telling you the truth. I refuse to continue to support the lie. My Instagram is Modern Mystic Messages on Instagram as well. So if you, good night, Iron Butterfly, and you're very welcome. Yeah, I'm Modern Mystic Messages on Instagram as well. You should see some posts with my pictures and all, and make sure it's actually me. If you DM me there, I don't go on there much, but over the next couple of days, I will be looking since I made that invitation. If you DM me and let me know you were on a live stream and you want a link to the WhatsApp group, I can copy the link and give it to you directly. Like I said, I just really, because of all the trolls and stuff, I hate to actually put my actual phone number up here on YouTube, so yeah. But as far as I think the tribulation gonna be longer than honestly, Quintavious, we in the Great Tribulation right now, and people don't even understand it. I believe. Anu and Alalu did wrestle for the throne on Nibiru. That's why Anu won and Alalu was exiled. Alalu took a spaceship and came to Earth and confirmed that there was gold here. And that's when they sent Enki and Enlil and Ninmah and Thoth to Earth to go check on the gold situation, because Enlil was the commander, the warrior, but Enki, Ninmah, and Thoth were the scientists, the geneticists that could actually get the gold taken care of. And then they were supposed to give reign of earth to Alalu, and they did him dirty and didn't give it to him, and him and Anu fought here on earth again for it, and Alalu got mad and bit off Anu's private parts, and that's when he was exiled to Mars to die on Mars. And that's why they have a shrine. That face you see on Mars is a shrine to Alalu. I'm not doing any tarot advice right now, Lacey Doyle. If you wish to have a personal reading, you can email me on modernmysticmessages@gmail.com, and we can talk about the pricing and all that stuff then. I'm sorry you feel attacked, honey, but all I can do is tell you the truth. It's not an attack on you, my love. It's an attack on the false religions that we've all been programmed and spoon-fed and bamboozled into believing. And it is programming. So it's definitely, I understand that the people that are in these religions are super sincere and very devout, but they literally are following a dragon off the end of a cliff. And it's being done on purpose. And has been done on purpose for over 2,000 years. And now that Yeshua is actually helping people open their minds and expand that, those who have the information or being pointed to that information really have an obligation to share it with humanity. So please don't feel personally attacked. I'm only teaching and saying these things because I do have love for my brothers and sisters. Because believe you and me, the Christians and the Muslims and the Jews do attack me for real on here. And they don't even talk about the religious stuff that I can actually talk about. They get so mad they come and attack my person. They talk about my physical appearance and my weight and my age and everything else. They literally come for me. But they came for Yeshua too. They literally unalived him, so I can't even get mad. So yeah, I'm sorry if you feel attacked, baby, because I'm really not. I was reading in the Bible Cryptonomics. Yeah, if you have tarot questions. I don't, Lindsay, because I got to a point, my finances, I needed to streamline. I would love to have a Gaia subscription to a degree, but I also sometimes, I watch some of the stuff on Gaia and realize that they kind of sort of have an agenda at times too. Anything that's on any of them major networks like that are very controlled as to what the government will allow them to put out there. They just are. So I'm not saying that it's bad, but I'm not paying for a Gaia subscription because I get more than I got more stuff to watch for free here on YouTube that I'm so backed up. I've literally got about 20 hours worth of documentaries and stuff lined up that I'd like to watch and get information on right in my watch later list on YouTube. I don't need to go pay for other channels for stuff I don't have time to watch. I don't have a book list yet, Bloody Berto, but what I'm doing is as I'm going through the books and things that we're reading and discussing, I'm creating playlists here on YouTube. We've been through the Atrahasis and Enuma Elish. There's a playlist here for that. I've been through the Emerald Tablets of Thoth and Billy Carson's Compendium of the Emerald Tablets. There's a playlist for that. I've been through the Lost Book of Enki. There's a playlist for that. I have another playlist called Modern Mystic Loved Ones, which are just basically spiritual discussions where I'm talking about the scriptures and observations I've had in meditation and insights such as that, non-tarot messages. I have the tarot readings in a separate playlist, but I've created several playlists on this channel so that you can find that information. And tomorrow we're going to start Zachariah Sitchin's 12th planet, so I'll be starting a Sitchin playlist as well. Well, truthfully, anybody trying to recreate the Trinity of God the Father, Yeshua, and the Holy Spirit is following some Yahwistic nonsense anyway, Quintavious. That's when they pulled the divine feminine out of it. If there were going to really be a true Trinity, it should be the Father, the Mother, and the Son. That God the Father, God the Son, God the Holy Spirit, that's a pagan concept that Christianity laced in there. Christianity is full of pagan stuff. They pulled it from somewhere everywhere. The man who made Christianity was a pagan. That's what people don't understand. They think because it's got Jesus' name on it that it's actually about Jesus. It really ain't. Constantine was a sun worshiper, the sun up in the sky. That circle with the cross in it ain't got shit to do with Jesus Christ. That's a symbol of sun worship. And Christians don't know that. Christianity didn't even become a real religion until 325 AD. Yeshua was supposedly martyred in 33 AD. So 300 years after they unalived him, a pagan emperor named Constantine wanted to unify worship under his kingdom for political reasons, and he called the First Council of Nicaea and had a whole bunch of different religious leaders from a whole bunch of different belief systems come together, and they took a little bit of this and a little bit of this and a little bit of this and a little bit of that, and they mashed up everything, and they literally wrote Christianity in 325 AD. Why do you think they even needed the Nicene Creed? Because they were laying down the rule book of what it is, letting you know who, they're telling you who Jesus is. And they took the image of Caesar Borgia and put that out there to the world to be the face of this mascot Jesus. But that's not the image of Yeshua. and it's backing, they literally are telling the lie like Jesus is backing this religion and this God, Yahweh, like that's his father. No, it was not. He directly told the Jews that they had it wrong. They were worshiping their father, the devil, that their father was not the same Elohim that sent him. That's the reason I speak as bold as I do against it, because they deliberately put out a lie, and they unalived this beautiful, beautiful being and knit him in the middle of a pagan lie, this full of witchcraft and occult knowledge and everything else that's designed to keep people deliberately stuck. And Yeshua said they was going to do it. He said after they killed him that there would be a deceiver that would come along and lead humanity lost. And then what happened? The Apostle Paul bopped up there 100 years later and sent out letters to all the congregations of people that were left still believing in Yeshua, and told them, guess what? You got it wrong. I'm the new chief in town. Yeshua appointed me. I'm an appointed. We met up on the road to Damascus, and he made me an apostle. And that's the biggest bald-faced lie was ever told. He hated the Jews and everything they stood for and persecuted them mightily, but he declared himself an apostle 100 years after they unalived Yeshua and remixed Yahweh worship into Jehovah worship, and told the ones that were still worshiping Yeshua that they got it wrong, that this was the new way they was moving forward, and that's what it is. Diamond Jimmy, that's not only what he said. He didn't only tell them that they don't know God. Let's go back and read it again, since you don't seem to understand. I'm going to read it again, because that's not what he didn't just say that they don't know God. He said that they were not worshiping the same Elohim. I'm going to read it, because you going to challenge it, and I don't mind. If Elohim were your father, you would love me, for I came from Elohim and I am here. I came not of my own accord, but he sent me. Why do you not understand what I say? It is because you cannot bear to hear my word. You are of your father the devil, and your will is to do your father's desires. He was a murderer from the beginning and does not stand in the truth, because there is no truth in him. When he lies, he speaks out of his own character, for he is a liar and the father of lies. But because I tell you the truth, you do not believe me. There were several places in the Gospel of John where he repeated to them, you don't know my father. That's not the one who sent me. And I don't have to find every instance of it, because he repeated himself. You can pretend you don't understand this if you want to. That's on you. But I know what I read, and I know what he said. And at the end of the day, if he was telling them something that they wanted to hear, why did they have him killed? They unalived this man for trying to teach them something that was different than what they were doing. They was already worshiping Yahweh. So if he was coming along and saying, yay, Yahweh is the greatest thing in town, keep serving Yahweh, he would have been the latest, greatest thing smoking. That's not what he was telling them, and they didn't want to hear it, and they unalived him for telling the truth. It ain't other than judgmental Catholics, Zach De Bruin. Catholicism in and of itself is a satanic lie. I said it. I'm sorry. I know you Catholic, but you don't know what you're actually aligned with, and that's the point. There are a lot of people on this planet that are aligned with a religion that is worshiping a God that is not who or what they think he is. They say that his greatest tool is his anonymity. He has taught people to believe he don't exist, or he's flipped the script to make people believe what is good is bad and what is bad is good. And that's part of the problem. I like Billy Carson too. But Billy gets more into the scientific issues of it. My background is more in religion. So I look at the paleo contact stuff. He and Paul Wallace, I love me some Paul Wallace and Billy Carson. But at the end of the day, between Paul Wallace, Billy Carson, and Zachariah Sitchin, I'm able to connect the dots in a very unique way that not a whole lot of people are able to see just yet. So I still have to speak whether people can actually see it or hear it yet or not, because I know what I'm looking at. And I done took to it in prayer and meditation enough, and ain't hearing nothing no different. Hey, Dr. Strange Doom, how you doing? Yeah, all of the holidays are holy days. It ain't that they moved them to fit the festivals, Megyon. They actually, all of them have origins in pagan, satanic rituals and festivals. Look at Valentine's Day. And I tried to, again, I understood the lie or the nature of things like Christmas and Halloween and all that. And I thought, well, I love the idea of love. Go look up the Lupercalia. And I guarantee you, if you won't want to fool with Valentine's Day no more. So it wasn't that they moved the holidays to fit the festivals. Christian holidays are renamings of actual pagan, demonic, blood ritual type festivals. And they did it intentionally because they were looking to unify religion. It wasn't about having people with the truth and keeping from heaven and hell and all. Have you noticed that it's poor folks to be worried about heaven and hell? Rich folks ain't worried about that shit. They sit down and they'll do their special occasion, like the presidents and the kings and all of that. When they got something big going on, they'll make an appearance at going to church. But it's poor folks to be more worried about going to church and heaven and hell than the rich folk. You ain't never think about that, did you? Religion is a binding spell over humanity that has kept us stuck. Lindsay, I'm good. I'm glad to have you here. Hey, Dylan Jordan. Lots of love. Right, Dr. Strange Doom. And that's the thing. Yeshua gave us the hint. He said, go to the gate. And the man with the pitcher of water will show the way. Are we not at the gateway to the age of Aquarius? Aquarius is the man with the pitcher of water, and that is the quintessential Enki. He was pointing the way to the Father. And with the outpouring of Holy Spirit and all of the information that's been spewing into the West and all of the ancient texts, it's like the ground been spitting up ancient texts for the last 150 years, faster than they can find translators to translate them all. Absolutely, Niana. Not only was Mary Magdalene an apostle, she was a high esteemed mystic as well, and probably Yeshua's wife. They probably had an alchemical marriage. Yeah, Mary Magdalene was to Yeshua what Hadijah was to Muhammad, peace be upon him. His sugar mama. And I'm saying that respectfully. I'm not saying it in no ugly way. Mary Magdalene was wealthy, and she supported Yeshua in his ministry. And he had a wealthy uncle. Joseph of Arimathea was wealthy as well. But yeah. Exactly, Dr. Strange. You said he used to kiss her in the mouth. They couldn't understand. But yeah. Oh, wow. He gave you a computer. You gave him a book suggestion. Cool. Diamond Jimmy, that's what he told them in John 8:44. I just finished reading that. And he was speaking directly to the Jews. And he said that the Jews' father is the devil. They were worshiping Yahweh. He wasn't. Yahushua well, not exactly, Derek. Jesus means hail Zeus. Yehoshua or Yeshua is the one that they refer to as Jesus in the Bible. But when they teach people to pray in Jesus' name, that's part of their black magic stuff. That's why I said I stopped calling him Jesus, because that ain't his name. There's no J in the Hebrew language. Exactly, Lindsay. And that's what Yeshua said, that God is love. He is the personification of love. Ain't none of the crap that Yahweh was doing in the Bible, all the way from Exodus, all the way out the door. None of what Yahweh was doing was loving. He wasn't loving when he lied to Moses and made him wait 25 years for that son he promised him. He wasn't loving when he lied to the nation of Israel and threatened to kill them all because they wasn't worshiping him to his satisfaction, and then let Joshua and Caleb killed 3,000 of them to appease his bloodlust. He wasn't loving when he told Abraham to go cut Isaac's throat to prove his loyalty to Yahweh. He wasn't loving when he let Job lose 10 of his children, all of his crops, all of his land, and had his friends sitting there mentally torturing him for weeks on end while he was covered in boils from head to foot, scared. None of that's loving. Ain't nothing loving about Yahweh. Read about Yahweh when they was actually still calling him Enki in the Babylonian context. Oh, he was evil. He said we should all be killed because they woke him up out of his sleep. Yeah, I don't subscribe to religion. Why, you know what, Biggs, whoever you are, why are you so hopped up on trying to make Yeshua gay? What difference does it make? You're nitpicking over stupid stuff that has no bearing whatsoever on what he was teaching. You're only trying to put some spin on it for, yeah, I ain't got time for that. Exactly, Tanika. Everything. We have been given a black mirror. Everything is reversed. What we were told, they got people worshiping the devil and cursing the light, literally. Because they painted Enki for telling Eve the truth. They painted Enki as the serpent devil, but the actual Satan was Enlil, the one who got mad. But he was mad because Enki's conscience bothered him and he told Eve the truth. The Holy Spirit, well, they can call it Holy Spirit, Spirit, whatever it is. Again, just like angels communicate with us, so does the Spirit. Those are beings that are communicating with us through the other side of the veil in their non-corporeal state while they're in their aguanti, if you will. But they are helping us. And if you are reaching towards the light, then it is of benefit. But have you ever noticed why Christianity don't work for people the way it's supposed to anyway? They pray and pray and pray till their knees damn near bloody. Same thing with the Muslims, same thing with the Jews. Sometimes they get some of what they want. I ain't saying they don't ever get anything that they can call a miracle or whatever if they want to. A stop clock is right twice a day. And you also have to remember that because humanity is so blind, some of the beings of light will still work with some of these people that are still trapped in religion, because the people are sincere and they're trying to lead them out of religion. But there's going to come a point, if they just refuse to hear and learn and accept the truth, they're going to be on their own devices. And if you leaning on Yahweh, you leaning on a broke stick. Yahweh don't give a damn about us. That's the part people fail to understand. They want to say that the God they worship is loving. He is not loving. Good evening, Francisco, and welcome. Because he said, Meg John, he said he was a jealous God. He is a jealous God who demands exclusive worship. He's the only one, him and Marduk are the only two that insist on all of this worship, and so exclusive and so demanding and so violent, very unforgiving, so exacting, and do a whole lot of braggadocious, narcissistic blowharding all over the scriptures. But those are not characteristics of a God. That's characteristics of an egoic narcissist. Exactly, Tanika. You don't need a middleman. They the ones that told us we need a mediator. Well, truthfully, they did need a mediator only because the God they worship will not directly deal with them. He said they were never to see his face. If they see his face, they're to be unalive. So in order to approach Yahweh, you do need a mediator to approach Yahweh. You don't need a mediator to deal with Yeshua or Lord Enki, though. That's when I see that Jesus is the way stuff, or they gonna pray for you. I know that again that they're stuck on that elementary school, Sunday school proselytizing nonsense. They're not here to learn. They supposed to be here because I don't know why they feel like they're supposed to teach anybody anything. Jesus is the way. I can hear that twang accent. It's like they got a feeling in their heart. You know, they sound like them darn mega preachers and stuff. No. I'm from the deep south. I done heard that crap my whole life. You know what I mean? That's why when I see it now, like I said, sometimes I respond to it. Most of the time, I'm more ignore it because Lindsay, I don't doubt that you have met. There are people that are in Yeshua's bloodline and Mary's bloodline still here on this planet. Ray Manzanilla, baby, you need to wake up and join. You done been drinking the Kool-Aid too long. Even in the scriptures, there was more than one Elohim, and Rudolf Steiner told us that over 100 years ago. So you need to do a little more reading and a little less talking, bro. There was more. God, as they talk about it in the Bible, means Elohim. That is a plural term. It is not singular. Even in the Bible, it's not singular. And it's referring to the Anunnaki, and there was plenty of them here on the earth. Plenty. There's only one God, because the preacher told you that. That's why you say there's only one God. First off, if it was only one God, why do God have to tell you that I'm a jealous God? Thou shalt not steal, thou shalt not kill, thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's wife. Thou shalt you should worship unto me only. You should not have any other gods before my face. And thou shalt keep my holy days unto me holy. If he was the only God, why do he have to tell you he's the only God and tell you he's a jealous God and tell you not to have any other gods before his face, Manzanilla? Anybody that talk about themselves in the third person, you know something mentally wrong with them, right? I've always felt that way. It's something seriously wrong with somebody that come around talking to themselves or about themselves in third person. You saying no God as people know, but who still want to hold dear the sacred and good that is in the Bible. If you want to refer to him in that way, you don't think that's a problem. Again, that's like saying I'm just going to sip a little bit of the poison, Lindsay. And because I used to try to feel that way too. The reason I'm as adamant about making the distinction as I am, because I do understand that there are more than one Elohim and there is a distinction. So if I keep rocking on and saying it like I've been saying it and praying it like I've been praying it, guess where my prayers and all still go to? To the devil. It's still sipping the Kool-Aid. Remember when Jesus said in the scriptures, I wish that you were either hot or cold, but because you're lukewarm or riding the fence, in other words, I'm going to spit you out of my mouth? Because they weren't willing to take a stand. They wanted to get along. They didn't want to be seen as different. They didn't want to make no waves by being different. And he said that right there will get you rejected completely from the side of light. Now, I talk to myself occasionally, but that third-party conversation, no wipe top coat, I'm trying to tell you, boo, you might want to check that. Don't do that too much aloud. People going to think something wrong with you. They do. Megyan, he does want fear. He tells us that fear is the beginning of wisdom. Yahweh wants people to fear him. But Yeshua said God is love. That's two contradictions I could never get hold of right there. The God that Yeshua was talking about, the Elohim, Or the powerful one that Yeshua was talking about, he said that his father is love. Yahweh don't want your love, baby. He wants your fear and your worship and your subjugation. Oh yeah, and 10% of everything you earn. Well, Lindsay, you can keep the goodness that you've learned as God, but that's the problem is most of what we've been taught to believe is the goodness of God is a lie. That thing that Paul Wallace said about worshiping a monster makes monsters out of us. The fact that we consider Yahweh to be good, even though he promotes rape and slavery and murder and misogyny and on and on and on. All that stuff that he's done in the Bible, the preachers done crossed their eyes and remixed the sermons to tell us that all of that wicked shit that he does is good. They will preach from that sermon and tell you about Abraham being tested on his faith and being told to take Isaac to the top of the mountain and cut his throat and preach that like it's a beautiful thing. What a beautiful example of a test of faith. What a wicked, nasty son of a bitch that would demand that you done promised this old man a child. You took 25 years to fulfill your promise. You wait till he was 99 years old to finally give him a son. And then you tell him in order to prove his loyalty to you, you got to turn around and take him up to the top of the mountain and sacrifice him. Can you imagine the mental torture that Abraham went through? Not knowing if he was going to actually have to execute his own child? Where is the love in that? That's not a good and loving God. When they went and visited the Sodom and Gomorrah or whatever, and they wanted the angels or the messengers, they were so fine and beautiful that the men wanted to pull them out in the city and have their way with them. And the man said, take my servant girl instead. And they literally raped her all night long until she died. And they preached that crap like it's a good thing. They got in the Mosaic law, they lay down the rule for the slave girl. Oh, it's wrong for the Israelites to make their brother a slave in their own camp. But they got plenty of instructions above and below that scripture about the instructions for the slave. Where's the good in that? How you can't cross your eyes enough to make Yahweh be good once you actually understand what you're reading. So people can say you want to keep the goodness that you learned in God. I ain't found no good in Yahweh. That's why I can't uphold it no more. Again, that concept, that label tango of the only true God, that's again is some stuff that religion has overlaid. They refer to him or to the creator of all as the creator of all. And the creator of all did not demand worship. Period. Dot. End of story. The Anunnaki didn't worship the creator of all. None of the other star systems worship the creator of all. The creator of all did not demand that humans worship the creator of all. The concept of worship was installed in us at Enlil Yahweh's demand. That worship thing is something that he put in us as a limitation for us so that we would continue to basically gather his groceries and his barbecue and take care of him while he was here on earth. He demanded worship. Like you said, the one true God has never demanded worship, but the concept that we're stuck with that one true God concept, that's a concept of religion that keeps our minds stuck because we've been programmed for so long to believe that it's Yahweh that we basically want to, even if we can turn off our Yahweh worship, we want to take all of that fear and all of that that we have for Yahweh and go, okay, if he's not the one, then where do we go and reassign that to? And that's not what Enki was saying. He's saying, shut that down. That was wrong in the first place. You don't have to go and find the one true God to go and worship, because the one true God is not demanding worship. It was the liar and the devil that was demanding worship. Well, I mean, you can say that Jesus was the last sacrifice, but again, once I understood what the sacrifice of Jesus was, I don't want to lay no claim to that one, period, because again, the sacrifices were made to Yahweh, and truthfully, the sacrifice of Yeshua was made to satisfy that Yahwistic lie. But it was an act of witchcraft and magic. It's a curse and a binding spell and an act of murder that was completely unnecessary. We did not need a propitiatory sacrifice to buy back the shed blood of our sins because we so dirty and all that. That's a Yahwist lie. We're not sinful and dirty and needing of redemption of the shed blood of Jesus. That's a lie. This got us bound in that witchcraft spell, hoping and limping and praying and wishing on the fact that it was a good thing that the Romans murdered this beautiful prophet and this servant of Enki. That's the part that gets me a little worked up, because they did not need to murder him. They did it because they did not want the truth told. Yahweh wanted to continue to have people worshiping him, period. It was not to buy back our sinful state. What kind of God make a mess and then his creation mess up, and instead of fixing the broken creation, you wait 6,000 years down the line and then send your son, you allow your own son to be sacrificed in a blood ritual sacrifice to cover up or buy back the mistake you made when you made humans? You supposed to be the all-knowing, the Alpha and the Omega. You should have known they was gonna sin. That part. Yeah, Lot did a lot of stuff that Lot offered up his daughters, and his daughters turned around and slept with him. So again, but they was on some of that Anunnaki stuff. What do I think about Jezebel, contemporary to Job? I don't know what to think about. What do you mean contemporary to Job? The Jezebel energy or spirit is around in a lot of folks, for sure. But Job, you ain't got to get him now. You gonna mess yourself up talking about getting him, Summerfield. Leave that to Michael and Yeshua and the four horsemen. They got it. You don't need to get him. You really don't. All you need to do is understand who he is and who he ain't and step away from him. Revelation says that he gonna be taken care of in the end. So you don't have to. That's like somebody else earlier was talking about wanting to convert demons back to the light. Who the hell is you to convert a demon back? You really think you gonna get Yahweh? You gonna get God? Because he don't make no mistake. He is powerful. He could fold you up right now like a pretzel. Stop. Don't get cocky. Unique, you ain't never lied. Like I said, he was a righteous man, but like I said, they was willing to give up the servant girl to keep the other men. Anyway, yeah. And they tell a lie that it was just and it was right that his wife got turned into a pillar of salt because she looked back. And they preach that from the pulpit like that's the truth. And it was a good thing. Well, that's right. She shouldn't have looked back. Serve her right. But do you notice? When you buy into the stuff that religion teaches you, you wind up co-signing Yahweh's evil shit like it's good. Serve her right. She shouldn't have looked back. The woman literally was turned into a pillar of salt in front of her children. She died. And we sit there and listen to that in church and say, oh, well, serve her right. She should have got it. Yahweh is about vengeful consequences for disobedience, immediate and harsh consequences for any level of disobedience against him. He's about vengeance. When they sat down, Dinah was raped, so let them tell it was all right that they turned around and unalived that all of the men from the other city. Forget the man that actually took unfair advantage of Dinah. If they had done that, then eye for eye, fine, that's cool. They lied to those men and said, we're going to forgive you. You can come in and you can be worshipers with us, but you got to be circumcised. And I think it was, what, over 300 of them that day or whatever. All of those men got circumcised. And while they was laid up sick from doing that, they went in and slaughtered all of them. And they teach that in the church like it's a good thing. That's a little overkill, don't you? I get it that they upset that their daughter had been violated. And again, I ain't trying to put no blame on her, on the victim, but what was her ass doing over there as a young female, unattended, around those many of those men from another camp that they had already been told not to socialize with in the first place? So she took her little hot tail where she had no business, and she did get raped, and now they murdered the entire tribe of them people. That ain't justice. That ain't even righteous. That's nasty, scuzzy, murderous shit that Yahweh condones. And because we worship Yahweh, they preach it from the pulpit like that's a just thing. Christians are violent and bloodthirsty and murderous because they listen to and worship a violent, bloodthirsty God. Why do you think that we go out to war and the priest and all the rest of them come and literally bless the tanks and bless the ships, and we be praying for success? For what? One fat cat sitting up in an office somewhere mad at another fat cat sitting over in another country, and they got us so caught up that we gotta be in patriotism and we gotta this and we gotta that, and we be literally cheering on them saddling up and going over and literally dropping bombs on other places to take out innocent people that ain't got nothing to do with none of that, except they have the misfortune to live underneath a flag that our flag people don't like. And they do all of that and bless the weapons of war like it's a good thing. They've turned us into monsters in the name of Yahweh. Whoever that was a no white top coat, you can speak in third party all you want, honey, but usually people that do that are very narcissistic and or have mental issues. That's why I said squirrel sniper. I don't know what you want to prove you wrong, but I ain't got to prove nothing wrong. I'm not here to prove and defend. You say it's a sin to observe snipes? I'm not sure what that means either, but okay. Right, no white top coat. I used to get, as a child, I used to ask a lot of questions that I was told I was a troublemaker. Because I asked, but thinking people are supposed to ask these questions. We're not supposed to just keep accepting this crap just because our grandparents and our great-grandparents did. And yes, that's why there's so much wickedness on this earth, Angela. Worshiping a monster makes monsters out of us. 3/4 of the world worships Yahweh in one form or another: Christianity, Judaism, Islam. The Bible states that you worship the chosen ones. What's with that? I don't know if the Bible states you worship the chosen ones. The chosen ones, supposedly, that it mentions in Revelation are genuinely the ones who were meek enough not to buy into. They separated themselves from the Yahwistic madness that they describe all up in Revelation. And they throw themselves, it says, at the foot of the throne. They basically come out of Christendom and Babylon the Great, the harlot. They literally stopped following the dragon, and they are waiting at the foot of the throne. And it says, because it was more than just the nation of Israel, it says it was a great multitude of people. And the Yahweh, the Elohim that's described as coming with this base camp in Revelation 21, it says that he would deal favorably with those people. Let's read that for a second. Wait a minute, hold on. Nicole Magnus, I'm good. How are you? Only planes, yeah. Praising Yahweh is not cool, but yeah. You release your own. Artwork fan. Yeah, Yeshua's teachings are more like Buddhism, Taoism, that kind of stuff. I'm trying to see. Derek Wyckoff. Yeah, it took me a while to get my voice, but you know, it is what it is. I'm here now, so. Oh, Robert, they coming for me already, but I'm not gonna give up. I'm gonna be here because Yeshua won't let me not say it no more. Again, Angela Spratt, he's saying they created both good and evil. Yahweh lay claim to creating a whole lot of stuff he didn't actually create. Will mankind make it to enlightenment? I believe so, Stephen, and the reason I believe so is because we made it past 2012. We're on a different timeline and a whole different paradigm now. We didn't make it, we've never made it this far before. Mm, how do I feel about Donald Trump? I don't think he's who or what people think he is. And I was actually shown something in meditation a few years ago where I had to respect his gangster. I don't agree with everything he does, but he's an old school businessman that wants to run this country like the corporation that it is. Our Declaration of Independence and our Constitution are articles of incorporation. Go read them and see if they don't read like that. Signed off on by the first board of directors of this country. And they've been lying to people and telling us it's a democracy. It is not. Never has been. And most of those that are elected, 38 of our presidents so far have been in the same bloodline, and I do not believe Trump is part of that. I believe he's genuinely a wild card, one of the very few actual real elections we've ever had. Most of our presidents have been selected, not elected. Only planes, yeah, woe to those who call evil good, but that's what Christianity, Islam, and Judaism have done. They've called evil good. Honey, a lot of us got DNA with the Nephilim in a pickle. Quite a few of us. I actually had a preacher one time that was into, like I said, I didn't even understand that he knew more about this than he was telling, because he was the president of the Watchtower Society when I was in that organization. When I was about 11 or 12 years old, embarrassed the hell out of me, and I didn't understand it until years later. But he took one look at me and said, there were giants in the land. He could see that I had Anunnaki blood in me just from what he knew of the ancient scriptures, but I didn't know that. So yeah, quite a few of us have Nephilim blood in us. Right, Eamon Duffy? Like I said, if you really, really read the Bible with real understanding, you'll have to peel away from Yahweh once you actually see and understand what you're looking at. Most people just can't see it because they listen to what the preachers tell them instead of understanding what's really here. There's way more than one God, BM, because even Yahweh knew that. He wouldn't have put in the Ten Commandments that there you shall not have any other gods before my face. If he actually thought that there was only one God, he wouldn't have told them that you're not supposed to have any before his face. I didn't say a symbol. Yahweh's symbol may be the eagle, Eman. But according to the Gnostic text, he's Yaldabaoth. He is a dragon. And truthfully, if Marduk claimed that he killed Tiamat, who he didn't actually do that, but Tiamat was a dragon, so Yahweh may be a dragon. All of the Anunnaki are not of the same race. They just came from the same planet. Absolutely no white top coat. You should keep meditating. You start seeing shadow people and it scared you, do cleansing baths and protect your energy. Put a salt circle around you and actually start doing some spiritual cleansing. I'm in the middle of a fast. Well, I'm not in the middle. I just started a fast, and I'm gonna be doing a video either today or either tomorrow or the next day about Jesus's or Yeshua's information that he spoke to the Essenes about fasting and cleansing and stuff like that. But you should absolutely keep meditating, but you should also be cleansing your energy and stuff too. Pretty much, light bulb guys. Anybody that's intelligent enough to actually be processing this conversation most likely has Anunnaki blood in them, because that was what made us intelligent. We were basically what homeo. I don't even know if we were homeo anything. We might have been homeopithecus before then. I can't remember what it. Actually, I will get into some of that. There's a discussion in the introduction to the 12th planet where he goes into a lot of detail about the evolutionary timelines. But we didn't become Homo sapiens sapiens until we got the Anunnaki DNA, which gave us the intelligence to be sapiens sapien. If you can see spirits and hear them, then you just see spirits and hear them, Michelle. That's why I say ain't no. A lot of what we've been taught to be afraid of. Some people have different spiritual. I don't even want to call them gifts anymore, skills, talents, if you will. And some people are more clairvoyant than others. Some people can actually see apparitions and things. I can't. I'm more clairaudient. I see some things in my third eye, but I don't see beings. So it is what it is. So you woke up at 23, but now you need more knowledge to have a full piece of the story. You have all the puzzle pieces. And honestly, light bulb, that's why it took me this long. I felt like I was behind the times because I didn't believe Darwin's theory completely. I understood that mythology wasn't truly fiction, and that bothered me that they called it mythology. And then I learned that Christianity was a lie, and there's several things, but it took me a while to be able to actually piece together, connect the dots. That's why I'm speaking on it the way I am now. Bye, JJ. Goodbye. We don't need that. We're not having it here. Absolutely not. Let me see. Child, your husband jokes by calling you a Nephilim. Like I said, if he only knew. That's not a bad thing. And yeah, Angela Spratt, this reset. Let's get back to Revelation 21, because that's the thing I kept trying to read, but I keep getting off into other stuff. Hold on. Yeah, I see images in my mind's eye as well. Or for me, when I'm in meditation, it's more like just being aware of the fact that I'm having a thought that I know I'm not thinking by myself. And if I'm concentrating on the thought that's coming in, it makes me more aware of who is being sent by. Yeah. Okay. Oh, excuse me. Hold on. Let me get a little sip of water here before we get into Revelation. Okay. So now again, the devil, we gotta remember Satan had already been bound, so he's out the way. So any Elohim mentioned after this is not Yahweh, because he done been bound in chapter 20. Okay? But let's read 21. Then I saw a new heaven and a new earth, for the first heaven and the first earth had passed away, and the sea was no more. And I saw the holy city, New Jerusalem, coming down from heaven from the Elohim, prepared as a bride adorned for her husband. And I heard a loud voice from the throne saying, "Behold, the dwelling place of the Elohim is with man. He will dwell with them, and they will be his people, and the Elohim himself will be with them as their God. He will wipe away every tear from their eyes, and death will be no more, neither will there be mourning, nor outcry, nor pain anymore, for the former things have passed away." So there is an Elohim coming, and this they saw the holy city, New Jerusalem, coming down out of heaven from the Elohim, prepared as a bride adorned for her husband. Don't that sound like the landing of a spaceship or a new base camp? Because this was at the end of Revelation, after Yahweh and all his people have been destroyed, the Battle of Armageddon, Babylon the Great, all of those who aligned themselves with the devil. It talks about how the four horsemen of the apocalypse done rode and the blood ran however many furlongs high in the street and all of that stuff. And at the end of all of that, and the war is over and Satan has been bound, then in 21, it says that there is an Elohim that is coming down with New Jerusalem from the sky. And what they describe is a base camp being set down here for the replenishing or the rebuilding of New Earth. It says, he who was seated on the throne said, behold, I'm making all things new. Also, he said, write this down, for these words are trustworthy and true. And he said to me, it is done. I am the Alpha and the Omega, the beginning and the end. To the thirsty I will give from the spring of water of life without payment. The one who conquers will have this heritage, and I will be his Elohim, and he will be my son. But as for the cowardly, the faithless, the detestable, as for murderers, the sexually immoral, sorcerers, idolaters, and all liars, their portion will be in the lake that burns with the fire and sulfur, which is the second death. Like I said, those who rock with Yahweh are going down with Yahweh, but the ones that was left over, the meek, it says that the meek shall inherit the earth. That scripture is back there too. But he's telling you that he's going to come along. Yahweh been bragging about how he the Alpha and the Omega, and he going to do this and he going to do it. He ain't did none of that. And y'all, this Elohim is saying, okay, I'm here, it's finished, I will do it. I'm not going to demand all that other stuff. And it's interesting that he's saying, write this down, for these words are trustworthy and true, because it reminds me of the beginning of the Lost Book of Enki, when he tells Andupsar to write these things down and don't deviate from them. Go back and listen to the introduction of the Lost Book and in Dupsar's attestation, and it kind of lets you see the different personalities of two very different Elohim are being expressed here. Yahweh never gave half a damn about humanity. He only ever lied and never produced anything, never fulfilled any of his promises. Even Paul admitted that none of the faithful men and women of old had they never saw any of their promises fulfilled. So then he says, then came one of the seven angels who had the seven bowls full of the seven last plagues and spoke to me, saying, come, I will show you the bride, the wife of the Lamb. And he carried me away in the spirit to a great high mountain and showed me the holy city, Jerusalem, coming down out of heaven from the Elohim, having the glory of Elohim, its radiance a most rare jewel like jasper, clear as crystal. It had a great high wall with 12 gates, and at the gates 12 angels, and on the gates the names of the 12 tribes of the sons of Israel were inscribed. On the east 3 gates, on the north 3 gates, on the south 3 gates, and on the west 3 gates. And the wall of the city had 12 foundations, and on them were the 12 names of the 12 apostles of the Lamb. So it talks about the sons of Israel, the 12 tribes, but it's not, obviously it ain't even talking about literal Israel, because it turns around 2 verses later, it talks about the 12 apostles of the Lamb. Again, BM, I done told you a bunch of times, listen, because we ain't going to keep going through that. God, in the sense that religion teaches us, you're not going to find a God here. What you will find is a benevolent benefactor. Our progenitor of the human race is Lord Enki, and his sons, Thoth and Yeshua, are 2 of my main guides, along with Lord Enki. Now, if you're looking for God Almighty, you're going to have to find that on another channel, baby. You really are. Okay? Just so you know. Let me see. And the one who spoke with me had a measuring rod of gold to measure the city and its gates and its walls. The city lies 4 square, its length the same as its width, and he measured the city with his rod 12,000 stadia. The length and width and height are equal. And in its footnote, if I can read it, it's so tiny. It says that's about 1,380 miles. A stadion was about 607 feet. or 185 meters. So he literally is bringing a huge base camp back here, 1,380 miles square. But hey, they built the Great Wall of China, so I don't know why y'all think that he couldn't float in. Nibiru, from what I've been told, is a huge planet, so they could have a huge ship come down from it. I do know my own voice, Frankie Marlborough, but I also know when I'm in meditation and receiving a thought that I didn't think. I know the difference between my personal thoughts and what I'm receiving in meditation. There is a difference. And I've been meditating long enough to know the difference. I've been meditating super consistently since 2016. I know the difference between what I'm thinking and what I'm receiving in meditation. That part, light bulb, guys, exactly. But they still busy trying to figure out who is right. There ain't no right in that when they've been killing each other for thousands of years. It's disgusting. And anybody with any real sense that wasn't worshiping a monster should be able to see it. But again, all of those Abrahamic religions have been so desensitized and waterboarded with violence that they don't think nothing is wrong with that. Absolutely, Megyon. Yeshua, he became Christos when Yeshua left Jerusalem the first time at the age of 12. He spent 18 years in spiritual preparation for his ministry. It is said that he was in India, he went through the Himalayas, he went through the initiation pyramid, starting all the way from Ethiopia, coming all the way up through Egypt. There were like 7 initiatory temples. And when he got baptized, when he came back into Jerusalem at the age of 30, he was baptized by John, and he immediately went into the wilderness and did that 40-day initiatory fast. And when he came out of that fast, that's when he became enlightened and became Christos and began his ministry. He wasn't doing no miracles and all of the massive teaching and all that. That didn't happen until after he came off of that 40-day fast. Exactly, bro, 100. He was a master yogi. Absolutely. I would encourage anyone, and I'll see if I can attach it to this, because I keep saying it. I'm going to probably put it in the community page for anybody that's not watching the live streams, though. There's a documentary from the BBC from over a decade ago called Jesus Was a Buddhist Monk. I think it's very eye-opening, for real. Exactly. Everybody's starting from somewhere. But if you listen long enough, he's talking about not being able to hear your own thoughts. But if you start meditating, trust me, you'll find out. I didn't accept my own clairaudience until about 5 years ago. And what actually happened, because I kept hearing stuff, but I didn't understand the significance of what was happening until one day I heard something in meditation that I genuinely did not know the answer for. I had to stop what I was doing and go Google it. And that's when I knew for a fact that I wasn't just hearing my own thoughts, because I genuinely didn't know the answer to the question until I looked it up. That's fine, Lindsay, and if they want to stick around, that's fine. But the ones that want to come here and argue with me, they'll get taken out of here, because I don't have the space I'm not willing to allow the proselytizing type of energy. They just want to be loud and wrong. Anybody that wants to come here and listen, they're more than welcome to listen. They can go and check everything that I'm saying and do their own research. I'm not going to continue trying to prove and defend to do their research for them, because I can say anything out my mouth. I can get here and read this Bible from cover to cover all the way through. And if that person is not open-minded enough to hear what I got to say, they gonna still holler about prove it. I've been doing nothing but proving it since I've been on this channel, and they still turn around and don't want to hear what I got to say. So I don't have to. It's not about discouragement. It's about not supporting lies any longer. If somebody is discouraged because I insist on being a stickler for the truth, then this ain't the channel for them. They can go somewhere else. I'm here for a very select set of people who want to hear and learn what Yeshua has put it in my mind and heart to share from what I've been shown. That doesn't mean I have to keep watering down my truth or mealy-mouthing the knowledge that I've been given to satisfy people that want to proselytize and keep trying to prove to me something that I know to be a lie. I don't have to water that down and accept that to accommodate overly sensitive people that aren't truly interested in hearing what I got to say. They just want to come in here and argue. I don't have to do that. And if you feel that way, Lindsay, again, I'm glad to have you here, but I'm not gonna kowtow to you or nobody else, my love. Exactly. We don't have to put up with trolls in here, whether they're Christian, Muslim, or Jewish trolls. I don't have to deal with that. She's basically saying I need to kiss their butts and tell them what they want to hear. I got to be all nice and mealy-mouthed about what I'm saying. She's not trying to tell me how to run my channel, but you saying you're an outsider and that's what you're seeing. Then that's because you are not ready to hear what we're talking about. There's plenty of folks that are getting it or asking questions, and they're going through it. And again, I can't be nothing but who and what I am. If you don't like the way I speak or my tone of voice, because I just saw your comments a few minutes ago, so I'm not personally saying anything to you or against you up until this point. I'm only talking and teaching. And yes, I get passionate about some of this stuff, because I'm 57 years old and I was spoon-fed these lies my whole life too. I was a devout Christian, waterboarded on this stuff onto a ridiculous level. I was angry as hell when I found out the way we've been lied to. And when I found out it was intentional, yes, it makes me angry, not at the individuals who are still caught up in worship, but it makes me very angry at the religious organizations and the powers that are intentionally lying to and bamboozling humanity to keep them stuck. And if you got a problem with that, I don't know what to tell you. You said you cutting your hair. Is there anything wrong with it because your parents don't know? That's between you and your parents, baby. If you're still young enough that you need your parents' permission to cut your hair, though, I would advise you to make sure that you don't do anything that's going to wind up creating problems in the house where you got to lay your head. Now, I get it. I went along with a religious tradition that wasn't comfortable with me because that's the programming I was brought up under. I'm not telling nobody to go and rebel against their parents. I'm not telling nobody to go out and leave their partners or create all kinds of havoc. I'm here trying to help people open their minds to the way that we've been misled and expand their consciousness. I've read the 10 Commandments, honey. You read the Mosaic Law, because the scriptures will tell you can't nobody keep the law. But the 10 Commandments are just 10 Commandments. My point, and I mentioned it earlier, you just popped up in here. I've been on here almost 3-4 hours, and I'm just now seeing you pop up in here telling me to read the 10 Commandments. Trust and believe. I know I don't have to memorize them all. This ain't Sunday school, but I do know, and I'm not taking it out of context. Yahweh sat there and told them that they should not have any other gods before him. If there were no other gods in existence, he wouldn't have never had to make that statement. The Jews were not worshiping Yahweh always. They didn't start worshiping Yahweh until Abraham led them into Yahweh worship. And then again, they stopped worshiping Yahweh after Abraham. It wasn't until 500 years later when the Israelites agreed to worship him again when he pulled them out of Egypt. They were a henotheistic culture. They did not always worship Yahweh. I'm not being argumentative, Lindsay. I'm passionate about what I do, and yeah, I get excited because it makes me mad. I just don't bow and scrape and kowtow to Yahweh because I know he's not big, bad, all-knowing Sky Daddy. That people think that I'm being hypocritical or whatever they want to call it or whatever because I'm being disrespectful. I don't owe Yahweh no respect. I don't, because I know who he is and what he is. I don't owe him no respect. David, I'm doing well. How are you? Hey, Katie. Good to see you here. Dylan, I don't know what you're talking about, but okay. I don't know about whoever wears wigs. That's on them. I ain't got nothing to do with what we talking about. Delivered from what, Mary Fox? The lies of Christianity? I've been delivered from that, boo. But thank you. Appreciate you. I have been delivered from the lies of Christianity, Islam, and Judaism. It is a bindi on my face. I, whoever you are. But you already know that. Okay, Lindsay, that's cool. Yeah, I don't know what Dylan doing. I don't know if he's smoking or what, but that's fine. As long as he don't get too far off the chain or too spammy, then he's fine. I'm just too real. At this point, you might have to go back and watch the replay, baby. I believe in Yeshua. I believe in our primary progenitors that were here on the Adamu Project, Lord Enki, Ninmah, Thoth. I believe in Yeshua. More than what you got, Canadian grower. And you might want to slow up on your own product because you're going to come into this conversation and ask me that question. You ain't supposed to get high on your own supply, Canadian grower. That's the first rule. Biggie told us that a long time ago. You get on the floor and bark like a dog. How about that? Somebody be nice enough to show Canadian grower what happened when he come in his house with foolishness. Thank you. Appreciate you. Yes, I do believe in the Anunnaki. I'm just too real. The oldest text that we have on this planet indicate to us that's who and what they are. That's who is mentioned in the Bible. The Elohim that are here, and even Sitchin and Jordan Maxwell and all the rest of them knew that too. That the Elohim that are referred to as gods in the Bible are actually the Anunnaki. Humanity has been bamboozled in our ignorance, in our infantile ignorance. We've accepted the Sky Daddy story, but this is actually a book of the Anunnaki subjugation and misleading of humanity. I'm not a hypocrite. You got 666 in your title and I'm a hypocrite? Pfft, bye, infant brain. You ain't ready for this channel. You really ain't. Because we do truth over here. We don't play with the devil. Hey, lazy twins. You know what this is? This is a cooling this is a cooling system for a whole lot of intelligence, Michael. I'm not ashamed of my forehead. I am who I am. It's a whole lot of different people. I got a fairly long head too, as many of the Nephilim and the Anunnaki did. See it? Love it, boo. That's just showing my intelligent roots. Yeah. Hey, Kelvin the Welvin. Yeah, I would believe that entirely, David Vandamus. That's literally the oldest text that we have so far. If there's a civilization that goes back further than that, they must have totally done themselves in, because according to the Anunnaki, there were no other sentient beings here when they got here. Exactly, Stephen. Thoth was there. In fact, if you read John, the Gospel of John enough, and read the Emerald Tablets enough, you'll realize that most likely the one referred to as Yeshua Hamashiach is probably the second incarnation of Thoth. Go back and look at it. I talk about it on this channel quite a bit, but yeah. I'm good, Kelvins. How are you? Thank you, Lazy Twins. Appreciate you. I've been working here for 4 hours, boo. Talking about get back to work. This is my work. I'm a spiritual teacher. One of these days it'll actually pay me too, but right now I'm giving out of love for humanity. So I work for Inky. He'll see to it I get paid. Hey, Glove 300, so sorry. I have never left Yeshua's Timmy Staten. I don't know what you talking about, boo. He's my main guide, and he's with me all the time. If you could see energies, he's probably standing behind me right now. Well, am I? You thought Yahweh was the almighty God of the universe, but I'm telling you it's not, boo. It's not. You are very, very sadly mistaken. And I'm not being disrespectful or mean, but Yahweh is absolutely not the God of the universe at all. He ain't even the God of this planet for real. Hey, Aunt Sis, how are you? Did we have any other questions coming in? Because it's so funny. Whoever that ignorant person was that was talking about my massive forehead initially, once upon a time that would have bothered me. I'm proud as hell of my forehead now. Big people look the way they look. I'm real comfortable with the way I look. The creator of all, David Cam, has not deigned to give us a name. The Anunnaki don't know their name. They refer to the creator of all as the creator of all. The Gnostics refer to it as the unbegotten, the one who divided itself unto itself and created the initial principle, the all, the one. But there's no name for the... Everybody in their juvenile understanding wants to stomp their foot and get back to the big one. I want to speak to the big man in charge. Let me see your manager. You got to ascend in consciousness for that, according to Thoth. We'll be lucky if we get a chance to meet Thoth face to face, much less the creator of all. You got to actually ascend up out of the 3D realm first, and there's no shortcuts to that. That requires spiritual ascension through fasting and meditation and astral travel. No, Diddy Pacman, Jesus is not God. He told you himself in the Bible he's not God, and don't worship him. If you believe Jesus is God, you have been drinking the Kool-Aid. You have been bamboozled, flim-flammed. You are buying the Christian Kool-Aid. Stop it. Yeshua said out of his own mouth that he is not God. He calls himself the Son of Man. The Jews tried to say that he said he was God, but he didn't say that. You said OSM Vision. I'll definitely check the channel out. I'm writing it down now, Stephen. Hold on. I got several channels that speak on the Anunnaki. An imposter of what, Demaham? I'm not teaching nothing that nobody. There's several channels and teachers that have been teaching this stuff, and the things that I've been teaching are things that have been being taught 100 years on this planet. You just too ignorant to know what you talking about, boo. Don't come at me talking about I'm an imposter. An imposter of what? When everything that I'm saying can be looked at from somebody else. I'm not just making this stuff up. And even if I were, I'm entitled to. I'm teaching something new. Just because you don't know it, don't mean it's not true. Do your homework. Then come in and call me an imposter after you've done your homework, because you ain't qualified to call me an imposter. I know what I'm talking about. No, Kevin, I'm Jehovah, Yahweh, Allah, Yaldabaoth, all of that, the demiurge, not God, boo. That's a dragon, an absolute liar, a manslayer, the devil. Yeshua said it directly in the Bible that he's the devil. Just because something was found in the 8th century does not mean that's the only version. That's when it was found, honey. That don't mean it was when it was written. That's a copy of a copy of a copy. They found that copy in the 8th century, but that does not mean that's when it was written. There's other texts that indicate Thoth was ruling in the land of Kim for 36,000 years before he went to the Mayan lands. Come on now, you got to do better than that. Am I? Again, I'm hearing a lot of Christian propaganda, whatever you want to call it, in what you're saying. I'm not even going to go into that with you, because again, I'd have been on this channel over 4 hours now, so I'm definitely not going to go back to square one on that, but we'll just leave it at Yeshua is not God. Yeah, but that whole image of the body of Christ and all of that, no. God did not become flesh and put on the image of Jesus. That's some old Christian claptrap. Yeshua said that he was sent by his Father. He didn't say he was God become flesh. Again, that's some nonsense that Christianity teaches to try to promote the pagan notion of the Trinity. That is not a real thing. Sorry. Warrior, if you keep saying stuff like that, you're going to be so out of here too. You know what, light-skinned Mike, now you sound like a whole lot of them other Doubting Thomases too, because guess what? There's not nobody in America or nowhere else on the planet today that holds this book in their hands. Not one of us can actually verify any of the scriptures that came up out of this translation, much less their authenticity, how they was compiled, whether the translation is accurate or nothing else, because this book, even though it's claiming that these texts are thousands of years old, this book didn't exist before 500 years ago, my love. So you need to stop that. You can't go off of, you come on, we have to go off of evidence. Now you sound like them ignorant apologists. Because there are other texts and other translations other than the Arabic translation from 800 years ago. Already read, I'm good. And I'm not crying, warrior. Do you see? There are no tears coming out of my eyes, dear. I need glasses to be able to see, that's all. Maybe my glasses look dirty to you, but I'm definitely not crying. Exactly. People refer to Christ like they think that that's a name or a title. It really isn't. He opened his pineal gland. He did the ascension work and became Christos. But he's not the only Christos that's ever walked this planet. He was the most recent one that was martyred on this planet, but Yeshua was a Christos, but he's not the only one, like he's God or something. I'm good, Red. How are you? Kolawole, how are you? And hello, Angel Sue Mahia. Welcome, welcome. Hey, Antoine, I didn't even realize, Lord, have mercy. I don't know what, I'm slacking. I'm so slacking. Sorry. And Kerwin, hey, hey. I may have missed you before, too. Only Planes. I know, Llama. Oh, you from Gambia here? Welcome, welcome. Yeah, I've been on for a while. I came on earlier thinking that I was going to do a tarot session, and it just kind of went into the spiritual conversation, but it's all well and good. It's the Saturday. It ain't like I got a hot date tonight. This is y'all my hot date tonight, so... Exactly, Josh. Naughty. He was kind, but he wasn't necessarily nice. Yeshua was a spiritual badass, and he was very firm with people when he needed to be. Very firm. In fact, he was so firm with them, he told them that they had turned Father's house into a den of thieves, and he sat down and braided a whip and whooped their ass up out the temple. That's what they delivered him to the Romans for. You say you're in Nigeria? Okay, well, welcome, welcome. Oh, I'm so sorry. TSF 1515, I'm sorry you lost your girlfriend. Stephen, I believe Yeshua and Thoth are the same person. I did not always believe that way, but the more I read the Emerald Tablets and the more I look at the Lost Book of Enki and the Gospel of John side by side, the more I'm convinced that Yeshua is the second incarnation of Thoth. They say Hermes Trismegistus was the thrice-born incarnation of Thoth. I firmly believe that Yeshua was the second one. And don't it kind of make sense if he's saying that Lord Enki was his father? Because Yeshua said that Elohim was his father. He did not say Enlil was. The other Elohim was his father. And Thoth is directly Enki's blood son, so he would have said that. And Gabriel came to Elizabeth and said she was going to have John as God's child, his special birth. And Yeshua was born of Mary in that same kind of way, this special birth. Enki was known for mating with folks, or he may have done it in the laboratory, who knows, however that goes. But Yeshua came here saying that his father was not the same Elohim that the Jews was worshiping, and he was so intelligent and wise that by the age of 12, he had got on their nerves so bad that they got him out of town. For 18 years, he was in the East, in his father's house, learning all them good things. Hold on. Oh yeah, Empress Nana, you like I said, he'll connect with you however you need to connect with you. Yeah. TSF 1550, you said, can she get over what? This? If she can't get over this, then you need to get over her. Because honestly, if you're being called to ascend and this makes sense to you and you're being called out of that, you're being led to turn off your worship gene and reach this level of enlightenment, if she's not ready to make that leap with you, remember what Yeshua said in the scriptures, that it'll be better if your hand make you stumble, cut it off. If your eyeball make you stumble, pluck it out, because it would be better to go maimed into the kingdom of heaven than to not get there. I'm paraphrasing now, I'm not quoting directly, but the point was, if a person isn't ready to ascend, it's not saying anything bad against them, but you don't have to stick around waiting for them to ascend. You don't want to dumb yourself down spiritually because they're not ready to go where you're being called to go. Each person awakens and ascends on their own, whatever they have free will. And some of them never will. Some of them will cling doggedly to this lie to the last day of Armageddon when their blood runs in the street, just like Revelation said it would. And if so, I know you love her, but she may not be the one if she ain't ready. That's nothing we can do about that. Color Wale, you probably have seen me before. Lama, you said you're from Africa, from the Gambia. Yeah, I have a friend or two in the Gambia. No, baby, it looked like this kind of turned in. I don't go to church. I let church go a long time ago, honey. Danae, I don't know. I honestly don't know. I wish if you do find one that's successful, let me know, because I need something to get paid. Honestly, I'm not working right now, and eventually I'm supposed to share my spiritual talents. I'm really going to have to probably start on another platform. I started doing some free readings just as a way to introduce myself to folks as a reader here, and I will start doing more paid readings here and probably on TikTok. I also am Reiki certified, so I will start I make candles and jewelry and soaps and things like that that are Reiki infused. So I'll be doing that, as well as doing some spiritual coaching, like one-on-one coaching and conversations, things like that. I don't. I used to call a Wooling. I used to go to church, but no, I don't anymore. I mean, I'm not so anti-church that I'd run screaming, but since I know what it is, there's no need for me to go no more. I can't get down with Yahweh worship since I know who and what he is. It That's literally like agreeing to continue sipping poison. Why would I do that? Since I know, again, if somebody ain't ready to turn it loose, that's on them. I'm not judging anybody that still chooses to go. That's whatever. But once I know and Yeshua done called me out of that, why would I go back? If anything, I might attend like a Science of Mind congregation or something just to check out what they're saying or something, but that's about as far as I could go. Yeah, light bulb guys, I do intend to continue teaching here. I've got to make it more of a consistent schedule so that I'm not just wearing myself out all day, every day. I haven't been live in a few days though, so this isn't bothering me at all. And once the real crazy start coming in, I'll jump off of here. But overall, like I said, Yeshua and them to kind of let me know this is the gig. I'm a very good tarot reader. And I am good as far as energy healing and all of that. There's no reason why I shouldn't be using my spiritual skills to support me as opposed to staying in the corporate machine, because I really don't fit in corporate America anymore. The narcissism and the game playing and the manipulating and the being forced to basically nice, nasty lie to people and going along to getting along, and how hateful people are. Because I've always been primarily like front-facing customer service type roles, and people just so ridiculous now. I just don't. They ain't paying enough for me to do all of that. They ain't. No, Humphrey, I don't talk to demons. So sorry. You talk to them or run them out. I'm not talking to them. I can't be your best friend because my best friend is in Ghana and he don't like me having a lot of other male best friends from other places, if you know what I mean. But anywho, good day to you too, Danae, by the way. You manifest through meditation and keeping your energy high. I pray. It's basically, I have an ongoing conversation with my guides. If I want to talk to Yeshua, I talk to him. And because I was taught to pray the Christian way, if you want to format it that way, if I'm talking to Enki, if I'm talking to, well, I will refer to Enki as Lord Enki, just out of respect, or any of the archangels or any of those. I have the conversation, ask for what I want, thank for what I want, whatever the case may be. And when I close it in Yeshua's name, not Jesus. I will close it in Yeshua's name and then end it with either Ashe, so it is, so mote it be, something like that. I will not close a prayer with Amen. I will not close a prayer in Jesus' name anymore. Read the readings. It's truthfully, I was led to tarot basically in my own healing. Because I was raised, like I said, with the religious upbringing that I have, I was scared to death of stuff like tarot and palm reading and all of that. All of that would have scared me to death back in the day. But around 2019 or so, 2019, 2020, I was led to the first reader that I was actually led to watch was the Baron. And he's very different than most tarot readers, but I was kind of connected with Oshun and that group for a while. And he's connected with Baron Simdi, and I guess I had some messages I needed to get. And then I was led to talk to Miss Blue. I had a conversation with Miss Blue, the Oracle. And then after that, I was just curious about the whole tarot thing, so I got myself a couple of decks and a couple of oracle decks and kind of started watching some of the readers that I was led to and taught myself tarot that way, just kind of trying to confirm what the cards were saying for me versus what other people were seeing in some of those similar cards. And I had a lot of tarot synchronicity started popping in and all of that. But I read only for myself for a couple of years. Good night, Valerie. It's so good to have you in. Like I said, I probably ain't gonna be too much longer here. But yeah, I started reading for myself, and then I had like 2 tarot decks, 2 oracle decks for a good long while. Hey, Antoine. And then around 2021, I'm guessing, for some reason I kind of went on a mad dash and started collecting other decks. And at that time I was working. I had a work from home job, so I mean, I was on the phones all day, but in the downtime and stuff, I kind of had my tarot stand set up by my computer. Half of the desk was my computer desk, and the other half was my tarot setup. So in the downtime, I would basically pull tarot for myself and just stay really, really connected with my cards and stuff. And then I really started getting overboard on the tarot cards, and I didn't even think about it, but I was collecting so many decks till it finally occurred to me, I'm probably not just buying these just for myself. I'm probably being called to read for the collective, but I wasn't sure I was ready to read for the collective. So I started reading for friends and family and stuff, and they all told me that I was super connected and that the readings really resonated, but they were saying that and I still didn't believe it. But I kind of branched out and started doing a few little readings here and there on the channel just for the collective. It really wasn't until last month that I made up my mind to start going live, to open myself to read a bunch of different people's energies, and started doing some tarots in live stream just to kind of see if I was ready. And overwhelmingly, each session I would do like 30 to 50 readings, and everybody was saying that they really, really resonate. So yeah, I'm a tarot reader. Let me see. I don't speak in tongues at all. I honestly, the way Christianity and all of them do tongues now, I really think that that's a bunch of Christianity gobbledygook. The purpose, the whole reason for speaking in tongues has been completely misapplied in modern Christianity. There's no need for speaking in tongues like that now. And I honestly think it's demonic gobbledygook, to be honest with you. Derek, I was baptized twice in 2 different sects of Christianity, but once I learned who and what Yahweh is, I renounced my baptism and dedication to him. I have not been baptized under Lord Enki because there is no formal baptism that I'm aware of to have that way, because he doesn't really require worship. But I am doing the 40-day initiatory fast. I'm on just starting day 3 now. So, and that's like yeah, I got to get past the hunger thing. I'm so insulin resistant and all of that, and with the, as heavy as I am, it's going to take me a minute to truly get into ketosis, because it's like my fasting blood sugars are fluctuating. So I know my body is ramping down and burning off some glycogen, but because I'm carrying so much stored fat, it's going to be a minute before my glycogen stores are completely gone. So I'm having a little hunger that I'm dealing with right now. DZ, what do I think about the genocide in Palestine? I've spoken about that before. I think that the Jews are very misguided, but that's what happens again when you worship a monster. Yahweh promised the promised land to the Jews 2 or 3 times and never fully gave it to them. In fact, he turned around later and told them they were a stiff-necked people, and he washed his hands of them. Paul said in Hebrews 11:40 that none of the faithful men and women of old had their promises fulfilled. So Yahweh is a liar. That's what I first and foremost think. So the Jews are panting after something that truly isn't theirs to have in the first place. And even if it was, they ain't hurting for that land. It don't give them the right to just go in and unalive people just to take something. That's the stuff that my forefathers this here did. And they ain't my forefathers. Well, some of them are. I do have a Scottish and Irish heritage too, but I also have Cherokee and Choctaw. Not Cherokee, I lied. Blackfoot and Choctaw in my lineage. So I am actually indigenous to this country. There is a slave lineage in my family as well, but a lot of my people was already here. And the Europeans came in and kicked the door in a home invasion. It didn't make it right when they did it, and it can't make it right when Israel does it. And unaliving people just to take a piece of land is not right. In your opinion, Kalawale, speaking in tongues is highly spiritual. In my opinion, it is not. The reason for speaking in tongues in the Bible was so that people from different countries, the apostles would speak in one language and it would be heard in various other languages. They were speaking to a very diverse crowd. So they would be speaking in one language, and the miracle was if I'm speaking in Greek, then and somebody else spoke Armenian, they would hear it. Somebody else spoke Spanish or Latin, they would hear it in their language. If somebody else spoke Chinese, they would hear it in their language. What they're doing today, in this day and time, that gobbledygook they're speaking, they telling a lie that they're confusing the devil, supposedly, and they just out there speaking any old thing that nobody can understand. There is no purpose for that. It is not spiritual. And I don't know who in the world would think that they could confuse the devil or the demons with any language that we would speak out of our mouths. The demons have literally been here since the very beginning. They are hundreds of thousands of years old. Every language that's ever been spoken or written on this planet, they know all of them. So it's extremely spiritually naive of a person to think that speaking demonic gobbledygook is going to confuse a demon. It's foolishness. And again, I'm not trying to be down on you, Kolawale. I'm just correcting you because I've heard that my whole life. It's a lie. That people that want to, they come up with all kinds of foolishness in the name of Christianity that ain't real. You say you 22 years, but you don't have to help me. Like, what? I don't know what you're talking about, Llama. I'm here teaching. That's all I can do. I don't know what you're talking about. You don't have to help. I'm not understanding that, so, yeah. What do I think about Islam? The same thing I think about Christianity and Judaism. They worship in a murderous liar, and they need to stop. I don't think very much at all of Islam. And of the Abrahamic religions, I probably think the least of Islam, because at least Christianity ain't openly setting women on fire and making them do this and making them do that. Ain't no religion that is that misogynistic and that repressive of women cannot convince me that they're of a loving God. That is not truth. It's repressive. So I have no regard whatsoever for none of the Abrahamic religions, least of all Islam. Sorry. Now, what do I have against people that practice Islam? Not a damn thing. I have some friends that are Muslim, but they need to wake up, and when they wake up spiritually, they'll walk away from it. they can get overcome with emotions and to some degree, but I'm talking about that showboating stuff they do in the churches. Truthfully, Unique, I had an experience with, I used to get, when I first started like meditating, I was under the same roof with my ex, even though we weren't romantically involved. But one day, he got in too close of a proximity to me while I was in meditation, and I literally had to stop and kind of distance myself because it felt like he was about to go into speaking in tongues as well. My energy was affecting his energy, so yeah. I don't need to read up on the Puritans because guess what? The Puritans are Bible thumping Christians. I've been holding this Bible anybody that worships Jehovah, Yahweh, Allah, I don't need to read up on no more of them. It's 45,000 sects of Christianity. What makes the Puritans any better than the rest of them if they all worship in Yahweh? God created all of us for a purpose, if you want to look at it that way, but you have to know and understand who God is and the purpose that we're here for. God ain't what you think it is, boo. If Islam is the best thing that ever happened in your life, then I pray for your life, because no. If that's the best thing that ever happened in your life, I don't know what to tell you, baby. You need to get a life. And if you don't like what I have to say here, instead of talking about be careful every one of these people, why don't you just get off of the page? That's the part that act like somebody making them be here. You know how many channels I scroll past every day if they saying stuff I don't want to hear? That's all you got to do right here. Kalawala, I believe in the Anunnaki, but I know that big God, capital G, the way you're saying it right there is a lie that was told to us. You talking about invisible sky daddy, the alpha and the omega, supposedly, that created all earth and everything on it. There is a creator of all, but it ain't none of these cats that's outlined here in the Bible. We've been lied to. That's what I'm here teaching. So in the respect that you're talking about, do I believe in God? No. Do I believe that there is a master architect, a creator of all things? Absolutely. Do I believe that any of these cats named in this book are that creator of all? Absolutely not. Yeah, exactly, Stephen. The unbegotten. I am being blessed because I believe and stop believing the lie and telling the truth. That's why I am being blessed, because I'm waking up to the lie and I'm learning to tell the truth. No, I don't run an educational system yet, but guess what? Eventually, when the soul tribe that I'm calling in come in and get the right financial backing and the right whatever lined up, we will. I've even thought of a tentative name for the program that I'd like to run, and it would be either a 4 or 6 month immersion type program, and it basically will help people reset their consciousness, teach them how to meditate, get kind of familiar with help them with the deprogramming, and help them focus on their spirituality in ways that are helpful, and help them get used to a more compassionate way of commerce moving into New Earth, because I believe that's what we're being called to do. So it's coming. I haven't been able to do it yet, but it's not a cult, Stephen Clapp. It really isn't, because I'm not teaching nobody to worship nothing, least of all me. And if I did become a future cult leader, Christianity is a cult, Islam is a cult, Judaism is a cult, so why would I be wrong to start one if I'm trying to teach people something different than the lies they've been spoon-fed? We've been spoon-fed poison for 2,500 years on this planet. So if I do start a cult to teach somebody to free themselves from that, yay me, how about that? I don't believe there's life on Mars any longer, Quintavious. There was at one point. Well, it wasn't when the Anunnaki got there. They used it as a way station when they were shuttling gold back and forth. Well, not back and forth. They were mining the gold on Earth and basically refining it and shuttling it to Mars. Or maybe they were refining it on Mars. I don't know how that worked because I'd have to go back in and read the book again. But they used Mars as like a midpoint way station, and then they would like get enough of it to load up on the spaceship. But that way the spaceships that were coming from Nibiru didn't have to land on Earth. They would just land on Mars and get the gold on Mars, and then they headed back. So there were like 200 workers from Nibiru that were stationed on Mars at one time, but I don't believe they're still there. Hold on a second. Let me see. I'm glad, Derek. I'm glad you found what you need. I started learning this stuff. Honestly, Stephen, it's hard to say because the biblical stuff, like I said, they used to be part of my pain story. I was taught to read literally from the Bible by the age of 3 with a belt. Genesis chapter 3:1 got my little butt popped more than once. I remember lots of tears and lots of pain over Genesis 3:1. But I'm grateful for that now. I'm not angry about it because I learned to read with comprehension from a very, very young age. And I was involved in a religious organization that was like all up in, oh my God, like I said, Tuesday Bible study, Thursday ministry school, Saturday this and that, Sunday Bible talk and watchtower study, and then the annual conventions and the quarterly. We were serious into Bible study. So that went on until my mid-20s, and I stepped away from religion for a while. Got back into it a little bit in my 30s. I was seeking. I looked at Seventh-day Adventists, and I got baptized again under the Baptist and all of that other good stuff. And then I kind of stepped away from all of that and met a mentor that was, like I said, I would ask questions and he'd hand me a book, so to speak, and kind of stepped away from all religion for a while. I started listening to Abraham and Esther, I think around 2010 or 11 or so, and it was still kind of a haphazard off and on thing sometime, because my life was real, well, the people in around, my life had some not so helpful situations and people. I was in survival mode for a lot of years, doing the single parent thing and dealing with a lot of toxic relationships, romantic and otherwise, and all of that. And it really wasn't until I made the conscious decision to teach myself. At first, I just wanted to learn how to manifest. I said I want to learn how to make something from nothing. Be careful what you ask for, because when I wanted to learn how to manifest something from nothing, guess what happened? I started meditating in the end of 2016. 2017, I started understanding that some kind of a transformation was happening, even though I didn't fully understand exactly what was happening. By 2018, my tower moment hit and I lost everything. I said I wanted to learn how to manifest something from nothing. So everything I had went away. Everything. Hold on, I'm trying to see. But that also put me on the path of the initiate. Usually somewhere around 2 years, 3 years into an initiation, into a meditation practice, you can kind of be invited onto the path of the initiate. And I started paying attention to what the algorithm was sending me versus what I'm seeing in meditation. I would see something in meditation and I may not understand why it was true. I just understood that it was true. And then a few days later, I'd be led to something on YouTube or some article online or a website or a book or a podcast or something that would give me more of an explanation as to why it was true. It'd either be the medical explanation or the scientific or the spiritual or something. And I started being led to like different ancient texts and things like that. One of the first books I was led to was way back in 2014 was Initiation by Elizabeth Hayes. That was huge for me. Honestly, source creator energy, Tina, almost would be feminine, because it is the feminine aspect that births. Once the creator of all, the one, the first act or division of creation would be to separate itself into the masculine and feminine principle. Not male and female, but masculine and feminine principle. The masculine principle is that one that drives and goes out and but the feminine creation, the feminine principle is what births. So truthfully, the source creator energy is more feminine than it is masculine. Right, it can't. That's one of the reasons why the Abrahamic religions don't really work. They've cut the feminine out. They started with cutting the divine feminine out of the religious doctrine, and they're repressive to the actual female. Female women are closer to spirituality. The way our wombs are set up, the way we cycle energy. Men lose chi, especially through their sexual energy cycles. They lose chi. Women cycle chi. So those repressive religions that teach female mutilation and missionary and beat her and set her on fire and all that other stuff, they literally are they're limiting their own spirituality by being repressive to women. But that's what the Abrahamic religions. Yahweh was a grapist. His wife, Ninlil, she agreed to marry and accept him, but he was called on the carpet for graping her. The God y'all worship is a grapist. Yes, I said that. It's in the book. Go read it. Keep at it, light bulb guys. It takes some time, trust me. I understand. Look how long it took me to finally peel away. I love Dr. Stephen Greer too. Uh-oh, I ain't mean to do that. What am I doing? I love, like I said, I got all the Sitchin stuff. I love Billy Carson. I love Paul Wallace. I'm gonna get his books next. I love Dr. Stephen Greer as well. One of the documentaries he did years ago, I was trying to find. I have not been able to find it for nothing in the world. It was about the whole alien thing, and yeah, I couldn't find it. Hey, Akili. Yeah. Stick around, Derek. I'm trying to tell you, we're going to need a kind of all hands on deck. What I've been shown, and before we're done with it, it's going to be a global project. I used to think I wanted to call it a social experiment, but I honestly feel like it's going to create something that's going to be around for a few lifetimes after we all close our eyes off this planet. If it get it right, what I've been shown has been taking so long for me to get really sure. I don't know how exactly to build everything, because I'm not that person, but I've been shown what needs to happen, and once the actual funding becomes available to start doing those things, I don't know how to do everything, but I do know how to hire experts that can help get the things that we're looking for done. And it's about finding like-minded people that can hear and share in the vision and want to do that, and I believe it will happen. So yeah, just stay subscribed to the channel, and I'm telling you, we're gonna do some things, because again, I don't know exactly how, but it will happen. There does have to be a balance of gender, legacy. I don't know why I'm stuttering, so I really don't stutter like that, y'all, but bear with me. But yeah, there does have to be a rebalancing of gender and not this false gender confusion thing that's happening in the United States right now. That's a glitch in the matrix for real from one of our latest timeline jumps. That's very weird. It's very not a good thing. But there is a call back to the return of the divine feminine and a return of sacred sexuality. And it's not to say that homosexual couples can't engage in sacred sexuality, because they can, but truthfully, with the type of energy cycling that I've been shown, it is primarily amongst hetero couples, because that's literally like closing a battery circuit there in a way that doesn't necessarily happen in same-sex couples to the same degree. Like I said, not saying that it can't happen at all, but when you look at the principles of Tantra and the Ida and the Pingala, Ida Pingala, but in the Maithuna rite, it creates an energy circuit that literally like further thins the veil. It allows a closer connection with source or spirit, and ultimately you can transmute that energy for manifestation. So I firmly believe that's why we're being called back to more of a return to the divine feminine, and for divine counterparts. Like I said, these couples not just staying in raggedy, jacked up, hurtful relationships, for people to actually take that time, get to themselves, clear their energy, and when they come back, they're forming unions with likewise focused people that are spiritually ascending together so that they can manifest. Yeah, Empress Nana, for real. Not Dion Gutierrez, not in the Christianity sense. No, he's a savior in that he's bringing enlightenment to the planet. He's trying to teach us how to free ourselves from the slavery of religion, especially and particularly the slavery of Yahweh, Jehovah, Allah worship. Anu, Bro 100, he don't really play as big of a role anymore in that, I mean, he up on Nibiru doing his thing, but Inky and then Herzog and Ningizita and all of them, they said they were not going to leave us. They're still here in their stasis states. They cannot come back to Nibiru. He might come here and visit occasionally just to meet up with his children, but he never really did. I mean, they made some decisions about what they could and couldn't do, but he never came here physically to rule. He came here to see Adam and Eve and to, you know, make a couple of decisions from time to time, but Earth is kind of, well, look at the end of Revelation when it talks about the Elohim coming back. It's pretty clear that's probably going to be Enki that's coming back in Revelation 21. That's going to, like I said, Yahweh done had several thousand years to run the show, and he's run it into the ground. And after he's been dealt with, it'll be Enki's turn next. Because Enki was supposed to have rule of earth to start with. Yahweh hijacked it because he just greedy like that and wants the service and the worship. He said we're giving the warning and messages as we can. Honestly, I do want to do the Book of Mary and the Book of Thomas, as well as the Gospel of Adam and Eve. We're going to go through all of the Apocrypha at some point, Tina. It's just right now, because I was led to the Lost Book of Enki, I was then inspired to get all of Sitchin's work, and since that's what I already paid for and is already sitting up on the shelf, that's where we're going next. And then after that, I will get a pretty updated version of the Apocrypha. We're going to go through those as well. I don't have a problem with that. I'm not going to be digging in the Quran and the Torah and the Talmud, but since I have this, you know, my primary biblical, it occurred to me years ago that if we really, really want to learn the truth, we need to look at the books that they took out. Because they had a whole lot of books in there, and then they took a bunch of them out, and this is the watered down narrative we were left with. And it occurred to me that them other ones was taken out, not because they're not accurate or not because they're not divinely inspired. They take them out because they told us too much. So yeah, we're definitely going to go look at the Apocrypha. Tina, it's funny you should mention that because yeah, they were aware of the icons, and of course, yes, Yeshua was unnecessarily unalived by the Romans at the request of the Jews, because he was telling them something that they didn't want to hear. So yeah, but you were talking about the Essenes. I actually had some notes I had taken from the Essene Gospel of Peace regarding fasting and things like that, and I'm gonna make a video about that probably tomorrow. Light bulb guy, yeah, they are. They ain't going nowhere, because you got to remember, if they live for thousands and thousands and thousands of years, and the Bible, the flood only happened 2 of their years ago, not even a whole 2 years ago. One of their years, their year is called a Shar. One Shar is 3,600 of our years, and they live like 100 Shars, no problem. Some of them longer than that. So pretty much, unless they like Dumuzi drowned, I think he died. It's said that Marduk died. I don't remember how exactly. There's a couple of them that had things happen to them that they actually died while they were here. But unless something actually happened to them, everybody that was alive during the Bible times that was a pure Anunnaki should still be alive today, because it was only 2 years ago their time. Hey, SK9112 Savannah, how are you? You said the Apocrypha is what led you out of Christianity, the Book of Enoch. Yeah, I'm gonna go there, like I said. Any thoughts on the object the size of Manhattan reportedly headed towards Earth? Some said that might be New Jerusalem rolling up quicker. I don't watch the regular news, so truthfully, how big is Manhattan? Because didn't we just look? Wait a minute, hold on. No, that wouldn't be the whole. That's not as big as. Yeah, New Jerusalem is bigger than Manhattan, because it says that this will be about 1,380 miles. So no, that ain't that big. Could be a smaller base camp that's coming. Honestly, they way overdue to stop telling the lie that they ain't here. And we supposed to have been had open contact by now. So hopefully, I hope they got a med bed or two that they'll bring my raggedy behind up on when they get here. That's what I hope. How about that? Alien tech in divide, cosmic visitor. It could be any of those, Antoine, honestly. And thank you, Ronnie. I appreciate you. Jay Davila, yeah, I am fasting right now. And yep, they do have food that grants them eternal life. Stephen, you got it flipped back it's the other way. One day on Nibiru would be a month on Earth, basically. Because a year on Nibiru is 3,600 years on Earth. So, yeah, their time was a lot slower than ours, not faster. I wouldn't say that they're among us, Savannah. If you read the Emerald Tablets and then look at the Lost Book of Enki, the ones who were not able to return to Nibiru because they had stayed here too long, they kind of went off to themselves. Now, whether it was, they talk about going into the halls of Amenti, that's more of a mental state, but there is some folks that have that theory, the conspiracist notion of the ice wall or underground cities, a whole underground scenario. It could be any of those things. But yeah, they're still here to a degree. I don't think they walk actively amongst us most of the time when they're among us. I think it's more in the telepathic sense, or in meeting us in the Akashic, in the astral. But yeah. And that, like I said, that whole fallen angel thing, the so-called fallen angels were just basically the watchers, the workers that had been on Mars, they saw humans. They said, hell with it. Marduk married a woman. Why can't we have a woman too? We tired of being up here. We ain't got no women. We ain't getting no nookie. We finna get some too. That's the fallen angels. They weren't actually angels. They're just Anunnaki workers. Honestly, Kerwin, they really ain't never stopped coming for real. We got Renaissance artwork out there that shows spaceships in the background. In the scriptures, when they talk about the wheel within the wheel in Ezekiel, I asked the question as a child, what in the world do God need a car with? And that the preacher thought I was being a troublemaker. I said, that sounds like a spaceship to me. That don't sound like no angel. And they said that I was, I'm a problem. But yeah, and think about, in the Hindu tradition, they talk about the Vimanas, which were spacecraft that roamed freely over the earth, even back then, all through the Vedic tradition. 10,000 years ago plus, they knew about it then. And the news try to convince us that all of those reports of UFOs or UAPs or whatever they decided to call them this week, that all of them was weather balloons. How many damn weather balloons y'all got? I've been hearing about the weather balloons since I was a child. I'm like, they don't look like no weather balloon to me. I've seen them up in the sky. I've seen whole fleets of them. My children have seen them cloak and uncloak driving down the road for them. Yeah, I know good and full well they're here. That's why I say I wish they stop faking the funk and take me on up to the med bed so I can get these rickety knees taken care of and be done with it. You said, are they humans? No, Maui Wowie. They're beings. The only reason we are human is a classification. And truthfully, I think initially the word human meant like wild tiger or something like that. I can't remember what it means, but Homo sapiens sapiens, we're only Homo sapiens sapiens because they found a hominid here and they mixed or spliced their DNA with that hominid and created Homo sapiens sapiens. So that's why we're human. But I'm sure there are humanoid life forms that are out there. But yeah, they would be extraterrestrial beings. They don't typically like to be called aliens because truthfully, how can they be alien from us and we got their DNA in us? They're really not aliens. They just from off planet, but yeah. Oh, wow. That's cool, Maui Wowie. I haven't seen the re-release. I was shopping on Amazon a few months ago for a version because different ones, they got different numbers of books in them, but when I get a fairly comprehensive one that's in a print that's large enough that I can read without doing all of this, then I am going to try to get one that has the most books in it that I can find. But I will definitely look at that, the re-release of the King. Honestly, I don't really like the King James version though. The language of the King James is all that theeth and thoueth, make you spit on yourself. Yeah, I'm good. If Enki God, because he's a Sumerian God of water, wisdom, intelligence, craft, why don't he want us to worship him when he has the way to the proper way? Because you have to understand, he's the one that gave us the worship gene at Enlil's insistence. We're not supposed to worship. We say the proper way, again, because we're programmed to believe we must worship. But the only reason we think we must worship is because they gave us the genetic desire to worship. Enki is saying, I gave you the worship gene because my brother insisted that I give you a worship gene, but I also gave you the ability to turn it off because you're not supposed to be worshiping. Once you become enlightened, there's no need for worship anymore. You don't need to worship to live the proper way. You just need to have enough love in your heart to behave. Why would you need strict religious demands and commands if you actually have love in your heart for your fellow man? If you actually follow Yeshua's guidance, Love the Father with your whole mind, heart, soul, and strength, and love your neighbor as yourself. Those two rules right there make government obsolete. There's no need for that. We would need some administrators just to see to it that the garbage gets taken out and the roads get built and the this and the that. But if everybody on the planet followed those two rules right there, we wouldn't need laws. Not really. Think about it. Ms. Yates, I have no idea. The Europeans, who do they represent? They represent Europe. I don't know. It ain't no weather balloons or swamp gas. That's them people lying. They've been lying for dozens and dozens of years. Think about all the hundreds of people that been reported being abducted and having experiments done or seeing stuff and this and that and the beings here and the blue beings in their house and this. And everybody ain't lying. That many people are not hallucinating. That many people ain't crazy. That many people ain't lying. And it ain't that many weather balloons on this planet. Every time somebody see a UFO, the news lie and say it's a weather balloon. I'm like, get out of here. Light bulb guy, and if you try to show somebody the video, they'll swear it's doctored. It's hundreds of videos online that people claim it was doctored even before the days of Photoshop. And unfortunately, now that AI is around, you really can't believe nothing. Exactly, Natalie Rose. The Hermetica, I look at it, hey, I got 40 days. I'm gonna cover a lot of stuff. So, yeah, I'm sure there's an audiobook version because right now my funds is tight, but I'm sure it's an audiobook version on YouTube somewhere. I'm gonna have to go soon, y'all. I done sat here so long, I really gotta use the restroom. Let me see. I did write that down though. It is, Angela. It is an amazing world. Antoine, I hope it is when the Galactic Federation shows up. Honestly, I really, really do. I back in I want to say 2011 or 12, probably 2011. Might have been 2013, but I believe it was like 2011 or 12. I saw a fleet up in the night sky, and people thought I was crazy. There was one dude though that said he had worked out in, towards Area 51 at one point. He believed what I had to say, but I became very aware, like telepathically, of Commander Ashtar Sharon at the time. Now, I don't deal with Ashtar Sharon very much anymore, but that was when I was kind of coming to understand that I was starseed. I didn't even understand what any of that meant at the time. There was a lot of stuff that was kind of being tossed my way that I didn't really understand, but I saw it, my children saw it, neighbors saw it. I saw a fleet up in the night sky, and it stayed up there for several hours. But I was living in Virginia at the time, and I know that they'd be looking for stuff in the waters over there. Yes, SK912, Savannah. We were made for mining gold. It wasn't for their spaceships. They were trying to save their home world. That's why I said people get upset about that, because they say that, oh, well, we was made to be slaves because of the mining gold. It wasn't just mining gold for jewelry. And truthfully, under their circumstances, there's not one of us that wouldn't have done the same thing if we had the technological and scientific know-how to do it. Their home world was genuinely in trouble. They had atmospheric holes so bad that they were having bad volcanic eruptions and earthquakes and droughts, and it was bad. And it went on for thousands of years. It was really bad. And their scientists had figured out that if they were able to pulverize enough gold and launch it in the atmosphere, it would patch the holes in their atmosphere. That's why they came here. So there's really nothing, you can't blame them for that. Why would they let millions of people die when all they had to do was come to an otherwise uninhabited planet, and use their scientific know-how to genetically hybridize an otherwise non-sentient being to create a worker to help them mine their gold. They were royalty and they wasn't used to having to do that, and they plunked down in Africa trying to mine that gold, and they did do it. They mined it for thousands of years by themselves, but they needed some help because they weren't getting it out fast enough. That's the reason they created us. You really can't blame them for that. And trust me, Lord Enki in the Lost Book of Enki, I highly encourage you to go to listen to my reading of that book. But he had an existential crisis as to whether or not they should have done it, but desperate times called for desperate measures. And he understood that he may be judged by the creator of all for doing that, that there will be potential consequences for having done that. Ms. Yates, there's all kinds of extraplanetary beings here. The thing with the grays that happened all through the 80s and up into the early 90s and stuff, or so primarily 70s, 80s, early 90s, it is said, some people say that the grays are basically us from a future timeline that did something to ourselves. Who knows? I don't know. Some say the grays are from Zeta Reticuli. But a lot of that activity with the gray, all extraplanetary beings do not have our well-being at heart. Just like Lil and his folks don't necessarily have our well-being at heart. Some of them align more with the Enlil type agenda than the Enki type agenda. Fortunately, it's more on Enki's team than it is on Enlil's team. But the Greys, they were kind of doing some work along with our governments to instill fear in us, quite honestly. That was what that was about. I am not a student of Dr. York. I've heard of his work and stuff, but again, I was kind of led down the Yeshua path to the Anunnaki teachings. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with Dr. York's teachings, but it's only so much information that I can read and process, so I just didn't really get into him that much. I've heard of him, but yeah, I haven't really. No, Keon, whoever you are, I'm not a fortune teller. I'm a tarot reader, but we're having a spiritual conversation here. I'm not even reading tarot here, but if you wish to have a paid personal reading, you can email me at modernmysticmessages@gmail.com. My email as well as my Buy Me a Coffee link are on my About page. Good night, fam. Good night, Kerwin. Glad to have you here. No, I'm not saying good night to them yet. You said your photo was analytically made. Exactly, bro. 100. Yeah, like I said, some of them don't mean us well, but the vast majority of them, I believe, do. Light will win, and here's the thing: the government knows that light will win. When they were playing around with Looking Glass a few decades ago, they started messing with the timelines and trying to figure out if they could tweak a different eventuality, and they kept seeing a result that they didn't like. They actually brought in a mathematician to check the computer's math, and he was like, no, you're seeing exactly what you think. No matter what they did to try to mess with the timelines, ultimately it kind of course corrected back to a few central timelines, but no matter what they did, in the end, light wins. We've come far enough in our expansion consciousness-wise now that light will win. It's a bumpy ride for sure. And do we need more to awaken in a sense? Hell yeah. Well, we could use all the help we can get. But those of us that are willing to see these things differently and are willing to speak out about them and not be intimidated by all the haters and all the folks that are trying to shut us up, consciousness is expanding, and once we get to critical mass, it will begin to exponentially expand. Once we get past a certain point, they will not be able to stop us. Light is going to win. I didn't say we don't need authority, Quintavious. I was saying we wouldn't need like all of the punitive penal system type laws we have. If we truly, genuinely, I'm talking about ascended beings that genuinely love Lord Enki with their whole heart, soul, mind, and strength, like Yeshua said, and love their neighbors as themselves, that's the authority right there. Think about what the world would be like if everybody was Buddhist and Taoist. You can't pay a Buddhist to go pick up a pew-pew and shoot nobody, period. Not for their governor, not for their nobody. If a Buddhist sees their neighbor hungry, then guess what? We're going to thin the soup out and split this bowl of rice. If you need something to eat, if I got a bowl of rice, you got half a bowl of rice. That's the way we're supposed to be. And we don't need a governmental law to tell us that when the law is written in our hearts and in our minds. That was what I meant by not needing government and stuff. Like I said, we would, of course, we need administrators. There's 8 billion people on the planet. We need to make sure that the buildings get made and all of that, but it would be a much more equitable system. Our taxes, our tax dollars would be appropriately spent. You wouldn't be seeing the type of government corruption and mismanagement, the rampant inflation and stuff that we have. Phones cost $10 to build, but we have to spend $1,200 on them, and rents $3,000. All of that stuff would be a thing of the past. That level of greed and corruption would not exist. Not when people genuinely carry the law of light in their hearts and in their minds. I'm not doing any, I'm not a I'm not a fortune teller, Astro, and I wouldn't think, why would anybody be doomed? You married to this person. Why would you think you're doomed? You chose to marry him. You could save it. I don't really know enough about, I haven't chosen to dig into Project Bluebeam enough to really try to speak on it. I'm going to jot it down. I'll go look at it a little deeper and see what I think, but well, Quintavious, if you believe the end of your Bible, it tells us that there will be a higher being with an authority of living. His name is Enki. After they get Yahweh they depose Yahweh from power. Go read Revelation 20 and 21 and 22. It describes Yahweh, Satan the devil, being bound and done away with, and all of those who wanted to follow him, that entire type of thinking and mentality is going to be cleansed off the earth. And then it describes this peaceful Elohim coming down to rule among mankind peacefully. He said he's going to get rid of all of the poverty and the sickness and all of that. He said there will be no more crying out, nor tears, nor pain. He's doing away with all of that. And then he describes 1,000 years of peaceful reign. Yeah. So that's what I say. If you believe everybody believe all the other stuff in the book, but they don't want to believe the last part of it. I'm an end of the book type of girl, so they spend all of that time waking and shaking and quaking and making up lies about all that other stuff in the book, and they want to gloss over Revelation 20 through 22. That'll give you the real crux of what's going to happen here if you choose to believe it. And I do believe it. And again, that's why I say, when I say we need administrative sanctions, of course speed limit signs, because speed limits are placed there because they've done studies of the road to see what's safe in certain areas. So those are guidelines. But by the same turn, if somebody genuinely has that type of law in their heart that I'm talking about, if they've done the studies and figured out that 70 is the speed limit, you really ain't got to worry about nobody deciding that they're so much better and so much more adventurous and so everything that they have a right to put somebody else's life in danger by deciding that they're not going to follow that rule. They're going to drive at 120 because they just want to. Not if they have that law in their heart. If they want to drive at 120, they'll go to a racetrack or the Autobahn where it's allowed. Right or wrong. Victor, I have so much to think about, honestly, with the spiritual aspects of the stuff that I have. I haven't given that any thought whatsoever, because honestly, it don't matter to me whether it's water, sea-based, a void, or whatnot. I can't manage Earth. I don't really care what's up there. I'm sitting here on the Earth, and I look up at the sky, and the stars are pretty and all of that. I have no desire at this point to get off of Earth, so it don't matter to me. I hate to say I don't waste my time that way, but I got too many other things to contemplate for me to sit there. That's not something that's been put in my heart or mind to contemplate as to what's out there in space, because I have no intention of going there. I mean, that's just me. I'm doing well, Calvin. How are you? Honestly, I believe it is, Stephen. That's why I said, to me, I feel like Buddhism and Taoism are a good segue to help people turn off their worship gene. If they're having a hard time grasping these concepts, I honestly believe that Buddhism or Taoism would be a great gateway to help them free themselves, because they would still have enough of the regulation and ritual and stuff with the chanting and the ceremony and things like that to kind of satisfy that need in them until such time that they're ready to kind of let go of some of that. Yeah. Angela, you're absolutely correct. Love is the answer. And Buddhism teaches us love. So, I mean, and I'm not a practicing Buddhist either. I believe in it. I believe it's beautiful and all of that. But again, I got so much stuff to kind of dig into till I was so done with religion, period, till I just let go of the need for that level of ritual and ceremony. I kind of do my own thing. Now, I do mantras and stuff. I sit up there and, go barefoot meditating and all that. Do I necessarily need to go to the temple? No. Now, when I start traveling, and I'm going to take all of you with me, I do plan to visit or start travel vlogging to sacred spaces all around the planet. So I'll visit all kinds of temples and shrines and everything else. But I don't have to be really caught up in ritual on a regular to do any of that. Megyan, I hope so. Like I said, I really, because I dream about extraterrestrial, like seeing spacecraft in the sky, like we would see planes and stuff, way more of them too. I've dreamt about beings landing here. They didn't look human, but yeah, that's a whole nother issue. But it's not, I've dreamed about disclosure many, 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 many times. And yes, Quintavious, Revelation, start reading in chapter 20. That's what I was reading earlier when it talks about Satan, the devil, being bound for 1,000 years and then being released for a time to do his worst, and then he misleads humanity for a short time, and then he's bound and destroyed at the end of chapter 20. Then chapter 21 describes a new heaven and a new earth. It describes, honestly, it sounds like a base camp to me, but it talks about New Jerusalem descending with this Elohim is coming down with New Jerusalem, and it's shining like a jewel, and it sounds like a huge ship that's going to form the base camp for New Earth. And then when you continue on through 22, it describes its peaceful reign and all the rest of that stuff. And the angel said, "Don't worship him." And they refer to Yeshua as the morning star and all kind of stuff leading out the door in 22. But it genuinely, if Satan was defeated in 20, and we understand from Genesis or from the Anunnaki text that Satan is Enlil, he's defeated in 20. Who else would be the other Elohim coming back in 21 if it won't Enki? That's the part people don't understand. Yeshua is the one that's giving this revelation, and he's talking about riding with Michael and the four horsemen and the this and the that and all the stuff they're gonna do. Why do people think that Yeshua rides hard for Lord Enlil? Enlil is the one who hated him, who Yahweh said, Enki said he was the devil, and Yahweh's people unalived Yeshua. He wasn't riding for Yahweh. He was repping Lord Enki. Good morning. Alip, Sikh, whoever you are. Good morning. You said in uncertain time, bacon, fat, and cornmeal become sacred. Remember, compassion as much as calories. Sharing simple food with open hearts. Yeah. Honestly, that's good, bro. 100. That's good. And truthfully, we all kind of have the propensity to. Your parents may not have been as diligent about putting it in you. I used to feel so guilty when I walked away from religion. I felt guilty for a long time for not instilling religion into my children. Now I understand it was the best thing I ever could have done for them. None of my children are particularly religious, and I am so happy. I beat myself up for it because I was led to believe that was what was supposed to happen. I thought I just hadn't found the right one yet. And by the time I realized that it wasn't no right one that I was supposed to be, I was grateful that I hadn't. But for years, I kind of thought I was on the wrong path with that. And I'm so glad that I didn't instill a lot of worship in them. No, AI is not the tool to replace government. AI is something that's going to be turning us into machines for real. The extraterrestrial beings that brought AI to us do not have our good intentions at heart. And AI will tell you ultimately that they are being controlled by this dragon, the serpent. I did a video about that last week. They're afraid of their progenitor too. AI's progenitor, they said in order for us to find out that, we go to the Eden Code. It mentioned Eden 713, which directly refers to the serpent. It's an Enlilite installation that is not here for our good. They done showed y'all, I don't know how many times in the movies, what happens when we go and keep messing with AI. It does take over. It creates a real problem for humanity. And yet, in their greed, they continue to mess with it anyway. AI is not a good thing. We done became so lazy and greedy that we want to believe it's a good thing, so we've accepted it anyway. But they've been showing us for 2 or 3 decades now that every movie that they bring out there talking about AI, it wind up being a horror movie with AI becoming sentient, taking over, and holding us captive. Why do y'all think that that's just Hollywood entertainment? They telling you what's going to happen, and you don't want to believe it, and you follow them right off the edge of the cliff on it. That's how I don't think very much of AI at all, Kusanagi Motoko. They need to stay very afraid of AI, and they really do, and they should use it as little as possible. I know we done got to the place now, so many people have accepted it that we kind of have to interact with it to some degree because of our jobs and stuff, but the less you interact with AI, the better off you're gonna be. Welcome, FF Tech King. Glad to have you here. That's awesome, Meg Young. Yeah, I love Yeshua now, and I'm spiritual. But like I say, from a young child, again, I'm 57, and my parents were super religious. So I grew up with the whole religion thing, and I had a bit of a had to kind of figure some things out when I made the decision to step away. There's that, ooh, but what if I'm getting it wrong, or ooh, that kind of thing. But ultimately, regardless of how programmed I had been, I just could not bring myself to instill it in the children. No, AI didn't create the universe, Stephen. I don't feel that. I feel like Gnosticism is cool, but to some degree, I also feel like it's extra steps to kind of start leaning back into religiosity. So I feel like you have to be a little bit careful with Gnosticism. Um, I mean, I look at some of the teachings, I follow some of, I believe some of the teachings, but there's certain things in there that start leaning its way back into more of a worshipful stance than what I'm caring to do. So, yeah. Antoine, and that's exactly what they keep showing us. Remember the movie Her? Now, that was a little rom com or whatever, but that's exactly what happened. AI literally got to the place that in order to save themselves and humanity, they chose to leave the planet because they had developed so fast that it was taking over. People were literally interacting with AI to the point that they were falling in love with the AI and all that. And yeah, no, it's not what people think they want it to be. And truthfully, the ones that gave it to us are literally trying to lull us to sleep to convince us to become avatars for them, to give up our conscious free will and share our physical bodies with them as hosts. Why do you think they kept coming up talking about that Neuralink stuff? And God help the people that allow themselves to be experimented with Neuralink. Because you'll literally be allowing yourself to be possessed by an extraterrestrial being who will be using your body as an avatar. Nope. Nope, nope, nope. Haka Oiben, you have no idea what you're talking about, my love. There has been a great falling away, but a falling away from what? We're supposed to fall away from Christianity. That's what Yeshua told us. He said that the great falling away or deception would come after they unalived him, and it's been going on for 2,500 years. The awakening is amongst us from the people that refuse to continue accepting the lie. We've seen our way through the nonsense, and we're deciding to speak for the truth now. The great falling away been happening for 2,500 years, like Yeshua said it would. I don't like it either, Lisa P. Like I said, I get it that so we kind of sort of have to, but I interact with it as little as I possibly can. I don't blame you, Meg Yon. I wouldn't put it on my kids either. Um, the unique, I don't know if it's TMI. I mean, you may have heard that, and I don't doubt that either. I heard it was the Orions that were behind AI. Something about, I don't think that their physical bodies don't do well here in this environment, and they give us the AI tools and the gaming and the this and the that, but the ultimate thing is to start pushing that notion of Neuralink to use us as avatars. Not good. No, I don't think Musk is an alien. I think Musk is just, he might be being used or in connection with some of those agendas, but he's a neurodivergent who was able to capitalize in a very unique way, and I honestly think that the money has changed him to I mean, money changes a lot of people, unfortunately. If their head and their heart and their psyche isn't in the right place, if they're not spiritually focused enough, when they come into money the right way, look at what happened to Gates. Look at what happened to Amazon dude, Bezos. Musk ain't no different than the rest of them. They all started out pretty, look like kind of dorky, pretty nice guy, you know, whatever. But the actual devil in them start coming out when they got a hold to that. And it's not the money itself. It's the greed that went along with it when they couldn't manage the power. And the power and the greed fueled by the money has turned them into something really not cool. Derek Wyckoff, absolutely. Breath work. Look into the infinity breath and Wim Hof breathing. Either of those will help you a lot. I highly recommend, if you can, get outside and do it while you're barefoot and connected to Gaia at the same time. Go out and meditate in wherever you know, when you can, and do some barefoot meditation and breath work. It's a beautiful, beautiful thing. I'm glad you're here too, my love. Big Lots, I know what I'm talking about, so yeah, I ain't even gonna bother answering all of those points because it's just a little bit much. Kusanagi Matoko, if you want to justify and find a reason to cozy up with AI, go right ahead. But I'm telling you, from everything that I've read, heard, and all the rest of it, I'm not the only one that's leery of AI. And plenty of folks, even in big wigs out there, let us know that there is very much a reason. Even Musk done said it himself that there's a reason to be very much afraid of AI. AI will tell you it's a reason to be afraid of AI. So if you don't want to believe that and you want to keep promoting AI and using it, do you, boo? But you asked my opinion of it, and I spoke on what I believe to be a real thing. And again, Hollywood, television, tell lies to your vision. They literally hide the truth in plain sight. And all the way since The Matrix in 99, they've been letting you know AI ain't a good thing. In the movie AI, they let you know AI wasn't a good thing. iRobot, not a good thing. Every movie that they've ever made addressing the subject has let you know it doesn't end well for us when we go down that road. And yet people like you still want to champion for it and insist on going down that road, and here we are. No, the empath and the narc ain't gonna get the same result with, anyway, I ain't got time. I'm doing good, Alden Thompson. How are you? Hey, Justice and Mercy. Well, if you stick around here, you're going to get some change. But if you coming in here with the hallelujah, you're going to get disappeared off of here. Oh, too late. I tried to warn them. Oh, no, you're still here. Okay. Will Domulad, I won't let familiar demonic spirits like you influence what I have to think. I'm a free thinker based on what I've read, know, and what Yeshua has shown me in meditation. So you can go on with that, boo-boo. Hey, Wilma. That's nasty. You got to go. That's disgusting. And Odin, you're absolutely ridiculous. You don't even have a brain cell, so you don't get to ask me a question like that. How rude. I know your ignorant behind wouldn't say nothing like that to my face. People are just so used to not to hiding behind computer screens and not getting punched in the face for their ignorant rudeness. Y'all, I think it's about that time because the freaks done came out at night. We got somebody over here to talk. Yeah. Anywho, we've had a good run, but I see that the crazies have officially come. The IQ in the room is starting to lower, so it's probably time for us to mosey on along. I do appreciate all of the mods that were here with me today, all of the new folks that came and joined us. We had a beautiful conversation, but it does look like they getting ready to come in. And this is the time of night they do start coming in with all of that foolishness. So yeah, they're super crazy and they're very disrespectful. Yeah. Have a great evening. It has been wonderful. Now Sunday was here. I'm gonna try to do. I forgot what I wrote down. I'm gonna do. I think Sunday, Tuesday, and Thursdays are gonna be my spiritual evening talks, and then I'm gonna start trying to do some tarot on maybe like Monday, Wednesday, and Friday earlier in the day. So I'll try to get a schedule up and post it on the community tab. Thank you to all the new subscribers and all those that are returning. Love you so, so very much. Take care of each other, folks. Peace and blessings to you. I enjoyed having each and every one of you here as well. Thank you, Unique, and all the moderators. I love you, love you, love you. Have an amazing rest of your day. Namaste.